Dangerous Waters, Complete Series, a Billionaire Romance Audiobook. By Michelle Love. Blurb.
My wife's dead and they think I killed her. Billionaire or not, I'm a marked man. Then she storms into my life, my new assistant, too young, too fierce, with eyes that unravel me. Her touch is a lifeline, but I'm poison to her world. Hiding our fire is torture when every eye's on me. Secrets rip open, my wife's betrayal, my father's lies, and danger hunts her. I'll tear through hell to keep her safe, even if it breaks me. She's mine, and I don't let go. Ever. One wrong move and I lose her, or everything. I'm not a good man, but for her, I'll fight.
The Wind. Channing.
The sky turned dark in what seemed to be an instant. I had no idea what was going on. My mind was rattled and shaky after only one glass of wine. I had only drunk one glass of red wine. I didn't understand why I was feeling the way I was feeling. I didn't understand where the storm could have come from so damn quickly. I didn't understand anything. Mostly, I didn't understand where in the hell my wife was. One minute she was on deck, and the next she was just gone. The wind was howling so loud, I never heard her fall over. I never heard her scream for help. By the time I realized she had fallen, our sailboat had moved a very far distance in a very short amount of time, because the sail was still up. The gale-force winds were blowing into them, moving the boat so fast. I swear I didn't know she fell. I swear it. Down a long hallway we walk. I follow the detective I was sent to, just after I came into the police station in Miami, to report my wife missing at sea. I'm not really sure why I need to speak to a detective instead of the people who are about to start looking for Jana, my wife of only a year. I suppose he has to get all the information he can about the missing person. We'll send a rescue mission out, Mr. Michaels. If your wife can be found, the guys on the rescue team will be the ones to do it. Detective Radisson looks at me with light blue narrowed eyes. It's hard to tell if he believes my story. I don't think anyone's going to find her alive. She'd taken her life jacket off, for reasons I don't understand. I take the seat the detective gestures to, as we go into his office. His office is located in the new building the city of Miami had just built. The paint still sends out an aroma, and the white tiles of the floor still glisten. Pale blue curtains blow in the breeze through the one window he's left open in the small room. He gestures to it. The damn paint smell in here gives me a headache. If it's too hot for you, I can close it. A shake of my head tells him I don't mind. The smell would give me a headache too if the room was closed up, though it is hot with it being the middle of June. Yeah, the detective says as he takes a seat on the other side of his large desk strewn with papers. You told us that part. Was she prone to taking her life jacket off, especially right when a storm is approaching your little sailboat? The calendar on the wall behind his desk takes my attention, as it has some half-naked woman on it with a chain around her neck. I blink and look away. My wife Jana hated to wear life jackets. It was one of my biggest problems with her. Whatever the rules were, she didn't want to follow them. Ever. Taking a pen and finding a clean sheet of paper, he jots down what I've said. So you're saying she was hard-headed, and you two had a difficult time getting along? Well, not exactly, I say, thinking about how our relationship was. No, we didn't get along very well. However, I don't want him to know that. I just mean she didn't like to follow rules. No seatbelt in the car, and no taking the crosswalk when crossing busy downtown streets. That kind of thing. His light blue eyes twinkle as he looks at me, then jots down something. So what was it she was wearing again? I told you, it was a red dress. It would be easy to spot. I just don't have any hope she'll be found alive. The waves were too high. The waters were too dangerous. I just don't have any hope. I look at my hands and turn them over, seeing the welts where the ropes I'd held onto hours earlier had left their mark. My mind is numb. Shock has overtaken me, and this man wants to talk. The detective looks at me hard. His lips form a straight line. His square jaw is tight as he says, "Channing, I think there's more to the story than you're telling us. We will get to the bottom of it. If you killed your wife, we will find out." The numbness breaks a bit as I suddenly see what this man is thinking about me. I did not kill my wife. Don't accuse me of that. I'm not a killer. I'm anything but a killer. The detective looks down and writes some things on the piece of paper. "You know, Channing, that's what they all say. No one is capable of murder. Not when they're sitting in a detective's office. The fact is, your wife is missing and the circumstances are odd. How long before you can declare her dead?" The detective looks up at me. His eyes are wide as he says, "Sure are in a hurry to get her declared dead. What's going on with that, Mr. Michaels?" "I don't know what's going on with that," I tell him. "I just want closure. I don't want this to go on and on forever. I don't want that at all. If she was killed in an auto accident, she'd be declared dead right away, and the closure could begin. This way it can't. For a man who should be crying and screaming that his wife is gone, and that he has no idea where she is, knowing full well that she's out in the middle of the ocean somewhere, you certainly aren't exhibiting any of the classic reactions people do when their spouse is missing at sea. I don't know what to tell you. I'm a different kind of person. One who carries all my emotions on the inside. I assure you, once I get home and it all sinks in as I'm looking at all her things in our home, I'll start bawling like a baby. You want me to videotape that for you, detective?" A smile moves over his thin lips. "Yeah, won't you go ahead and do that for me? Put on a show, Channing Michaels. Put on a show for us, because that's what it seems like you'll be doing. People who've come into this station with missing family members are usually so inconsolable, they have to be sedated. You act as if you've already been given something to calm you down. Have you taken anything?" I shake my head. The wine had me loopy for a short amount of time, then my head cleared up about the same time the storm ended. I'm just not a man who wears his heart on his sleeve. I hope you find her body. I hope we can put her to rest in a decent grave. I never wanted her to be lost at sea. I never wanted any of this to happen, as a matter of fact. I didn't even want to go out on the sailboat this morning. I didn't want to at all. I don't know how I got talked into that. So you're saying it was her idea to go out on the boat, even though there was a small craft advisory for the day? You're telling me it was her idea? He asks me with a frown, as if that's an impossibility. Yeah, it was her idea. She packed the lunch. She's the one who packed the wine I seem to get loopy off of with only one glass. That doesn't ever happen, detective. Just so you know, I'm not a lightweight. And I drink things much stronger than a glass of red wine. You're saying you were drunk? You didn't tell us that before. His eyes go even narrower as he looks at me hard. How come you didn't tell anyone you were drunk when this all happened, Channing? I was sober by the time I got back to the boat dock at the marina. I really never thought I was drunk. I thought I might have been drugged, but not drunk. So why would I tell anyone something I didn't think? You felt you had been drugged? He asked with skepticism-laced words. It was like I was drugged, if you want to know the truth. I think my wife gave me some wine that was drugged for some reason. She wasn't drinking any of it. She poured a glass for herself, but it was full the last time I looked at it. Then the storm hit and the bottle, the picnic basket and the glasses all went overboard. Pretty convenient, huh? He asks as he stares me down. I guess it is. I don't know. With the wind blowing so hard and the water washing over the deck with each wave, things were bound to get lost. Why didn't you get washed over the side, Channing? With a shrug, I say, because I was taught to tie myself onto the boat. As soon as I secured myself, I looked for my wife to secure her as well. But she was gone, right? he asks as he writes down every little word I'm saying. I lean forward and look at the paper. It's impossible to read his writing. Yeah, she was gone. I was yelling for her. The thought that she might have gone inside had me looking to see if she was inside the cabin. But she wasn't. She was nowhere. The bottle of wine was nowhere. The 2 glasses that were sitting on the deck were nowhere. The basket full of chicken and potato salad was nowhere to be found. The detective taps his pen to his desk. Your wife's life jacket was there. So everything wasn't gone. It managed to stay on board. When I moved around on the boat to look over every side, I picked it up and put it in the cabin. The weather was terrible, and I feared for my own safety as well. I leaned back in the chair, my legs suddenly cramping, and my body beginning to feel the pains and aches from the physical ordeal I've just been through. Things just don't add up, Channing Michaels. The detective looks me over. They do add up, I say. There was a storm. The water got really bad. She was swept overboard. End of story. There are plenty of instances like that when you're talking about people who have been lost at sea. Many stories like that, detective. Leaning back, he puts his hands behind his head. Until we have a body, we don't have anything. So you're free to go, Channing. You may have just got away with murder. Getting out of the small chair, I stretch a bit to loosen the tight muscles of my legs. I didn't get away with anything. My wife is gone. Do you think it's going to be easy for me to live with my wife gone? She wanted to go out on the damn boat this morning. Here it is this evening, and I don't have a wife anymore. I don't know where she is. She's at the bottom of the sea somewhere. Go home, Channing. If you feel like getting something off your chest, here's my card. Call me. You know things always go easier with confessions, he says with a smile. I take his damn card and stick in my pocket, which is still damp. Then I move back as the detective looks at me, and I glare at him and say, I came here to get help and all I got were accusations. What the hell is this place? A police station or an interrogation unit? We are here to help. It sounds like Jana Michaels needed our help. His face is stoic as he looks at me like he can see right through me. She didn't need your help. She needed to have her damn life jacket on. That's what she needed. She should have never taken it off. A smile pulls the corners of his lips up. Funny how all the money in the world can't bring her back home, isn't it, Channing? Yeah, that's real funny, detective. I turn to leave. His words stop me. By the way, how's your hockey team, the Skippers, doing this year? They're actually having a very good season. The first since I bought the team 2 years ago. The first year they were still no good. This year, the second one, they're picking up and winning games. He taps his pen on the desk. And that investment firm you have. How's that going? Going great. Making money hand over fist, thanks to the money my grandfather gave me. A grandfather I never even knew I had left me $1 million. I managed to get my master's in business, then opened my investment firm. I make a lot of money. That's not illegal, detective. Being rich is not illegal. He laughs. Yeah, I know. But you'd be surprised what rich people think they can get away with. I didn't kill my wife.
Beth.
Oh my gosh. Look at this, Michelle. I just got an email. It's from that firm, the investment firm. From the Michaels investment firm. I saw an ad on the bulletin board at college. It said the owner, Channing Michaels, needs a personal assistant right away. So last week I sent in my resume, and look, I've got an email with an invitation to interview. My gosh, it's tomorrow. Oh my gosh, the interview is tomorrow. I don't have anything to wear. What am I going to wear? Oh my gosh, an interview to be Channing Michaels' personal assistant. Do you know how cool this is, Michelle? How cool is this? Michelle pulls the earbuds out of her ears and looks at me. Huh. Gosh. Didn't you listen to anything I said? No, Beth. I was listening to music while I tried to wake up. It's early, you know. On a Sunday at that. You should still be asleep. What's going on with you? She rolls over on her stomach and lays across her bed. The t-shirt she slept in is gathered around her waist and her tiny panties that leave nothing to the imagination. But who am I to talk? I'm sitting here in my underwear. We share a dorm and she's been my roomie since freshman year. We're in our last semester. I'm about to graduate with my bachelor's degree in business administration in just a few months. With a glare I say, forget it. Gosh. Anyway, you have anything I can wear to this interview tomorrow? Taking interest, she sits up. You have an interview tomorrow? To do what? Oh my gosh, Michelle. I want to kill you. She has me so exasperated. Her dark eyes roll. Gosh yourself. And I don't see what the problem is. So you have an interview. Big whoop. You look like you're about to win the lottery, Beth. Not do an interview for a job. Getting up from the chair in front of my desk, I throw my hands up in the air and begin to pace. I just told you I have an interview at the investment firm. Channing Michaels' investment firm, to be his personal assistant. You know, the billionaire Channing Michaels? The guy who owns that hockey team, the Skippers? That Channing Michaels. The gorgeous muscles upon muscles Channing Michaels. Who just recently lost his wife in a tragic boating accident, Channing Michaels. That billionaire guy. Michelle jumps up. That guy. You have an interview to be the assistant to that gorgeous son of a gun? Finally, she gets it. Yeah. So help me pick out something nice to wear tomorrow for the interview. I want to look nice. She moves to the small closet we have to share and looks over her shoulder at me. Of course you have to look nice. That man is one gorgeous piece of man meat. You have to look to die for, Beth. I sigh and go to sit back down, as my head is getting a little buzzy. Yeah, got the gorgeous thing, okay? He's gorgeous. He's tall. Like 6 foot something, I read once about him in a magazine. I don't want to get my head wrapped around that. I don't want to go into the interview and act like a little schoolgirl with a big crush on the big attractive billionaire man. I want to go in like a professional. Like the professional I one day hope to be. Good luck with that, she says as she laughs. Looking in the mirror at my drab brown hair, I ask, should I go get my hair and nails done? Michelle rolls her eyes. Yes, of course you should. We're talking Channing Michaels here, Beth. Not some old dude. He's attractive, wealthy, and available. Running my hands through my long hair as I look in the mirror, I say, my gosh, what if I really get the job? Michelle, what if I really do get the job? She comes and stands behind me, putting her hands on my shoulders. Maybe you'll become the next Mrs. Michaels. With a slap to her hand, I say, shut up. I'm just looking for the job, not trying to marry the man. My gosh, he just lost his wife. Michelle looks over her shoulder, as if what she's about to say is top secret or something, then she looks back at me through the mirror. Did you hear about that? I mean, did you really hear about that? It was on the news and stuff. You know, they're kind of blaming him. I nod. I did hear they were kind of blaming him. But I also heard him say he didn't do it. I would have to believe him. Hopefully, he'll be my new employer someday really soon. I don't want to have the thought in my head running around that he did kill his wife. But what if he did, she asks, turning me to look dead in her eyes. I don't care. And I mean that. In a way. All I care about is making money. As his personal assistant, I would guess that comes with a pretty nice paycheck. Michelle nods and walks back to the closet. You would think, wouldn't you? With a shrug of my shoulders, I say, well, even if it doesn't, the experience would be all worth it. Don't you think? She pulls out a nice blue business suit, then hangs it right back up. That, plus you get to hang out with one gorgeous dude. Like all day long and crap. Looking at my face very closely in the mirror, I find myself lacking that basic attractive appeal so many women have. If I'm going to have to be walking around next to that man, I have to up my game, Michelle. Help me. She turns and gives me a nod. Let's grab the beauty queen, Shelby, run by your parents' house to pick up the emergency credit card, and get to shopping. New makeup, hair, and wardrobe are needed, stat. I laugh. What does stat even stand for, Michelle? Stop talking and take off. I think that's what it means anyway, she says as she pulls on a pair of jeans. I'm not in the medical profession, Beth. I'm going to be an accountant. Don't ask me questions at a time like this. We have to get you all gorgeous so the man can't tell you no. Then maybe you can get Shelby and me jobs there when we graduate. I see now, I say as I grab a sundress out of the closet and pull it over my head. You're going to use me. Oh well. At least you're honest about it. Yeah, she says as she pulls her Converse sneakers on. I could be sneaky behind your back, but I prefer to be upfront like that. Pulling up the Miami News on my laptop, I look up the information about the missing woman, Jana Michaels. She went overboard during a small storm a month ago. Channing was never formally accused of her disappearance. Her body hasn't been found, and many believe it will never be now that it's been so long. I wonder how he's taking the whole thing. He has to be a mess about it all. He had to have loved her. She was his wife. The report said they had been together for a year, then married for a year. So he'd spent the last 2 years with her. He had to have loved her. There was a part in the story that explained how he got so rich. He came from a normal family, with a mother but no father. They lived with her parents, and she never married for some reason. One day, when he was only 18, he got a letter. His paternal grandfather had left him $1 million. He met his real father then. He was a man named Morgan Riley, and that man was never going to claim Channing. That man was not happy with the fact his father had left Channing money. The fact is that Channing managed to make a hell of a lot of money out of the $1 million, and Morgan Riley is swimming in debt, even though he was raised by wealthy parents, both of whom are deceased. Poor Channing Michaels. He found his father only to have him hate him. Jana had been 5 years older than Channing, who is 35 now. She looked great though. Her pictures show her with long blonde hair and deep blue eyes. A real looker, I suppose one would say. A picture pops up of Channing and Jana at some social gala. He's devastating in a black tux, and she's elegant looking in a long black evening gown. Diamonds sparkle around her long neck and dangle from her earlobes. But Channing's face is grim. Though Jana smiles at the camera, he looks like he wanted to be anywhere but there with her. His arm is loose around her thin waist. She's so much thinner than I am. So much more beautiful than I am. So much more elegant. I shake my head. I'm not trying to get the man, just the job. But what would it be like to be the one on his arm? What is he really like in person? Will I like him or hate him? Will he like me or send me on my way without the job? I cross my fingers and say a little prayer. I want the job. There is no question in my mind. I want the job badly. Here's to hoping for favorable winds tomorrow.
Channing.
My mood is black as I wait for the third interview of the morning. I'm looking for a replacement for Renee, the woman who's been my personal assistant for the last 5 years. She also happened to be my wife's best friend. She's who introduced us to each other and suggested we'd make a good match. She couldn't have been more wrong. Renee is on Team Lori. She's Jana's younger sister. She's 23 and thinks she knows everything. Like she thinks she knows I killed my wife. Jana's parents are divided about me. Her mother is more on my side, and her father is on the fence. If they only knew the truth about their daughter, and what kind of crap she did to me, they wouldn't be so quick to judge me. The cell phone on my desk lights up, and I see the one man whom I least wish to talk to is calling me. My father. A man I never knew about until I was 18 when he came to ask for his father's money back, which I did not give him, making him furious with me, which I did not care about one little bit. I used the money to get an education, then started this firm. My grandfather was a man who I wish I could have met. He left me a long letter explaining that he never knew about my existence until he lay on his deathbed, and my father admitted that he had one grandchild. With a phone call to his lawyer, my grandfather had managed to change his will, which was going to leave everything he had to my father, his only child. He gave me $1 million, and my father inherited $3 million and several very nice homes in different areas of the country. My father, Morgan Riley, only has his father's Miami home left. He sold the rest of them and spent, from what I understand, most of the money. And boy, does he want that $1 million back since he knows I now have billions. I could give it to him, easily. But you know what they say, when you give a mouse a cookie. I know if I give that man $5, he will ask for more and never let up. Not really wanting to, I answer the phone. Hello, Morgan. Channing, we need to talk. I know you're in a jam, and I think if you give me some money, I can help you out with an alibi. First words out of his mouth. Priceless. I don't need one. Thanks for the offer, Morgan. I didn't do anything. I turn my chair around, gaze out the window of my 15th floor penthouse office, and see the waves coming up on the shore of the beach just a few miles away from my office. And I'm too busy with interviews for a new personal assistant today to mess with you. Where do you think she is, son? And how are you doing? He asks. I think she's somewhere in the ocean, and I'm fine. How are you? I mean, the two of you really had something, didn't you? If you ever stopped having something, that is. The sound of him clearing his throat comes through loud and clear. Now, son, you know that was a mistake. And we ended it. You know that. You can be honest with me. Is this tearing you apart? I sit and think about that. Is it? The first night had been odd. But she had never slept in our bedroom, anyway. She had taken a room clear across the large, 6-bedroom beach house I'd bought before I even knew her. She'd claimed I snored. No one else ever told me that, though. Then I found out exactly why she wanted to be so far away from me each night. She was sneaking away most nights, and when I found out that it was to see my father, that was the real kicker. Then the truth came out. She and he had known each other. She and he had known each other very well, and it seemed to me she was part of my father's way of getting back at me. I should have given him the damn million and divorced her then. But I was thinking I could punish them both more by staying married to her and demanding that she stop seeing him, or I'd cut her off without a cent. There was a prenup, of course. I'm no fool. I could have divorced her, and it would have only cost me the lawyer's fee, but I was out for some type of revenge, and that didn't make me feel any better either. I suppose nothing can make you feel better about your wife sleeping with your father. There was a time when I thought I loved that woman. She was very good at making me feel like she loved me. But once I found out about her, and dear old Dad, it was over. Jana didn't even try to act as if she loved me after that. Only in public did she do that, fawning all over me when we had social functions to attend. Acting as if she thought I hung the moon. Until the car ride home. Then it was back to ignoring me. Back to letting me know she was miserable with me. Back to letting me know I had made a big mistake. Son? Oh, I went off to another world. Anyway, I'm fine. Like I said. So if you have nothing else, I need to go. I have one more interview this morning before I go to lunch. So bye. Bye, I hear him say just before I end the call. Pressing the intercom, I call the receptionist. Is my last interview for the morning here? Yes, Mr. Michaels. Beth Statler is here, waiting, the receptionist Shelia tells me. You can send her in now. And I'll be leaving at lunch for the day. Yes, sir. One more look out the window at the ocean that's calling my name. Then I turn back and get ready for the interview. I hope this one is better than the last two.
Beth.
The view from the picture window on the 15th floor of Michael's investment firm is magnificent. The blue-green waves crash in tiny white sprays of refreshing ocean water against a sandy white shoreline. I could have a job where I look at this view all day long. How cool would that be? The receptionist's nameplate tells me her name is Sheila. She's very pretty. Long blonde hair is up in a tight bun, and her nails are prettier than mine. Her makeup is heavy and her lashes are fake, but she's a pretty woman. Wonder if she's sleeping with a boss man. Shelby got me in with her hair guy, and he cut my long brown hair into some long layers and added in some golden highlights. They look natural and I like that. I'm not into looking fake. I was going to wear it up, but Shelby wouldn't let me. She used a curling wand and made loose curls. Then she spritzed me with some of her expensive perfume. She did my makeup too. I like it. It's not fake but an enhanced version of myself. We found a tight chocolate brown pencil skirt and a pair of heels to match it. Then we got a lacy white shirt over a chocolate brown camisole. It's attractive yet still office-worthy. Michelle put her pearl necklace around my neck for good luck, she said. She told me it was her mother's and every time she wears it, great things have happened for her. I run my hand over the rounded pearls and send up a little prayer. You can go in now, Miss Statler. Mr. Michaels is ready to see you now, the receptionist says, and my heart skips a beat. I'm not ready. Miss Statler? Oh. Yes, I say as I get up and take my portfolio from the chair next to mine. Thank you, Shelia. She gives me a smile, revealing perfectly white teeth. Good luck. I cross my fingers. Thanks. Running my hand over my skirt to be sure there's nothing wrinkled and nothing on it, I take in a deep breath and turn the door knob. His back is turned as I walk in. Mr. Michaels? The mahogany leather chair turns slowly around, and my heart pounds as I look at him. He's even more gorgeous in real life. Dark waves hang a bit over one captivating blue-green eye. His hair is shorter on the sides than on top. A beard slightly thicker than a 5 o'clock shadow makes his strong jawline appear a bit softer. His lips are a light pink, and the bottom is a bit fuller than the top one. Thick dark lashes surround those penetrating eyes, and he looks right into mine. Miss Statler? I take slow steps forward as he gets out of his chair and comes to me with his hand extended. Crap. My palms are most likely sweating, as he has my pulse on rapid speed. His eyes hold mine as he shakes my hand, and electricity shoots through me. What in the hell was that?
Channing.
What the hell was that? It felt like lightning just struck me. The touch of her velvety soft hand sent me into another world for a moment. Her green eyes are mesmerizing. She's gorgeous. Please come sit down, Miss Statler. I let her hand go, walk in front of her, and take in a deep breath to steady myself. I don't get this way over females. As she sits down, and I go to the other side of my desk, I look her over. She's draped in colors I don't usually find appealing, but she's changing my mind about them. The dark brown of her skirt and camisole bring out the deep browns in her thick and gorgeous dark hair. The white lace shirt over the camisole makes her skin look a gorgeous tan shade. She smiles almost shyly as she looks up at me. It's very nice to meet you, Mr. Michaels. Leaning forward, I put my elbows on my desktop, lace my fingers, and lean my chin on them. Mister, let's get rid of the formalities. I'm Channing. May I call you Beth? Of course. Her cheeks go a little pinker, and she looks out the window behind me. You have a beautiful view, sir. I'm looking at the most beautiful view this room has right now. I do. I sit back and decide I need to know a hell of a lot more about this young woman. Picking up the resume she sent, I look it over. Almost finished with college. A bachelor's in business, I see. My eyes move back to hers. Is that where you plan on stopping, or is a master's in your future plans? She fidgets for a moment. Money is an issue at this time. I've run out of it. I would like to get my master's, of course. I have to get to work, though, and pay off the student loans I have accumulated. Then I'll see about going back. Leaning back in my chair, I look up at the ceiling for a moment, then back at her. If you get the job, I'd pay for you to keep going to school. Her eyes light up. Oh my gosh. Would you really? The way her smile goes all over her beautiful face is amazing. She is amazing. I really would. Then I lean forward. Tell me how you would make my life easier, Beth. She looks all over my office for what I don't know. Her eyes land on mine. Okay, here's the thing. I can do whatever you need me to do. I'm great at remembering things. How you like your coffee, if you like coffee, that is. What kinds of things you expect to be done before you arrive at the office. Sometimes I might need you to come to my home and other places with me, I say, not only because it's true, but also to find out if she's someone's girlfriend. Do you have someone who'll be jealous of all the time I'll need you? Jealous? Oh, like a boyfriend? No. Her head shakes and her curls dance around her narrow shoulders. Good. No boyfriend. That's good. I'd hate for your employment with my firm to end a special relationship for you. I lean back and look her over as she reaches for her portfolio. Nothing going on in that department, sir. I'm available for you at all hours. No job is too big or too small for me, sir. She places her portfolio on my desk and slides it over. Her nails are perfectly shaped and polished with the same deep brown color she's sporting. Nice manicure, I say as I run my fingertip over her index finger. Does the pedicure match? She giggles quietly. It does. My eyes flash back to hers. Mind showing me? Her cheeks go really red. She pulls her hand back and stands up. Walking to the side of my desk until she's next to me, she steps out of her tall heels. I turn in my chair and look at her little, perfect feet. I love pretty feet. And hers are pretty. Nice. The urge to run my hands up her creamy calves and under that tight skirt is nearly overwhelming. I cannot have any type of woman in my life right now. She steps back into her shoes and goes back to sit down. So, like I was saying, I can be available to you as much as you need. My classes are all available online. I don't have to be in any classroom. I'll be at your disposal. At my disposal. That sounds nice. How are you at being discreet? Her green eyes twinkle for a moment, then she looks away. I can be discreet. She looks back at me, then smiles. Your secrets will be safe with me. I'm no gossiper. I hate gossip, as a matter of fact. Have you heard any about me? Yes, sir, I have. But don't worry. I don't ever believe in gossip. Her eyes soften as she looks at me. How are you doing, by the way? Fine. I'm really fine. Since you're good at keeping secrets, I can tell you this one. My wife and I had no real marriage. It was only in public that she acted like we had anything. It's a long story, and if I hire you, you will find it all out. I know this is forward, but what are my chances of that happening, sir? She seems to be holding her breath. Stop calling me sir, and they'll be a lot higher. I laugh and see her let out a breath. Done chatting, she says with a smile. Her ruby red lips pull back, showing me another thing I love to see in a woman, a gleaming white smile. What do you say to extending this interview to lunch, Beth? My fingers cross in my lap. I say, of course, Channing. Her smile is traveling all over her delicious-looking body. The woman has the best-looking body I've seen in a while. And though I know I shouldn't hire her, I also know I will. Moving out of my chair, I go to her and hold out my hand. She takes it and gets up. Are we going to lunch now? We are. Tell me, Beth, do you like yellow or red better? My hand presses against the small of her back as we walk out of my office. Depends on what we're talking about. If it's walls, I like yellow better. If it's cars, I like red. Her heels click on the marble floor as we walk into the lobby. I'm talking cars. If I hire you, I'll give you a car to use. So red then? I look over at the receptionist. See you tomorrow morning, Shelia. Yes, sir, she says. See you tomorrow. Oh, and Shelia. I stop and take Beth by the shoulder to turn her so I can see her face. The adjoining office off mine. Have it cleaned. Get a new chair in there. A nice one. A very nice leather one. I look at Beth. Do you like coffee? She nods. I do. How much do you like it? A crease goes between her eyebrows. A lot. Why do you ask? I look back at Shelia. Have one of those single-serving coffee makers, the one that starts with a K and that I can't pronounce, put in there and every flavor of the little coffee packs you can find. And order a nameplate for the desk. Beth Statler is my new personal assistant. Send the maid to the apartment and have it cleaned too. She'll be moving in tonight. What? Beth says, then her knees go weak and I have to run my arm around her waist to keep her from falling down. I have the job. I laugh as I hold her up. You have the job, Beth. She manages to pull herself back up and steadies herself. Thank you. Thank you so much. I promise you won't be sorry. I'll be the best assistant you've ever had. She looks at Shelia and waves. Bye, Shelia. I guess I'll be seeing you soon. You'll be seeing her tomorrow morning at 8. I move her along. We'll talk about it all over lunch. Do you like shrimp? My hand falls in place at the small of her back again. Who doesn't like shrimp? Of course I do. Her enthusiasm is intoxicating. So many years of none of it around me had me forgetting how contagious it can be. Of course you do. I smile as I walk behind her. This is probably very stupid of me, but damn it, I'm going to do it anyway.
Beth.
Michelle has tears in her eyes as I pack up my things from the bathroom. Don't cry, Michelle. You can visit, I'm sure. But who's supposed to leave the light on for me at night? She cries. Shelby told you she'll come stay with you. She hates her roommate anyway. I take the little box of the few toiletries I have and put them on my desk, which I've already packed away. I know. But I'm going to miss you, Bethy. A knock at the door has her jumping up to open it. Some skinny boy stands at it, holding out a set of keys. Hi, Michelle says as she holds out her hand. For me? He smiles. You don't have dark hair and you don't have the killer legs Mr. Michaels told me the young lady named Beth Statler does. Michelle looks back at me. What do you know about that, Bethy? My whole body heats, and I know my face has to be scarlet. I'm Beth. Then these belong to you. The GPS has been set, so you can drive it to your new apartment. The apartment number is 15. It's on the first floor. And it's ready for you. He comes inside and places the keys in my hand. My eyes go down and back up. Is this a joke? He shakes his head. You should check it out. It drives like the best kind of nightmare. A Lamborghini? You're kidding me. Oh, what? Michelle says as we all run out to the parking lot. As we get out the front doors, I see it. A candy apple red dream. No way. I hear the guy's phone snap my pic and he sends it to someone. Hey. Michelle yells at him. The boss said he wanted a pic of her face. It's priceless, he says, then turns the phone around to show me my face. Damn. I look crazy, I say. Erase it. Too late. Already sent it to him, he tells me with a shit-eating grin. Tell me, boy, I say as I walk slowly towards the car. Are we going to see a lot of each other with this job? I'm the boss's godson, so yep. Name's Rocky. He waves and walks towards a car with some woman in it. Enjoy. See you around, Beth. Can you drive a stick, Beth? Michelle asks as we slip into the car. It's brand new, Michelle. I see that. She taps my hand as it moves over the stick shift. So, can you drive a stick? I nod. He asked me at lunch this afternoon. I told him I could. I did it a few times this one summer at my grandpa's. That was an old Chevy truck, though. Not the most awesome car on the planet. Michelle looks the car over. What do you think the apartment looks like? I have no idea. I do know it won't be a dump, though. Channing has the best taste in everything, it looks like. I run my hand over the butter-soft leather seat I'm sitting on. This isn't really mine. Just mine while I work for him. Maybe I should come with you for your first night, Beth. I shake my head. He told me no sleepovers. Believe me. I want you there with me. Oh, bummer. Her hand moves over the dash. I look at her and we start laughing like idiots. Am I alive, Michelle? I mean, did I die this morning on my way to the interview and this is heaven? This is real life, Beth. You're real life. Damn it, girl. Envious doesn't come close to what I am. I close my eyes and say a quick thank you to the powers that be. After I open them, I say, I need to get going. He said he wanted to start working tonight. He's going to meet me at 9 tonight, at the new apartment. Damn. Already. Michelle's eyes go wide. Beth, you don't think he wants to sleep with you, do you? I mean, damn. He's doing all this. I shake my head. This goes with a job. He told me the other assistant had the same thing. But her car was a BMW, and she had a family, so he didn't give her an apartment. He said he wants me well rested. That's why he gave me an apartment. We get out of the car and go to get the couple of boxes I have. He told me to leave my clothes behind. He was having the closet stocked with what he wants me to wear. I feel odd, but a good odd. It's insane. After I place the boxes in the passenger seat, I turn to find Michelle crying again. I grab her up in a hug. I'll keep in touch. Don't worry. Her lips touch my cheek. Promise. Don't forget about us, please. I pull back and look at her. I promise. One more hug, then I get into the car and have to take in 3 deep breaths. This is real. The sound the car makes when I turn it on sends heat all through me. The heels I have on are not going to work as I work all the pedals. I pull them off and put them in the top of one of the boxes next to me. Then I go back to the task of driving this sleek beast. The gear shift slips easily into first and my foot comes off the clutch as the other presses the gas gently. And off. No, it died. Damn. How embarrassing. I can hear the laughter as several of the kids from the dorms have come out to see the spectacular machine. Okay, back to trying to seem halfway cool at least. I turn the car back on and try it again. Taking my foot much more slowly off the clutch and putting a little more pressure on the gas pedal, and off I go with a screech of the tires. I take several trips around the parking lot to get the hang of it. Then off I go out of the parking lot and onto the road. The sun is setting, and when I pull down the visor, a pair of Wayfarers falls into my lap. I put them on and head down the road as the nice lady on the GPS system tells me where to go. My heart is pounding, and I roll the window down to let the wind blow through my hair. The wind feels amazing. Everything feels amazing. Like nothing I have ever even imagined. This has to be too good to be true.
Channing.
My hand hovers over the dark wooden door of the apartment I set her up in. My heart is pounding like it never has before. This isn't me. No one has ever made me feel the way she does. Her laugh falls like silk on my ears as I hear her inside. What the hell is she laughing about? I knock and wait. The door opens and there she is, a smile covering her beautiful face. Channing. Oh, good. Her hand takes mine and she pulls me inside. This is beyond anything I've ever lived in. It's amazing. The jet tub in the bathroom is, well, there are no words. By her wet hair and her attire, a white fluffy robe, I can tell she's already used it. The fresh scents coming off her fill the room, and I smile. Did they include the soaps and shampoos and everything? She nods, sending her dark damp curls into slight bounces. Her face is void of any makeup, as she scrubbed it clean and still looks amazing. I want to reach out, take her cheek in my hand, and pull her face to mine so badly. Channing, this is too much. But I absolutely love it all. The Lambo, the leather furniture, the fancy dishes, all of it. I love it all. I know it's not mine to keep, but just to have the use of it while I work for you is more than I could have ever asked for. Thank you. Thank you so much. Then just like that, she's hugging me. The smell of her hair fills my nostrils, as the way her body feels in my arms makes my head spin. Glad you like it. I manage to laugh, even though all I want to do is take her up in my arms and carry her to the large bed in the bedroom. She lets me go and steps back. Sorry. Crap. Oops, I'm cussing in front of my boss. I'm wearing a robe in front of my new boss. Let me run and change. I swear it won't take me long. Wait right here. She runs down the hallway. Or anywhere you want to wait is fine. You own the place. Making my way to the little bar, I find it stocked just like I asked. A Hennessy and a few cubes of ice fill a small glass, and I make her one too. I ordered the leather sofas. I have the same set in one of the living areas of my home. The light's up too high, so I dim it a bit and take a seat on the sofa. I grab the remote to the television and make sure the cable is turned on, which it is. I find a music channel and set a relaxed mood. A smile moves over my face as she comes back out with a pink set of sweats on and bare feet. I knew she'd look adorable in pink. In her hands is a pen and pad of paper. Ready, boss. She sits across from me on the love seat. Her legs fold underneath her. I push the glass of cold liquor towards her. She gives me a little smile and takes it. Thank you. She sips it, then puts it back down. So what would you like to get started with? Getting you out of those clothes.
Beth.
Are you always like this, Channing? His hazel eyes wash over me. What do you mean? You seem a little flirtatious. Is that just your personality? My hands nervously play with the pen and pad of paper I'm holding. He looks away, seemingly a bit embarrassed. I'm not always flirting with women, no. It's okay. I just don't know you yet, and definitely don't want to take you anyway, but exactly how you are. I get up and turn the light in the room up, thinking he may have dimmed it somewhat. The music is all soft and sensual sounding, and the whole setup is making me think he may have the wrong idea about me. Am I making you uncomfortable, Beth? Spinning around, I look at him. No. Channing, not at all. I just don't want you to get the wrong idea about me. I took this job to be your assistant, not to get in your bed. I just want that clear. His face kind of falls a bit and it makes me feel awful. I sit next to him, and he peers up at me through thick dark lashes. I know that. I'm sorry. I don't act like this. I really don't. I don't know what's got into me. Maybe the loss of your wife. He cuts me off as his finger touches my lips, and I nearly die with how hot it makes me. The urge to pull his finger into my mouth and give it a good suck is hard to control, but I manage. It has nothing to do with her. Those penetrating eyes blink a few times and look so deeply into mine that it's insane. I like you, Beth. What? Okay, I'm not going to take that wrong. I like you too, Channing. We will make a great team, you and I. His hand trails over my chin and down to my collarbone. No, you don't understand. I like you, Beth. His eyes dart back to mine. Damn. A smile covers his face. And what does that mean? It means I have to quit this job. I'm not that kind of girl. Sorry. I get up and try to walk away, but his hand grabs mine and he pulls me back. I bounce on the soft cushioned sofa as he pulls me back down. I know you aren't. You're normal and natural. You're spunky and moral. You're perfect, and I know the timing is so off, but there's something here. I felt something I've never felt before when I saw you. Then when I touched you, it felt like I was hit by lightning. Maybe you had a little stroke, I mutter. His laugh fills the room, and my ears tingle with a fantastic sound. I'm not that old. My head shakes without me realizing it. I can't do what you're asking. It's not right. His hands run over the tops of his blue jean-covered thighs as he sighs, then he looks back at me. I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself, Beth. You see, I was raised without knowing who my father was. I hold up my hand. I know that. I read about you on the internet. His left brow cocks. Did the internet tell you that my father hates me, and he had an affair with my wife? Instantly, my hands reach for his and take them. I hold them to my heart. Oh my gosh. Channing. That's awful. I've been so alone with that. You're the first person I've ever shared that with. His eyes glisten as he looks at me. I feel like I can trust you. Can I? I nod. Of course. I let his hands go. How long did that last? I think they had something going on before I even met her. I can't be positive about that, though. See, my personal assistant, Lori, was Jana's best friend. She thought we'd make a good couple and introduced us. Wait. Lori quit though, right? I ask. He nods. She thinks I tossed Jana overboard. See, Jana told her about the affair she'd had with my father. I didn't know that until the day after my wife fell overboard. Then Lori came to work and told me she was resigning. She told me she knew about the affair and tried to get me to confess to her that I did something I didn't do. Kill Jana. My heart is nearly bursting with sympathy for this man. His hand moves over my knee. I place my hand over his and say, Channing, I don't want you to take this in the wrong way, but shouldn't you tell the police about that? His head shakes. So far, there's no reason for an investigation. If I let that cat out of the bag, then there will be. Is there any reason you don't want an investigation done? I wait for his answer without breathing. The way his face contorts with my question makes me feel awful. Beth, you don't think? No, I don't think you're capable of that. I grab the drink he poured me off the coffee table and take a sip. I just mean, since you did nothing wrong, then why not tell them? The way I look at it is, why open a can of worms no one has asked me to? His hand grips my knee, and I take another sip of the drink. His hand runs up my leg over my thigh, leaving a trail of happy behind it. So tell me what you did when you found out your wife was having an affair. I was mad. Not because I loved her so much. More because I felt like an idiot. She made me think I was her world. I married her because she told me things like that life wasn't worth living if she couldn't be Mrs. Channing Michaels. He pulls his hand away and takes a long drink from his clear glass. Well, maybe that was true at that time, I offer him. Dark waves bounce across the top of his head as he shakes it. No, it was all just to get to me. Just to let her into my life, my world, and my bank accounts. I found where she'd given my father thousands and thousands of dollars. He still wanted more, though. I heard he was in debt pretty badly, I say, and he looks back at me. So you did nothing then when you found out? I took her off the accounts, but told her I wasn't going to divorce her. I thought it might be a little payback, a little punishment for messing around on me, trying to take what was mine, and give it to the jackass who was never going to come forward and claim me as his. He looks out the large window, which overlooks a very pretty garden when it's daylight outside. His loss, Channing, I say as I run my hand along his strong jaw. Hers too. He turns to look at me, and his hand runs over my cheek. He turns it and drags his knuckles across it. Then his lips are all I can look at. All I see is them parting just a little. My eyes flicker to find his looking at my mouth. My heart aches for him, knowing the pain he's endured. From what I've seen in the media, he's not a man who chases fleeting pleasures. Despite his wife's betrayal, he's remained steadfast, loyal. I don't understand why you'd find me attractive, I murmur. He tilts his head, a slow smile forming. And I can't fathom why you'd say that. His tongue grazes his lips. My pulse thunders as he leans closer, his breath warm against my mouth. My hands glide up his arms, pausing to feel the strength of his biceps beneath the soft blue t-shirt, the smoothest I've ever touched. Then his lips meet mine, a spark igniting a rush of heat that pools deep within me. His arms encircle me, lifting me to straddle his lap. My body presses against his chiseled chest, his firm muscles unyielding where mine mold to him. His toned abdomen brushes my softer curves. His hands roam my back, setting my skin ablaze. They slip beneath my shirt, and when he discovers I'm bare underneath, a low groan escapes him. I feel his desire stirring beneath me, pressing against my core, aching for him. He pulls back, his forehead resting on mine. No one can know about this, Beth. Not until she's declared gone. You understand, don't you? My breath catches. Maybe we should stop. His fingers tighten in my hair, tilting my face to meet his gaze, eyes burning with need. I don't want to stop. I want you, more than I've ever wanted anyone. Once she's officially gone, we can be open. Until then, it's our secret. I search his eyes, desperate to trust him. So no one can know. I understand. His lips crash into mine, the kiss fierce and consuming. He tugs my hair, standing and lifting me effortlessly. His mouth trails to my neck, grazing it with a hungry edge. As he carries me toward the bedroom, my body trembles with anticipation, and a whisper of doubt. I pray this isn't a mistake.
Channing.
Her dark hair fans out across the white pillowcase as my hands travel over her perfect body. You're beautiful, Beth. The way she keeps gazing at me with those deep green eyes has my body tingling all over. I've never experienced anything like this. My heart is beating hard in my chest, and I have to remember to take in breaths. You don't have to tell me lies, Channing. She shifts her gaze. I don't know why this gorgeous woman thinks so little of her looks. You're gorgeous. I'm not lying. I move my hand to run over her high cheekbone. I'm average, not beautiful. Her body tenses, and I rub her shoulders. Let me guess. You've had a jerk boyfriend or two. My fingers move over the zipper. On the front of the sweatshirt, I know she has nothing under. Slowly I ease it down as she looks at me. A couple. Neither saw fit to let you know how beautiful you are, huh? The zipper moves to just between her chest and my pulse speeds up. Both let me know I was average. Average height at 5 feet 7 inches. Average weight at, I'm not about to disclose that secret number. I smile and meet her gaze. And what sane woman would? My eyes drift to the zipper of her sweatshirt, teasingly close to revealing more. But you're far from average, baby. You're brilliant, gorgeous, and funny. You're crazy, she says, her giggle bright and infectious, warming my heart. With the zipper fully undone, I ease the pink fabric aside, revealing the curve of her shoulders and the soft lines of her figure. You're breathtaking, I murmur. Her laughter softens. Channing. I can't resist you, I say, my voice low. Leaning closer, I brush my lips against her collarbone, savoring her warmth. Her breath hitches, and she holds it, her chest still for a moment. She can pause as long as she likes. It won't stop me from cherishing her. My lips linger on her skin, and one of her hands threads through my hair, a soft hum escaping her. Channing. It's been months since I felt this close to anyone, and that was nothing like this. With Beth, I want to take my time, to show her how much she means to me and rediscover the joy of it myself. Her skin is soft under my touch, and when I press a gentle kiss to her shoulder, her body arches slightly. Channing, yes. If she thinks this is good, she's in for so much more. I trace slow, deliberate patterns with my lips. Her hands tug lightly at my hair, urging me closer, and I can feel her responding to every touch. Her warmth, her scent, it's all intoxicating. The way her body sways gently tells me she's lost in this moment, and the fact that she's letting me in despite my baggage feels like a gift. I wasn't sure she'd want this, but when our lips meet, it's like the world fades away. The memory of our earlier kiss pulls me back to her lips. I move from her shoulder, up her neck, and find her mouth again. Our kiss deepens, flavored with the faint warmth of the cognac we shared. Her hands roam my back, and I pull away just long enough to shed my t-shirt. Then I'm back, kissing her with a hunger I've never known. Her fingers fumble with the button of my jeans, and I break the kiss to slip them off. She sits up, tugging her sweatshirt the rest of the way off, and I grin as I help her out of her sweatpants. My hand brushes the edge of her black undies, and I raise an eyebrow. "Black, you naughty girl." She laughs, a playful yelp escaping as I tug the fabric aside. Her expression shifts to one of delighted surprise, and I can't help but tease her further. Gently, I turn her over, giving her a light, playful tap on her hip before guiding her back to face me. Her breath catches as she lands on the bed, her eyes stormy with desire. I ease her closer, pulling her legs gently to the edge of the bed. Her hair fans out across the dark red comforter, and she looks at me with a mix of anticipation and trust. Kneeling beside her, I lean in, ready to show her just how much she means to me, knowing this moment will linger in both our hearts.
Beth.
My heart thundered as Channing Michaels sank to his knees before me, his piercing gaze locking with mine. The air between us sparked, charged with a desire I hadn't anticipated. This moment felt surreal. Channing, the man I'd never dared to dream of, was here wanting me. Confusion swirled in my mind. Why me? But the heat in his eyes silenced my doubts, drawing me into the gravity of his presence. His breath grazed my skin, a whisper of warmth that sent shivers cascading through me. "You're everything," he murmured, his voice a velvet caress, unraveling my restraint. His touch was a revelation, gentle yet deliberate, igniting a fire I'd never known. My fingers tangled in his dark, silky hair, anchoring me as waves of sensation built within. Each brush of his lips was a promise, each moment stoking the ache for more. "Channing," I gasped, my voice trembling as the world narrowed to just us. The intensity crested, and I cried out, lost in the tide of feeling. In a swift motion, he lifted me, easing me higher on the bed. His frame, strong and unyielding, pressed against mine. "You feel like forever," he rasped, his words searing into my heart. My pulse surged, not just from his touch but from the weight of his confession. Forever. Could this fire between us burn beyond tonight? My hands traced the planes of his back, clinging to the possibility as we moved together, lost in the depth of our connection. Then a flicker of worry crossed his face. "Beth, are you protected?" he asked, voice tight. I nodded, and relief softened his features, his forehead resting against mine. "Thank God," he whispered, the words a warm puff against my skin. As our breaths steadied, he shifted, his gaze softening. One hand swept a stray lock from my face, his touch achingly gentle. His lips met mine in a brief, reverent kiss. "Thank you," he said, voice low. "You have no idea how much I needed you." I smiled, warmth blooming in my chest. "You're welcome." His eyes, brighter now, held a spark that hadn't been there before. Propping himself on one elbow, he draped an arm across my waist, studying me. "Beth, can I ask something?" His voice was earnest, almost vulnerable. "While we're together, can it just be us? No one else? I promise I'll do the same." A shy smile curved his lips. And for now, let's keep this between us. I closed my eyes, a disbelieving laugh escaping me. This can't be real, I whispered, but his steady gaze told me it was. His lips brushed my cheek, warm and deliberate. It's real, baby. Every second of this. So what's your answer? I need to know. Seeing you with someone else would break me, and I can't afford to fall apart now. I opened my eyes, meeting his intense gaze. Are you serious? Dead serious. His lips grazed my chin, then he pulled back, eyes searching mine. Well? It's like I've slipped into a dream, I whispered, still reeling. This doesn't feel real. His mouth found mine, a fleeting tease. You're killing me with the weight, baby. Didn't you feel what I did? I don't know what you felt, I admitted, my hand sliding up to cradle his face. But what I felt was indescribable. His eyes held mine, unwavering. If you mean it, then yes. I'm yours. No one else. Relief washed over his chiseled features, his eyes sparking with joy. Yes, he breathed, triumphant. His kiss deepened, lips moving over mine with a tender, lingering softness. Each touch sent a current through me, heat and electricity wrapped in velvet, a sensation as thrilling as it was unfamiliar. Was this what it meant to be his? Were we bound now, in a way that felt like forever?
Channing.
2 weeks have passed since I hired Beth, and she's already made my life easier. And not just because she and I are intimate. She's smart and so good at prioritizing. She handles all my scheduling, and after this little meeting with the manager of my hockey team, I'm taking her to lunch at Sushi Deli. The girl has never been there, and that's a crime. So where are you taking me for lunch, boss man? Cole, my hockey manager, asks me. Huh? I look up at him, and stop typing away on my cell to tell Beth to get over here. Lunch. He smiles. Yep. It slipped my mind that we do go have lunch, after our once-a-month meetings. Sushi Deli. My personal assistant is coming too. I have to sign some papers for her. Cool. We can take my car. That little two-seater you drive is too small for me anyway, he says as he stands up and stretches his long legs. My legs aren't short and I don't mind it. I turn to see who's coming into the arena the team is practicing in, and find Beth tapping away at her phone as she comes in. My eyes travel over her. She's wearing the outfit I picked out for her last night before I left. I never spend the entire night. I can't have anyone seeing my car there overnight, or word will get out. Tight white slacks hug every curve, and her butt looks amazing. A cropped sheer tan top covers a white camisole. Nude heels make her legs look long and lean, and I love the way she's pulling the whole thing off. One long braid goes over her left shoulder, and the gold necklace I gave her hangs down between her chest. The gold cross, encrusted with small diamonds, picks up the overhead lights and shines. The sound of a low whistle comes from beside me. That her. I turn to see Cole ogling my girl. That's my assistant, yes, Cole. He's up and walking to her, before I can even get out of the stadium chair. With his hand extended, he says, "Nice to meet you. I'm Cole, the manager of the Skippers. You are the boss's new assistant, I've heard. And my date for lunch today." She shakes his hand and smiles. "I'm Beth Statler, Cole. Nice to meet you. And I don't date." "Good girl. Don't date?" He laughs and takes her left hand in his. "I don't see a ring. So why don't you date? You're way too pretty to be alone, baby doll." She leans around him to look at me. "Ready, Channing?" I nod and get up as Cole slips his arm around her shoulders. "Like I was saying, you're way too pretty, Beth. So what's the story on you?" "No story." She looks at me as I come up on the other side of her. "Just way too busy with my new job, a job I love and would never want to lose." "You love it?" I ask and have a feeling she means she loves me. "That's good. I love having you." Her smile as she looks up at me melts my heart. She fingers the cross around her neck and says, "You do?" I nod and look at Cole. "You know the rule, Cole. No dating my assistants." "I know of no such rule. Your only assistant was Lori, and she was married." His arm tightens around Beth's shoulders. "Anyway, this little lady needs to have some time off from being your slave." His mouth moves close to her ear, and my heart starts to pound. "What do you say to a little fun this evening? I know this rocking club downtown. Do you like to dance?" "I think I have to do next week's schedule this evening. Channing has a lot going on next week, and it's going to take some major concentration to get it mapped out for him," she says as we go outside. "Thanks for the invite, though. That's nice of you." Leading her to his car, Cole goes to open the front door and stands back, gesturing for her to get in the front seat. She looks back at me, and I give her a nod. "I'll take the back seat, Beth." She slides in, and I look at Cole as he closes the door. "Come on, man. Let me have a whack at her, boss man." I shake my head. "You should stop before she has to burst your bubble. She's nice, but not so nice. She won't put a stop to your shenanigans, Cole." He bites his lip as he walks by me. "You're scrumptious." I bite my lip and get into the back seat. Before he gets in, I lean up and whisper, "You want him?" Beth looks back at me and smiles. "No." I lean back. "Good. Cole is a handsome man. He usually has to beat the women off with a stick, and the fact Beth isn't at all attracted to him makes me feel like we're moving along fine. If only Jana had been declared dead, this thing could be out in the open. No man would dare hit on her if they knew she was mine." Cole slides in behind the steering wheel of his Dodge Charger and looks over at Beth. "The boss said we're going for sushi. But I won't take him there if you want something else." She laughs and looks back at me. "Didn't you tell me the sushi at this place was to die for, boss?" I nod. "It is. But if you'd prefer somewhere else, it can be your choice." "I want to try it." "So do as our boss says, Cole." She turns around, and I gaze at her dark hair in the nice braid and want to wrap my hand around it. Fantasizing about her is something I do often, whenever I'm not actually making love to her. She fills my thoughts, something no one else has ever done. Cole pulls up to the little restaurant, and I get out and open her door. He's quick though, and with a couple of long strides, he makes his way around the car and takes her hand. "This way, Beth." I'm so busy watching him hold the hand that belongs to me that I don't see the couple walking out of the restaurant door. "Channing?" I hear a woman say. I look away from Beth and Cole's clasped hands and find Jana's mother and father looking at me. But before I can say a word, their youngest daughter, Lori, walks out. "You," she shrieks. Again, before I can open my mouth, I see Beth stop and pull her hand out of Cole's. She's by my side in a heartbeat. "Mr. Michaels is very busy today. I'm afraid there's no time for this." She takes me just above my elbow and maneuvers me around the three. Lori glares at me, and Jana's mother and father look at me with slack jaws. I hear Lori say, "What a jerk." Beth's hand tenses on my arm. "It's okay," I whisper as we walk into the restaurant. Cole looks back at us. "The old in-laws. I can see they still think you're a killer." "Looks like it," I say as he takes a table near the window. He pulls out a chair for Beth and she takes it. "Thank you, Cole." Her eyes travel over the room and she smiles. "Looks like I'm the envy of every single woman in here. Don't care who's looking my way. I only have eyes for you, doll," he says, and I groan with the line. "Please, Cole. You're making me lose my appetite with your dorky lines." I wave at the waitress, who hurries over. "Tell Michio we want a platter of whatever is the freshest, please. And some lemon waters." She nods and hurries off to get our order. Cole looks over at me. Beth may have wanted something different. I turn my eyes to hers. I know what Beth likes. Her eyes go wide and she looks at Cole. "He told me this morning he wanted me to try this place. I may have grown up near here, but I've never been to this place." I trust Channing's judgment. He has excellent taste. Cole sits up, leans his chin in his palm, and gazes at Beth. He sure does have excellent taste. He picked you to be his assistant, after all. Come on. Go out with me. Just as I'm about to really lay into him, she reaches out and places her hand on his shoulder. Cole, you seem like a great guy. You really do. And to say I don't find you attractive would be a lie. But here's the thing, I don't like to date anyone I work with. It can get all uneasy if it doesn't work out. I hope to be with Channing for many years, and I bet you do too. So you see, we need to remain on friendly terms, you and I. It's best to leave dating out of the equation. It's what's best for the company. So I can add to the growing list of things this young woman excels at, the art of diplomacy. Cole looks at her, then at me. Too bad you hired her then. It seems I might have had a shot. Any chance she isn't working out for you, and you might let her go? With a shake of my head, he sighs, and Beth laughs. You're silly, Cole. He's not silly at all. He's also shown me how hard this is going to be to keep quiet about. How many more men will I be able to tolerate coming onto her before I blow up?
Beth.
3 weeks into this thing we have going on, and I've fallen so hard for this man. Channing is unlike any other man I've ever known. He snuck me out to his beach house, as he calls it. It's a beach mansion, in my opinion. I took my car home to my apartment, and a little later, he came in his mother's car to pick me up, then took me to his beach house, and told his mother he'd bring her car back to her in the morning. He told her he was getting the oil changed for her, like the good son he is. Channing is just plain good. I can't see how anyone could think he killed his wife. And I don't see how she could have ever cheated on him. He's the best romantic partner I've ever had. Carrying 2 glasses of red wine, Channing comes into his bedroom. He told me he'd never shared the bed with Jana, so I feel okay about being in here. My heart stops as he leans in to kiss me, before he places one of the glasses in my hand. Here you go, baby. We had just gotten out of a hot shower, and I'm wrapped in a towel. He has a towel wrapped around his waist. With a quick movement, he has my towel off and lying on the floor. I pull his off, we place our glasses on the bedside table, and he tosses me onto the soft mattress. I hold out my hand, stopping him before he jumps on me. Open the window. I love the sound of the ocean out here. He pads over to the window and pulls it open as I watch his muscles move with every step. Damn, he's attractive. Channing paused as he approached, his gaze locking onto me, fierce and unguarded. That's where I want you every night, Beth. Right there in my bed. I sighed, stretching my arms toward him. We both know that's not possible yet, Channing. Come here. A shadow crossed his face, his jaw tightening. I want this over. I need it to be over. He climbed onto the bed, settling beside me, his warmth a quiet anchor. One day it will be, I promised, straddling him. My lips found his, a slow, deliberate kiss to chase away the weight of Jana's absence, an absence that refused to be declared final. We still get to be together, everywhere. Together but not touching, he growled, pulling me close. I have to watch men flirt with you, and it drives me insane. You have no idea how much I hate it. His arms tightened, possessive, grounding. His kiss claimed me, fierce and consuming, his teeth grazing my lip with a hungry edge. Heat flared between us, my body responding instantly to his unspoken promise. I trailed kisses down his chiseled frame, lingering over the hard lines of his abdomen, each touch a silent vow. His breath hitched, hands threading through my hair, guiding me with a tenderness that belied his intensity. We fit together effortlessly, 2 halves of a whole. Where he pushed, I yielded. When he faltered, I steadied him. Yet a quiet fear lingered. Would this perfection shatter? Was I waiting for the dream to collapse? Thunder rumbled, and a chilly gust swept through the open window, prickling my skin. Channing felt my shiver and tugged me up. Come here. Let's get warm. He drew the blanket over us, rolling me beneath him. His lips brushed mine, soft yet searing. One day, I'll make this right. I swear it. I know you will. I pulled him back, losing myself in the kiss. His touch felt like home, every moment with him, whether tangled in sheets or folding laundry at the cleaners, etched into my heart. I was hopelessly, recklessly in love, terrified of the end. His lips drifted to my earlobe, nipping gently. I need you to know something, Beth. I murmured, caught in the haze of him. I love you, Beth Statler. His voice was raw, certain. Heat bloomed in my chest. Smiling, I met his gaze. I love you too, Channing Michaels. His answering smile was devastating, stealing my breath. One day, I'll make you mine forever. His kiss deepened and my mind spun, wedding vows, white dresses, a future as Mrs. Channing Michaels. I dared not hope too fiercely, but the images danced, vivid and unyielding. He shifted, his body covering mine, moving with a rhythm that set my pulse racing. The bed creaked, the headboard tapping the wall. He froze, chuckling against my neck. Never used this bed like this. Didn't know it'd be so loud. I'll get a new one tomorrow. His lips grazed my throat, teasing as he deepened his movements. Thunder roared, drowning out the sounds of our shared breath. Lightning flashed, illuminating the room, and I arched into him, lost in the crescendo of sensation. Channing. I gasped, my voice breaking. The bedroom door burst open. We whipped our heads toward the sound. A tall, ethereal figure stood framed in the doorway, her white gown billowing like a specter. Her finger pointed, accusatory, piercing the haze of our moment. Jana. Channing's voice cracked, raw with shock. Jana. The door slams shut. Channing jumps off me and runs to the door, throwing it open. I snatch the towel from the floor, wrapping it around myself as I chase Channing down the shadowed hallway. He tore after the fleeting figure, but the woman, Jana, had vanished. Doors flew open under his frantic hands, each room empty, silent. No footsteps echoed, no doors creaked shut. I trailed him through the sprawling house, my pulse hammering, as he flung open the front door. The driveway lay bare, no car in sight. I tugged him back inside, his skin bare and chilled in the storm's restless air. My heart pounded, her image seared in my mind, pale as moonlight, impossibly still. Unreal. Channing trembled, pulling me close. Did you see her, Beth? Or was it just me? I wanted to ease his fear, to call it a trick of the mind. I saw her too, I admitted, voice barely steady. His eyes darkened, wild with questions. What does it mean? What was that? The word ghost hovered on my tongue, but I swallowed it. I don't know. His gaze, weary and haunted, held mine. Should we go to my place? He shook his head, resolute. No. I need to stay, to see if she returns. Thunder growled outside, the sky heavy with impending rain. Should I leave? I asked, glancing back, half expecting her silhouette in the shadows. He took my hand, guiding me up the stairs. Not tonight. The storm's about to unleash. I follow him, and keep looking over my shoulder, for his dead wife to make another appearance. I want to talk about it so damn badly, but I know he wants to forget it happened at all. Damn. Who could deal with that?
Channing.
Not a wink of sleep is coming to me on this night. I hold Beth as she sleeps on my chest, but sleep is evading me. I saw her. Clear as day, I saw Jana. Never have I seen a ghost, and I'm not ready to say I have now, but I don't know what the hell to think. If she was real, how did she just disappear? How did she vanish into thin air, if she was real? In all this time, nearly 2 whole months since she disappeared off the sailboat, I've never seen her. Then the first time Beth comes over, and we see her. Or a version of her, anyway. I have no idea what I should do. It's not as if I was the love of Jana's life, and she wants no other woman to have me. That's not it. Revenge? Could it be? Did I accidentally miss her cries for help when she fell off the sailboat, and she's blaming me in her afterlife for her death? I kind of think I might need to see a psychiatrist. Or a psychic. One or the other, or maybe both. The thought comes to me that I've yet to go into her bedroom. Not one time have I been in there. Not that I had before she died, either. Moving Beth off my chest, I lay her on the pillow and get out of the bed. I grab a pair of shorts and pull them on, then set off on the crosshouse trip to the room she called hers. It's on the first floor and the other side of the house. The place I've called my home for the last 5 years seems eerie to me all of a sudden. The storm has passed, but I can still hear rumbling thunder in the distance. Shadows cast on the walls as I make my way down the first set of stairs. The house has 4 stories. The top story is one big room. I call it the party room, but I've never had a party there. My bedroom is on the 3rd floor, along with a couple of others, and a media room, an office, and a workout room. This floor was always mine and mine alone. As a matter of fact, Jana never even came up here. So for her to come up here is just plain odd anyway. The 2nd floor is mostly rooms I store stuff in, and then I make it to the 1st floor. I go through the kitchen, then the living area, and then the hallway that leads to her bedroom. My heart's pounding as I turn the knob. It's odd. I'm almost expecting to find her in there. The door creaks as I open it, and I see the window has been left open. Damn it. I knew I should have made myself come in here, but for some reason I just couldn't. Flipping the light switch on, I look around and find clothes lying all over her bed, which is unmade. The makeup desk, where she would spend hours fixing her face, has makeup all over it, and a few sets of false eyelashes. Shoes that cost tons of money are lying all over the floor, as if they were bought at the dollar store. The woman took care of nothing. She always acted if money was no object, and things didn't need to be taken care of, because with my money I could easily replace anything she broke, ruined, or lost. A wasteful creature she certainly was. And a filthy one as well. Closing the window, I lock it and go to make sure the others are locked as well. I find every last one of them unlocked. That shouldn't surprise me. I'm sure she was still messing with Morgan. Then it hits me that her car is still parked in the 2nd garage. I never went to look at it either. I think I'll have Rocky come clean all this stuff out and give it to a charity store. Her car can be donated as well. God knows, I'm not going to drive it. His mother can have it if she wants. I think Rocky's dad, my old college roommate who decided to enlist in the Army and made it through one tour only, would like it if I gave it to her. Rocky's mom was pregnant when Arturo left. They married just before he left, and he never came back. So I became their baby's godfather, and made sure he didn't want for anything. His mother, Anne, doesn't let me do as much as I want to. She's proud and works hard to keep a roof over his head. He turned 15 the other day. It's been a damn long time since his dad and I were 20. A damn long time. With everything locked back up, I leave the room and turn out the light, then go to the garage with her car in it. As I head to the opposite side of the house, it's not lost on me just how separate our lives were lived. I walk through the kitchen and have to shake my head, as we even had 2 refrigerators. I had a large Sub-Zero when she moved in the day we got married. Only a month later, she had to have her very own. It's a little larger than the one I had. I had to have some of the cabinets removed to fit it in. Her reasoning was that her food was always getting pushed to the back of the fridge. It wasn't a lie. She never ate, so it did get pushed back. And the fact that she didn't eat didn't stop her from purchasing the most expensive thing in the most expensive grocery stores. Everything had to be organic. Yet the stuff sat in the fridge until it rotted. And that takes a while. I pause in front of her fridge and open it. Full as always. And not a thing touched. I'll have that cleaned out as well. No reason to keep any of it. If I used any of it, then I'll be reminded of her, and the less that happens, the better. Yeah, I definitely need to see a shrink. Even though it's been a while since I've had any nice feelings about her, I still should have some sadness. I should miss her somewhat. I should feel bad, but I just don't. And the more I think about the wine that day, I know she drugged it. She had to have. And the sailboat trip she had to take. Even though there were warnings that bad weather could come up, she had to go. Promises of trying to work things out. Promises of leaving Morgan alone. Promises of thinking about having a baby. I don't even know why I brought that up to her. I didn't even want to have a child with her. Like ever. She was not mother material. But for some odd reason, I brought that up one day when we were doing our typical arguing. I told her I wanted a baby, and she told me she would never mess up her figure for a kid. She was about to turn 40 the day we argued about a thing I didn't even want with her. I knew her days were numbered for having healthy children, and I just brought it up. The whole relationship had been a lie, in my opinion, and I should have divorced her when I found out about her and my father. But I didn't. For spite, I didn't. Now look where I am, waiting for her to be declared dead, so I can start seeing the woman I do love with everything I have in me out in the open. I feel like a real tool. A damn idiot. Moving on out of the kitchen, I push open the door to her garage. Her black BMW sits there, with the top still down. Her car keys in the ignition. Walking over to it, I look at the tan leather and run my hand over it. Then my eyes run to the glove box. It's open. Looking over the rest of the car, I decide to open the trunk. Walking around the car to get to the driver's side and open the trunk, I stop as I hear something in the kitchen. I leave the door open, spin around, and run back, not knowing what the hell I'll find. Channing? Beth's face pops around the door, and I stop running. Oh, it's just you. Yeah. She laughs a little. Just me. I go to her and close the door to the garage. I didn't mean it that way, baby. Is that her car? She asks. Have you kept everything of hers? She looks confused, and who could blame her? I talk one way, but here I am holding on to her stuff. Well, that's the way it looks anyway. Running my arm around her shoulders, I pull her close and head back up the stairs. I just haven't ever had much to do with her things. It really slipped my mind is all. I'm going to get rid of it this coming week, I swear. She pulls the towel tighter around her. I woke up, and you were gone. It freaked me out. I was having a nightmare. It was about. She just stops talking, and I stop our climb up the second set of stairs. About what? I look at her, and she looks pale. About her coming back and taking you away from me. She pulls away from me and walks up the steps. I catch up and grab her arm. Look at me. Her green eyes flutter up to mine. If she's not dead, if she does come back, what will you do, Channing? It would look terrible for you to divorce her after everyone thought she was dead. What if she was rescued after she made it to some island? What if she comes back, Channing? She's not alive. There's no possible way, Beth. The waters were too dangerous. If she had on a life jacket, I would say there would be a small chance, but she didn't. I start moving us up the stairs again. What if she does show up one day, though? She stops and looks at me, with a hint of a tear threatening. What will that mean for us? It will mean I can divorce her and move on with you. That's all it will mean. I pick her up and carry her to bed. She's not coming back, though. I assure you, she isn't. I hope she isn't.
Beth.
Want me to pick you up and take you for coffee, Michelle? Not even a second passes before she answers me over the phone. Can I drive the Lambo? Drumming my fingers on the steering wheel as I sit in the car outside Channing's psychiatrist's office, I think about it for a moment. Okay. How far away are you? She asks as I hear her pulling on clothes. 10 minutes. I have an hour to kill. Meet me outside. I end the call as I hear her falling over something and cussing about it. As I pull out of the parking lot, I see a familiar sight, one I've begun to see way too many times as Channing and I go about our daily activities. A black Cadillac, driven by a person in a hooded sweatshirt. The person always has the hood up and the window of the passenger side rolled down. And it seems the person has business everywhere Channing does. It's been a week since I spent the night with him at his beach house. I haven't been back there, and he says he's seen nothing else. But he wanted to start seeing someone about his lack of emotion over Jana's death or missing situation. He says he feels nothing except relief, that he doesn't have to deal with her any longer. I think he has some deep repressed feelings he isn't dealing with. So when he told me he wanted to talk to someone, I found him the best psychiatrist in Miami to help him. Rolling into the dorm parking lot, I see Michelle waiting for me. I haven't seen her at all since I took the job and moved out. I've talked to her very little as well. I don't know how I'll be able to keep our little secret from her, but I have to. As I pull to a stop, she walks right up to the driver's side door. Her hand running over the red hood of the car, she says, "Okay. Get out." I get out and hold my arms open. "No hug first?" She hugs me, then moves me to the side. "Get in." I laugh as I go around to get into the passenger side, a place I've yet to sit. Watching her run her hands over every part she can of the car, I laugh. Thinking about taking off anytime soon? I have about 45 minutes left before I have to pick up the boss. She looks over at me and frowns. I have to get to know the car, Bethy. Something as special as this needs to be appreciated. So I sit back, shut up, and let her meet the car. After another minute, I sigh heavily so she can see my exasperation, and she begins to pull out of the parking lot. "Wow. You didn't even let it die." "I'm impressed," I say as she drives it smoothly and not too fast. "Yeah, I had a stick for my first car. I loved it." She changes gears as we move down the street. "So, how's it been going?" She looks at me for a second, then back at the road. "Prada, Beth?" "Damn." I run my hand over the scarlet top I have on. "Yeah, the boss man bought me all new clothes. He has definite ideas about how I have to look in order to be seen with his gorgeous ass." "You look amazing. I barely recognized you. If you ever quit or get fired, do you get to keep the clothes?" She glances my way again as she pulls into the small coffee shop we both love. "We've never discussed that. I don't want to think about not having this job. I love it more than I knew I would. I'm talking about the man as well. How are things with Mr. Perfect?" She parks, runs her hands over the steering wheel, and sighs. We get out of the car and I bump her shoulder with mine as we go through the door of the coffee shop at the same time. Mr. Perfect is far from perfect, but he is fascinating. The barista behind the bar knows what we want, and after giving us a nod and looking me up and down twice, she gets to making our coffees. We take a couple of the chairs by the window and sit down to wait. Michelle's eyes keep roaming out to the car. It's clear she adores it. "And the apartment? I mean, you said it was nice, but is it gorgeous like everything else?" "It is. Nothing is average. Everything he has is above average. Fantastic and amazing." I realize I'm gushing and stop. You know, normal rich people things. The barista, Carmen, clears her throat, and we see our coffees are done and go up to get them. Michelle looks at me with a sly smile. "Your treat, right? I did invite you, so yes." I pull out $100 bill, as that's all I have on me. "Here you go, Carmen. And keep the change." Some Cuban phrase rolls off her tongue as she makes a bunch of gestures with her hands. Then she looks at me. "Thank you." "Sure." We walk back to the table, as Michelle looks at me with a smile. "So, lots of money with this job then?" I blow the surface of the steaming cup. I get paid every week, and have yet to spend a dime of my own money until just now. It felt good too. "You can spend your money on me whenever you want, moneybags." Michelle takes a sip from the hot cup of strong coffee and shakes her head. You're moving up in the world, Statler. For however long this lasts, I say, getting a little of that melancholy I've been getting from time to time. A crease forms between her dark brows. This thing has a shelf life? Like Mr. Perfect only keeps nice, young chicks as his assistant, or what? No, his last one was an old married woman. It's not that at all. It's just that everything is going so perfectly. Mostly, anyway. I know there has to be an end to all the good. You know what I'm saying? As I glance out the window, I see the black Cadillac cruising through the parking lot. I wave as the hooded person glances casually inside the coffee shop. Friend of yours? Michelle asks as she looks at the person driving too. And what's up with the hoodie? Not a friend. But definitely a person who wants to know about Channing's whereabouts. That car has been around us a lot lately. I watch it pull back out of the parking lot and head back the way it came. Bet I find that car in the parking lot when I go back to pick Channing up. Channing, huh? Pretty informal for a man of his stature. She takes another little sip. He's not a formal kind of man. He's very down to earth and laid back. Easy to get along with. Her hand touches mine as I hold the styrofoam cup and gaze out the window. Easy to look at. Her smile makes me smile. With a laugh I say, sure, that too. So, she asks as her eyes bore into my soul. Spill it. Nothing to spill, nosy. I take a sip and look at my cell phone to see what time it is. She's getting personal, and I'm not one who knows how to hold out very long under pressure from a friend who knows me as well as I know myself. I suppose with his wife's missing status, he can't have a girlfriend. That would be looked at as very, very wrong, wouldn't it? She makes a little giggle afterward, then kicks me under the table. The girl knows me too well. I roll my eyes. It would. The person in the car has my mind moving as I try to think who would want to know Channing's whereabouts. Then Michelle says, the man in the car is most likely a reporter who wants to get the scoop on the two of you. Catch you two kissing or hugging or something, so he can break the news that Channing isn't mourning his lost-at-sea wife after all. That won't happen. So wait, how do you know it was a he? I ask as I look at her with what I know is a confused expression. His sharply pointed nose with a wide tip, of course. She looks at me with an expression which says a silent, like, duh, Beth. Okay, so with your help, I've figured out it's a man. That's something. Hurry and finish the coffee. I have to go pick Channing up. He'll be done soon. Where'd you drop him off? She looks over the rim of the coffee cup at me. I shake my head. Nope. Not going to give you that information. That's his private information, and I am very loyal to my employer. Only half her mouth moves into a smile. Speaking of which, I have a date on Saturday night with a real baddie from my advanced calculations class. He asked if I could find a date for his roomie. He feels bad about leaving him alone for the evening. We're going to some club downtown. Come with. I guess I shake my head a little too quickly, as it has her laughing. No, She interrupts me. Busy? Well, yes and no. I mean, I like to stay available at all times for Channing. You never know when he'll need me. He does pay me to stay available for him. I get up to throw my empty cup away, as Michelle follows me. She tosses her empty cup in the trash at the same time I do. I'm sure we won't be leaving until around 11. Surely Channing will be in bed by then, and you could come for a couple of hours at least. He likes me well rested. I have to be in bed by 10 and up at 6 each morning. And he doesn't like me to drink in excess, you know? He likes my mind sharp. I walk out of the coffee shop with a wave to Carmen. Thanks, Carmen. It was delicious as always. Thank you, Beth. She waves back at me with a wide smile. As we walk out to the car, Michelle takes the place behind the steering wheel again. He certainly has you on a tight schedule, and every damn day of the week. I slip into the passenger seat, and look over at her. I like it this way. Do you get any time off? Or do you belong to him, 24/7? She starts the car up and takes off. I mean, even if you two are seeing each other. Which we are not, Michelle. She glances at me. Which you are not. But even if you were, you should be able to spend time with your friends. And if we were, I would be able to. But we aren't, and what you're talking about isn't spending time with friends. It's going out on a date with a guy, Michelle. So your point is moot. I look out the window and watch the signs pass by a little too quickly as she hauls ass down the street. Moot? Who even says that word, Bethy? You know what I mean. She pulls into the dorm's parking lot, and we get out and give each other a hug, then she kisses my cheek. Don't forget where you come from, girlie. I won't. I kiss her cheek and let her go. But I am moving forward. Don't worry, you won't be left behind. Make good grades so I can get you a job with the firm. She salutes me like an idiot. Will do, boss. With a smile, I get back into the driver's seat and go get Channing, who I hope has had some real breakthrough about his repressed emotions. Funny how his emotions with me are anything but that. As I pull back into the parking lot, I see the black Cadillac but no one is in it. I slow down as I pull in front of it and take a picture of the plates with my cell phone. Maybe I can somehow get them run and find out who this belongs to. Just as I park, Channing comes out, and he has a frown on his face. Not what I was hoping to see. He gets in the car. Let's get out of here. I pull away without saying a word. After a couple of minutes, I have to ask, what the hell happened in there? The session went okay. No real insight into why I'm feeling nothing. But to be honest, I wasn't real talkative either. It wasn't that. It was the fact that my father just happened to be in the front lobby as I got off the elevator. His hands not in his lap. What did he say to have you so upset? I glance at him and move my hand to run over his leg. He asked who the pretty brunette was who I've been seen all over town with. He gives me a sideways glance. That's easy, I say. Didn't you tell him I'm your assistant? No big deal. I did, and do you know what the man said to me, Beth? He turns and looks at me. I shake my head. Of course not, Channing. It would make me feel a hell of a lot better if you told me what he said to me, Beth. He gestures to a grocery store parking lot. Pull in here, please. His tone is one I've never heard before. It sounds the way an employer would talk to their errant employee. But I am anything but errant, and I'm not a mere employee. I park the car and look at him. What's wrong with you, Channing? You aren't acting like yourself at all. What made you apply for the job, Beth? His face is frozen. No emotion, just all business. Money. I needed money and was looking for a job. I found the ad on a bulletin board outside one of my classes. My brows come together as I frown and look at him. Why my job, Beth? His lips are forming one tight line. It was a great job. Why wouldn't I apply for it? And am I not doing awesome at it? I ask as I have no idea what his problem is. You are. You are really great. You seem to be great at everything. His mouth falls open a bit, and his tongue pushes at his cheek. What the hell, Channing? I fight the urge to slap him. Just spit it out. What did your father say to you? First, let me get this out of the way. His hands move back and forth between us. This thing we had. It was obviously fake on your part, and it's over on mine. My heart stops beating. Channing. I can't breathe. My hands grip the steering wheel as I try hard to take in air. His voice is firm and hard as he says, my father told me all about you, Beth. How you managed to seduce your way into the job. Then you told him about us. You told him about spending the night at my beach house. You told him how all of Jana's things were still there. And he wants them given to him, seeing as I've moved on and must have never loved Jana. I shake my head. No, Channing. I didn't. He told me you would deny it. He told me you told him you would deny it. He's trying to protect me. For the first time in his life, he's trying to be a father to me. He takes his cell phone out of his pocket. I'm calling you a cab. It will take you to the apartment. Get your personal things you went there with, and not a damn thing else. Tears are flowing like rivers down my cheeks. Channing, I swear to you. He can't even look at me as he says, "Get out. You're fired."
The rain. Beth.
Total devastation. I've never known complete and total devastation, but I do now. My heart aches. My body is numb without his touch, and my mind is beyond messed up. How could he just fire me and break up with me, with only his father's words? As I lie in the small bed of the dorm room I share with my roommate Michelle, I look up at the ceiling through swollen eyes. At the moment, no tears are flowing, but that can change in the blink of an eye. The door opens and Michelle comes in. I have the cure for everything. Ice cream, Beth. Come on. Sit up and I'll spoon feed you the miracle cure. I don't, and I'm crying again. It's been 3 nights. 3 nights without his strong arms holding me as I fall asleep. 3 long nights without his kisses. He would stay with me every night until I fell asleep, then he'd leave. But each morning at 8 a.m. sharp, I'd see him again. We'd kiss behind his locked office door, and he'd tell me how much he missed me, and how one day this would all be behind us so we could see each other like normal people. And I believed him. I believed it would all be right one day. I believed everything would all work out, and in the end we would get married and have a family. How wrong I was. My body is pulled up to a sitting position by Michelle, and pillows are propped behind my head. A wet cloth is run over my face. It burns as the salty tears have left their mark on my face. Angry red lines run down my cheeks as the rivers of tears have chapped them. Michelle holds the cool cloth to my face as I sniffle and try to stop crying. Her brown eyes are droopy at the sides as she looks at me. You should let me go rip him a new one, Bethy. I shake my head. No. What good would that even do? Even if he apologized to me, at this point it wouldn't help. In an instant he changed. In an instant, he took the word of a man who has been out to get him from day one instead of mine. In an instant he sent me away. Yeah. That's why he needs ripped a new one. She gets up and gets some kind of face cream out of the bathroom, then comes back and rubs it on my cheeks. 3 days of this is enough, Beth. Easier said than done, Michelle. I look at the small carton of vanilla ice cream, then away. I haven't eaten since that day. My stomach hurts far too much to eat. She takes a spoonful and holds it to my lips. Open up. I shake my head and press my lips together tightly. She sighs and pulls the spoon away. I can't, I say, and the devil girl shoves the spoon into my mouth. I have no choice but to swallow it down. Good, right? It's smooth and creamy. It is good, but it hits my stomach like a brick. Michelle, you don't. Wham. She shoves another spoonful in. Just shut up and eat this, Bethy. You'll feel better before you know it. And tonight, we're double dating. I told my date he could bring his roommate along tonight. You're going to mingle. You don't have to do a thing with a guy if you don't want to. But I am making you go out. Another spoonful of ice cream is shoved into my mouth. I glare at her. I look like crap. I'm not going. More ice cream and a glare from her comes my way. After shoving the food into my mouth, she says, "You are going. I'll drag you out of this little room in what you're wearing. Incidentally, when did you plan on changing those clothes? You've had the same shorts and t-shirt on since you got here 3 days ago." I look down and pull the shirt up to smell it. It stinks. I look up at her. I kind of planned on dying in them, so what's the use of changing? Her eyes roll. Dying is not a thing a young, gorgeous girl like yourself does over a man. I'm starting the shower for you. You can use my body wash to scrub the 3-day funk off of your body. Eat the ice cream up. You shower, then I'll do your hair and makeup and pick out something nice for you to wear. Then we're going to get some dinner, and then it will be time for our dates. Though I have no want to do a thing but continue to lie in this bed and weep, I will do as she says. The girl is as stubborn as they come, and I know she won't rest until I'm back up on my feet. But I so don't want to be.
Channing.
The days have been long and hard, and the nights have been pure hell. I have no idea why Beth would go to my father and tell him we're seeing each other. It makes no sense. And the fact that the man came over here with a U-Haul truck to get Jana's things was a real kick in the ass. I was just about to let my godson's mother, Anne, have them all. I did draw the line at the car, though. I did manage to keep that out of his clutches. It's safely in Anne's name now and in her garage. I think Arturo is happy up there, somewhere, with the present I gave his wife. She was driving around a beat-up old Chevy. Though extremely prideful, she was very appreciative of the black BMW. I know she'll treat it a hell of a lot better than my wife ever did. Perhaps when Rocky turns 18, he'll allow me to help him more financially. Anne certainly won't allow me to spoil him, as she calls it. On a Saturday night, at nearly 12 o'clock, I sit here in my enormous house and find sleep is still evading me. I can't eat hardly anything. Her betrayal is so devastating. She didn't seem the type to hurt me. I think I'm a very bad judge of character. Jana and now Beth. I can't see through gold-digging tramps. My cell rings, and I look at it because it's so late. Who the hell would be calling me? It's my hockey team manager, Cole. I answer. This better be good. Do you know what time it is? I can hear the sound of music playing loudly, and people having a really good time. He laughs. Yeah, Grandpa. It's nighttime. Time to party. Get down here, boss man. No, I say, then pull the phone away to end the call. She's here. His words stop me. I put the phone back up to my ear. She? I ask. As if I don't know who he means. Your newly fired assistant. And she's feeling no pain. She's hanging all over this little creep who talked to me in the men's room, and fully plans on taking advantage of her drunken state. He stops for a moment, while some woman yells at him to come dance with her. In a minute, baby? So what? I say like I really mean it. So I'm not an idiot. I know you two had something going. I don't know what happened that you fired her and broke up with her, but I know she's taking it hard. Damn dude, she's lost 10 pounds easy. The clanking of glasses ends his sentence. She's lost weight. I look around the bedroom for the suit I threw when I undressed hours ago. It's only been 3 days. I know, he says. I saw her when she arrived with another girl and 2 guys. She was sober as a judge and had a frown on her pretty little face. And 1 hour later, she's tipsy, clinging to the wiry, insufferable man, and he's clearly hoping to take advantage. But I know she's too far gone to notice anything. I walked right up and she didn't even recognize me. If you don't come get her now, I will. Pulling on my pants, I say, I'm on my way. Don't let her leave with that jerk. Okay, boss man. He ends the call, and I scramble to finish getting dressed. This doesn't mean we're getting back together. It just means I can't let anything bad happen to her. No matter what she did to me, I do love her. And I'll be damned if any little creep thinks they can get her drunk and take advantage of her.
Beth.
Michelle, I love you, I say, then turn back to puke in the toilet of the upscale club she made me go to. She holds my hair back as I let it loose again. Damn, Beth. You're throwing up more than went in you. Finally, I stop gagging and feel like I might be able to stand up. Help me up, I need to go home. Helping me up, she takes me to the sink and runs the water. Her wet hands run over my hot face. You really are a mess, Beth. I shouldn't have taken you out. I nod. I know. I miss him so much. I love him so much. And I love you, Michelle. I just want this to end. I want all the pain to go away. The room is starting to spin again, and I lean over the trash can and dry heave, as there's nothing left inside me. Michelle puts her arm around me. Come on. I'm spending the night with Jake tonight. You can bunk with his roomie, Ty. He can hold you and take that jackass off your mind. No more drinking, though. I nod and lay my head on her shoulder. Maybe he will help me get over Channing. I need something. I need help, Michelle. She opens her purse and pulls out a small tube of toothpaste and a toothbrush. I bought this for myself, but you need it more. With a weak smile, I take it from her and brush my teeth. Having the taste of puke out of my mouth makes it easier to stop the dry heaving. After I wipe my mouth, I turn to her and throw my arms around her in a tight hug. I love you, Michelle. Then the tears start. Oh, for the love of God, Beth. When did booze start making you so damn sappy? She pushes me back, grabs some toilet paper from an empty stall and dries my eyes. We need to get the hell out of here. I sniffle and hang on to her as she takes me back out into the loud as hell club. The music is pounding, and it's making me feel awful. The guys who brought us here are waiting at the table, and the one named Ty looks at me. Damn. What the hell happened to her? He asks as Michelle glares at him. She was sick. We should go. She moves me from her side and places me under his arm. He's tall and kind of skinny. He has blonde hair and I think his eyes are blue, but I haven't really looked into them. He smells kind of stinky, like cheap cologne. Not like the cologne Channing wears. His is expensive and smells that way. But this guy might help me start to get over Channing. Please, let me get over Channing. Ty's lips touch the side of my head. Come on with Daddy, and let me get you all snug in my bed, baby. Yuck. That sounded creepy. But I have to move on. Leave Channing and his perfect way of talking and holding me in the past, where it belongs. I will never have another guy that great. Never in a million years would I be given that chance again. No, I'll have to settle for average, skinny, kind of smelly guys who talk in ways I find unattractive. Running my arms around his waist as he holds me around my shoulders and walks me toward the door, I try to hang on to him and keep myself upright and walking. At least he's strong enough to make sure I don't end up on the floor. That would be humiliating. Hold up. I hear some man say. Ty keeps on walking, and then we suddenly stop. I pull my head off his chest and peer at the man who's stopping us. Where do you think you're taking her? I move my hair out of my eyes and look at the tall, handsome man. Hey, I know you. He nods, and I know him, but I'm not sure from where. I know you do. So what are you doing, Beth? Cole. That's your name. Then I burst into tears. Cole. He fired me. Fired me. His father told him lies and he believed them, and then he fired me. His hand moves to rest on Ty's shoulder. Hey, buddy. Let me take her. Ty shakes his head. No way. I have to insist, Cole says and puts his hand on mine, which is resting on Ty's skinny stomach that has no abs at all. Channing has lots and lots of them. He pulls at my hand, but Ty won't let me go. I look up at Ty. I should probably let him take me home, Ty. I think you plan on trying to get some action tonight, and I'm not up to it. And I don't think I even want to. Ty's eyebrows go way up. I spent $50 on booze for you. You're going home with me. I didn't ask you to, I say as Cole pulls at my hand. Look, kid. I got you, Cole says. He pulls out his wallet and hands Ty $100 bill. There, paid with interest. Now go home or go find some bimbo who's drunk and take her home, but this girl is going with me. Ty takes the money and puts it in his pocket but doesn't let me go. Thanks, In no way is she going anywhere but with me, mister. Let her go, I hear, and my knees go weak. I fall against Ty as the man I heard walks up behind Cole. Channing. I try to pull away from Ty, but he keeps a tight grip on me. I said let her go, Channing says. I'm taking her home. Really? I ask, then look up at Ty. Let me go. I'm going with him. What kind of crap is this? Ty says, as he continues to hang on to me. I've also spent a couple of hours on you. I want what I have coming to me. Channing glares at him. And what do you think you have coming to you, kid? A piece of her fine ass. Ty doesn't say anything after that. Channing's fist meets Ty's cheekbone and Cole pulls me to him as Ty finally lets me go, and falls backward with a punch. Then I see Jake and Michelle, who must have finally noticed Ty and I are not following them. What the hell? Jake shouts. He pulls his fist back and is about to punch Channing. No. I scream as his fist moves through the air to sucker punch the love of my life. Channing avoids the hit by moving a bit to the side, then pops Jake with a fist to the mouth. Michelle starts screaming and lunges at Channing. Creep. I look up at Cole. This is getting out of hand. He smiles at me. You think. Then he whistles, capturing the attention of Michelle and the two guys. This is over. Jake holds his hand over his bleeding mouth as Michelle looks at me. You are not going with these guys, Beth. Come on. She reaches out for me to take her hand, but I shake my head. What do you mean, no? Can't you remember what this jerk did to you? I nod. But I really want him to take me home, Michelle. Sorry. Channing moves past them to my side, takes my hand and pulls me away from Cole and the crowd that's gathered around us all. Michelle yells something as I leave with him, but I can't hear her. All I hear is the sound of Channing walking away and taking me with him. It's the sweetest thing I've ever heard.
Channing.
She smells like honeysuckle and barf. And I can't believe how good it feels to have her hand in mine again. But I have to remind myself of what she did to keep her from getting under my skin again. But as we walk out the door, I find I have to wrap my arm around her waist to steady her or she might fall. How much have you had to drink, Beth? Too much, she says, then hiccups. Thank you for rescuing me. You shouldn't get yourself in situations that require me to rescue you. Her body leans into mine as she wraps her arms around me. I can feel her breathing in deeply. I know that, Channing. I'm sorry. Placing her in my car, I lean in to fasten her seatbelt as she's clumsily pawing at it. This isn't like you, Beth. This close to her, I can see red lines that run from her eyes all the way down her cheeks, as the makeup she had covering them is mostly washed away. The urge to kiss them is strong. I fight it, though, and move back out of the car, closing the door. She is a gold digger, Channing. I tell myself out loud so I can hear the words. Sliding in behind the steering wheel, I look over at her. She has lost weight. I'm getting us hamburgers, French fries, and chocolate shakes, then taking you home to eat them. Okay. She looks out the window and runs her hands over the leather seat. I miss this. Yeah, the car is very nice. I bet you do miss it. I bet you miss the expensive clothes, jewels, and perfumes too. I bet you miss all the things my money bought you. I grit my teeth to try to stop myself from getting too pissed at her. She is drunk after all. It won't do any good anyway. Her head swivels around, and her eyes are all shiny with tears that I think she's about to let loose. Not any of those things. Just being around you. Breathing the same air you are. I enjoyed what you let me use, but that's not what I'm talking about. She is good. No wonder I fell for her trap. Even drunk, you keep up the appearance of a woman who's anything but a gold digger. I turn into the fast food place and pull up to order. 2 double meat cheeseburgers all the way with mustard. 2 fries and 2 large chocolate shakes, please. That'll be $27.80, sir. Please pull up, the lady on the speaker tells me. Gold digger. What the hell, Channing? That's what you think I am. She looks at me with her red-rimmed eyes that look as if she's been crying non-stop. Why else would you go to my father if it wasn't to blackmail me? I did not go to your father. He's lying to you. She looks out the window and looks back at me. Do you see that car? She points out her window at a black Cadillac that's just parked in the parking lot adjacent to the one we're in. I look at it, then squint to see if I can make out who's inside. My father has a car just like that. She looks back at me. I saw that car a lot the last week we were together. It followed us around a lot. Is he in it? It's too dark to tell. I stare at it. It's too late. I'm sure it's not him. Even if it is, maybe he's out. No big deal. Funny how it's the same as your father's. Then she undoes her seatbelt, gets out of the car, and starts walking up to it. The sound of a horn fills the air as she walks right in front of a car that's pulling into the parking lot. I yell at her to get back in, but she keeps walking toward the black car. Then it pulls out of the parking spot and drives off. She spins around, comes back to the car, and gets in. You could have been killed, Beth. What the hell? I yell at her. How much you want to bet it was him, Channing? She looks at me, like she didn't just do anything stupid. So what if it was, Beth? Damn. You don't even look like you were almost hit by a car. My hand is shaking as I grip the wheel and pull forward. The lady hands me the drinks and the bag of food, and I hand her the money and leave. Beth looks at me, and her seatbelt isn't even on. I think he saw us together. I think he told you that because he doesn't like to see you happy. That's what I think. I glance at her. You don't even know him, Beth. And put your damn seatbelt on. Heading out to my house, I see her looking around as she fastens her seatbelt. My dorm's the other way. I told you I'm taking you home. I'm not taking you to where that idiot roommate of yours can do you more harm. Channing, what does that mean? Her eyes glisten with what looks like hope. It means, until you're sober, I want to be sure you're all right. You almost ended up in that kid's bed. I don't want anything bad to happen to you. I pull onto the street that leads to my house. So, you showing up tonight at the club was just so I didn't have intimacy with someone else. She taps her fingers on her leg. I look at her fingers. That dress is too short. Is it your friend's? Did your friend tramp you up and take you out to get over me, or were you ever really into me at all? Is this girl the real you? Are you some party girl who'll go to bed with anyone? Her head snaps as her mouth drops open. Channing, you know the real me. I have to tell you that you taking your father's word over mine is a real red flag to me. The man has caused you so much pain. I haven't done a thing bad to you. Yet you believe him over me. Seems to me it's me who should wonder if you were lying about your feelings you claim to have for me. I love you, Beth. I shout at her. I mean, I loved you. Then how could you put me out the way you did? How could you not give me a chance to talk to you? You just pushed me away, like we had nothing between us. It shows me I can't ever trust you. That's what hurts the most. What we had is completely over because you have trust issues. She looks away. I'm glad you came to get me. I needed this closure. I needed to tell you this is over for me too. Wait. Why did you come? How did you know I was there? Cole saw you and called me. I pull into the garage and press the button to close the door behind us. And you came, why? She looks at me with real confusion spread over her face. Her beautiful face is streaked where tears have chapped her perfectly peach cream-colored skin. Why did you cry so much, Beth? I run my fingertip over one red line. Was it because of the loss of me, or the money? Her hand moves to take mine and holds it to her cheek. It was only because of you. The money means nothing to me. You said you needed to make money, though. She laughs. Who doesn't? My heart pounds as I look at her. If she was truly a person who only cared about my money, then why so many tears? She releases my hand. So you're going to keep me here for the night, or what? I grab the bag of burgers, grab the shakes and come inside. As I get out of the car and head to the door, I see her getting out. She stumbles a little toward the door. Oh shoot. I forgot she's still drunk. I walk back to her and put my arm around her to steady her. She grumbles, I can do it. I don't need your help. Opening the door to the kitchen, I say, you do need my help, Beth. You're still drunk. I help her to the bar in the kitchen, set the bag on it, and take the drinks that she's about to put down on their sides. Then I pick her up and place her in the tall bar chair. There you go. Let me get this stuff out and get some of the weight you seem to have lost back on. She looks at me from under drooping eyelids. It won't be long before she passes out. I have to get some of this in her system before that happens. I'm not hungry, she slurs. And I don't think it's a good idea for me to be here. Now that I'm here, I don't think this is a good idea. I don't want to fight with you. I'm not going to fight with you, Beth. I just want you to eat, then sleep, and tomorrow I'll take you back to your dorm. I take a bite of my burger and watch her just stare at hers. Picking up a fry, I put it to her lips. I'm not. I put it in anyway. Chew, Beth. She does and then picks up her milkshake, but only holds it. So I pull a piece off the burger and place it to her lips. She opens them and takes the bite. After she swallows, she looks at me. Why are you being so nice? Just eat. I hand her another fry. Then I'm helping you take a bath and putting you into one of my t-shirts. She picks up the burger and takes a bite. I can take a bath without your help, thank you very much. The condition you're in is why you need my help. Don't make a big deal out of it. I've helped you take plenty of baths and showers, if you can remember that far back. I dip one of her fries in ketchup and feed it to her. You and I took a shower together 4 days ago. Her deep green eyes meet mine as I hold out another fry for her. She takes it from me and chews it slowly. I don't want your help. Her face is so thin, and I can't help thinking that she had to have felt something for me to get so upset that she didn't eat for 3 days. You need it. I put the straw to her plump lips. She drinks some of the shake, then pops the straw out. You're a hard man to be around and not fall for. Am I? I wipe away the bit of chocolate that got away from her mouth. Her sweet mouth that used to bring me so much pleasure and satisfaction. Her lips that are so soft and supple underneath mine. They glided easily over my. Channing, don't. I look up into her eyes. I can't take that. I can't take you looking at me like you want me. I look away. I don't. I only want to make sure you're safe. That's all. Don't read any more than that into it, Beth. What you did was too hurtful. She looks at the burger and pushes it away. How do you think I felt, Beth? What you did felt like a stab in the back. Do you know my father came and took all of her things? I managed to give the car to the person I wanted to, but all the things I'd planned on donating to charity he took. I pick the burger up, but she shakes her head. Then her eyes narrow as she looks at me. Give me a lie detector test if you want. I didn't tell the man a thing. Her hand moves back and forth between us. The thing we had going is so over. You've proven yourself to be a person who's so quick to judge, so quick to think the worst of a person. A person you claim to love. You tossed me away without ever giving me a chance to defend myself. The way she keeps telling me this is over is pissing me off. I'm the one who ended it, so stop trying to make it like you're the one ending what we had. If it was anything real at all. I mean, on my part it was. It was completely real, but your part. Well, that had to have been made up for you to do what you did. She gets up and the chair slams to the floor. Screw you, Channing. I didn't do it. I've told you so damn many times, I'm beginning to wonder if you have a mental condition. I did not tell your father a thing. I pick up the chair and glare at her. You tell me, who would believe any different? The man came to me and told me. He told me you would deny it, and you did. Her hands fly through the air as she yells, because I didn't do it. Damn. He said that because he's a manipulator. Who knew I was going to tell you? I never said a thing to him. Because I didn't. Duh. She walks away, then turns back. Wait 1 minute. Did you say he came and took her things? I nod. Yes, he took every last thing. Why did you let him? She looks at me with a blank stare. Why did I? Look, I just did. My father and I have this complicated relationship. I turn to pick up the mess on the bar. I would say it's pretty cut and dry. He tells you what he wants, and you let him have it. She starts to walk out of the room, then stops. Wait. No, you don't. When he asks you for money, you never give it to him. So why her things, Channing? I turn to look at her. I feel bad for not feeling bad. Okay? What does that even mean? Her brows meet in the middle, with her confused expression. Look, I don't expect you to understand this, but I don't feel a thing about Jana's death. Not a thing except relief she's gone. He must have loved her, and I made them end their affair. I made the end of her life pretty bad by stopping what they had. So if he wanted her things, then it was fine with me if he had them. I didn't want to deal with them anyway. I take the bag to the trash, then make my way to her. But what has he done with them? Built a shrine to her, she asks as I take her hand and pull her up the stairs. I have no idea. I don't go to his place, ever. So how do you know he hasn't sold the things? I mean, was there jewelry and stuff like that? She follows along. The food has helped her drunkenness a bit. I stop and pull her back down the stairs to Jana's old bedroom. I haven't even looked in there to see what all he took. You just let the man go in and out of there, as he wanted. She shakes her head. You don't act like yourself where he's concerned, do you? I don't. He makes me feel odd. Nervous, mad, angry, and lacking all at the same time. My mother tells me I should have nothing to do with him. It's not me who starts things up, though. I push the door open to find Jana's old room empty. Were there curtains in here, Channing? Beth asks as she comes into the room with me. There were, I say, then look into the empty drawers and notice her jewelry box is gone as well. Every last thing is gone. It's as if she never existed. She looks at me. This doesn't feel right. Not at all. I agree. Why the curtains? And there was a throw rug at the foot of the bed. Why that? I go to make sure the windows are locked, and they are. An uneasy feeling comes over me. I'm not sure how to handle this. Should I call him and ask him to bring back the curtains? She laughs a little. No. But you should ask him what he did with everything. This is odd, Channing. I take her hand again. Let's get out of here. I feel as if someone's watching us. Her body moves in close to me. Me too. As we move back down the long hallway, I notice one of the spare bedroom doors is slightly ajar. Let me check this room really quickly. I push it the rest of the way open, then flip on the overhead light. Let me check the windows. Beth takes one side of the room, and I take the other. This one's unlocked, she says. I find the 2 windows on my side unlocked as well. I'm having an alarm system put in ASAP. I would, she says, then we both walk out the door, and she looks at me. Let's check them all out. I agree. I take her hand, and then look down at our clasp hands. I hurt her, and yet she's right here with me. Something is telling me she's telling me the truth about my father. She looks at me. So have you hired another assistant? I shake my head. My last one was so good that I know anyone else will just let me down. You're right about that. Her smile is infectious and brings one to my lips. They haven't smiled since that day, when I heard my father tell me about her coming to him. I stop and turn her to me. Beth, please just tell me the honest truth. Did you talk to my father? Even if you did, then just tell me. Maybe we can get past this. Her eyes level on mine. Her hand grips mine tight. I swear to you, I have never said a word to your father. I swear it, Channing. Not a flinch does she make. Not a blink. Not an ounce of dishonesty seems to be in her words. If I tell you that I believe you, can you forgive me? The words leave my mouth with no pre-thought whatsoever. My body is tense, and I don't know if I'm making a mistake or not. Do you believe me, Channing? Her eyes search mine. I nod, and she lets out a sigh. Finally. So can you? I ask again. Forgive you? She laughs. My heart is broken into a million pieces. I think my soul is shattered. That bad? I look at her. Really? She nods, then runs her arms around my neck. But maybe a kiss will help me heal. You know, I was a mess too. I haven't slept since that day. My arms go all the way around her as I pull her close to me. Can you promise me that you'll give me the chance to talk if anyone ever says I did or said anything ever again for our entire lives? She asks as she looks deep into my eyes. I nod. Can you promise to knock me out if I ever treat you like that again? She nods. So this was our first fight. My lips move towards hers. It was, and it was all my fault. I am so very sorry, baby. You can make it up to me. My lips touch hers, and lighting runs through me with the mere touch of them. Thank God she's back.
Beth.
My body sparks with the heat that he has always sent through me. But my mind is racing, wondering if I'm doing the right thing trusting him again after he hurt me so badly. His hands move over my body after he lays me down on his soft bed. My clothes come off under his steady hands, then he takes his off and carries me to the shower. My mind is still kind of numb from the alcohol, but the warm shower is helping me to come out of the effects. His hands move through my hair as he rubs shampoo into it. Are you feeling better, baby? His lips graze over my shoulder. UMHM, I moan. I am feeling better. Much better. Slightly confused, but so much better. He leans me back to rinse my hair out, and as soon as it's all out, he presses his lips to mine for only a moment, then releases mine and pulls me up so he can put the nice-smelling conditioner into my hair. I look at him and have to pinch myself to see if this is truly happening. Channing? Yeah, baby, he says with a little smile on his full caramel lips. Is this all real? The smile fades, and his eyes droop a little at the corners. It is, and I'm sorry, Beth. I am. I should never have sent you off like that. I should have given you a chance to talk. I didn't, and I caused us both so much pain. I am sorry, and it will never happen again. I swear that to you, baby. My arms wrap around him, pulling him close. It was the worst I've ever felt, Channing. I rest my head against his broad chest. His fingers glide through my hair, working in the conditioner. Me too. I'll never let that happen again. I swear. He tugs my hair gently, lifting my gaze to meet his. His face draws near, lips brushing mine. My mouth opens and his kiss deepens. He presses me back until the tiled wall meets my skin, the shower's triple sprays cascading like rain. My hands trace his sides, feeling the taut muscles along his ribs, then slide to his hips, drawing him closer. His hands mirror mine, gripping my waist and lifting me. Please tell me you forgive me. My fingers tangle in his wet hair, sparks coursing through me. I forgive you, I whisper. Thank you, he breathes, his kiss fierce and consuming. His eyes lock on mine. I love you, Beth. I love you, Channing. His forehead rests against mine, our breaths mingling as the aftershocks fade. He kisses me softly, easing back. I do love you, Beth. I know. He rinses my hair, ensuring every strand is clean, then shuts off the shower. Wrapping me in a towel and securing one around his hips, he smiles. Monday, you're back at Michael's investment firm as my assistant, if you want. I nod. Nothing would make me happier. Good. He lays me on the bed. And I want you here with me from now on. We'll keep it quiet, say the apartment wasn't practical with our workload, so you moved in. The house is big enough, no one will question it. Are you sure? I ask, his pace surprising me. He nods, shedding his towel and tugging mine free, leaping onto the bed. Absolutely. Tomorrow, since it's Sunday, I'm taking you sailing. His finger taps my nose, his smile radiant. His sailboat? The one tied to his wife's accident? Is that wise? What will people think? I search his joyful eyes. His lips capture mine. I'll handle any questions. Just so you know, I'm certain your father's been tailing us. Be ready for more of his lies. I've been thinking about that. If you're okay with it, I'd like to set a tracking app on your phone for proof of your whereabouts. He claimed you visited his home. I don't even know where that is. I'm fine with the app. We'll catch him in his deceit and uncover what he's really up to. I suspect he's sneaking into your house, Channing. My fingers thread through his damp hair, meeting his piercing blue-green gaze. His lips brush mine briefly, his desire evident as he presses against me. He trails kisses across my cheeks and neck. His hand drifts down, fingers grazing my stomach to find my sensitive core. A light touch sends a jolt through me, a slow burn kindling within. This reconciliation feels like pure magic.
Channing.
She is my world again. Only 3 days have passed since I've seen her beautiful face, and yet I can't stop looking at it as she sleeps next to me. Her breathing is slow and steady, and she seems to be getting better already. I hate that I did this to us. I was so quick to jump to conclusions. So quick to judge. So quick to turn away from someone I love. Perhaps I'm more like my father than I ever thought I was. Her dark hair is fanned out on the fluffy white pillow. Her face had been pale. Now it's a nice, rosy color. My scruffy beard is the probable cause of that. It's becoming painfully obvious to me that I lived my life very emotionally closed down. Though my mother did all she could, her parents helped raise me, and I did feel loved, something was always missing. I suppose it was a father. My mother never married. Though I know she had men friends, none were ever introduced as a boyfriend. Perhaps she was emotionally unavailable, much as I am. Or was anyway. Beth is definitely changing me. My heart has never hurt so much as when I told her she was fired, and that I was done with her. My body has never ached so much over anything. Even now, I have to fight not to wake her up. My hands hover just over her flat stomach. They itch to feel her silky skin under them. But can I be the man she deserves? She deserves more than just a rich man. Beth is sweet, good, kind, and honest. I was a fool for ever taking my father's words over hers. I will never make that mistake again. If they would just declare Jana dead, then we could move on with our lives. Maybe a visit to her parents is in order. But then there's Lori to contend with, and even Renee. What are you doing, Channing? Her words come sleepily out of her sweet mouth. I press mine to hers for a moment. Looking at you. Wishing things were different. A smile creeps across her red lips. It's okay. Her arms run up around my neck. Lie down and sleep. I'm not going anywhere. Even if you tell me to. I smile. Good. Don't let my penchant for self-sabotage ruin this. I was just thinking how I've never really put my heart out there for real before. Not even when I asked Jana to marry me. I was still closed off. I said the word love, but I never knew the real feelings behind it until you, Beth. Her deep green eyes sparkle up at me, and I sigh with how they make me feel. Channing, I never knew real love before either. I know everything will work out for us. A pale pink ray of dawn slipped through the open window, casting a soft glow across the bed. Morning's found us, baby, I murmured, my lips brushing Beth's cheek, still warm from the night. Her hand slid over mine, fingers intertwining. Feeling sleepy yet? Exhausted maybe, but you in my bed? I traced a slow path down her neck, my grip firm as I drew her up to meet my kiss. That keeps me wide awake. Her hands roamed my back, pulling me closer, her leg curling around mine in a slow, deliberate stroke. Her body arched, pressing against me, her warmth a silent promise of desire. Nodding, she pulled me to her, and I moved over her, our bodies aligning in. Her breath caught as we joined, her lips parting in a soft gasp. She rose to meet me, legs wrapping around me, anchoring us together. I loved her with every fiber of my being, the thought of leaving this bed unbearable. She was my forever, yet Jana's shadow lingered, a specter haunting the edges of our bliss. I pushed the thought away, focusing on Beth's beauty, her light chasing the darkness. Her hands gripped my arms, a smile flickering. You like it, baby? I asked, kissing the elegant curve of her neck. She hummed, her body urging me on. Her eyes widened, a mix of defiance and trust. Channing. I grazed her neck with a kiss, my hand brushing her hip. Obey, or I'll have to tempt you more. A playful tap against her side made her laugh, then shiver. I collapsed against her, breathless, her hands tracing soft patterns across my back. That was unreal, she whispered, her voice husky, lips grazing my shoulder. Glad you felt it too, I mumbled, nuzzling her skin, exhaustion finally claiming me. I shifted, half my weight easing off her, my arm draped across her chest. Her breath slowed, steady and warm. My leg pinned hers gently, a quiet vow she was mine, safe in my arms. Forever, I thought, even as Jana's pale figure flickered in my mind. Sleep pulled me under, but my heart held Beth tight, refusing to let go.
Beth.
Who says breaking up is all bad? Sure, for 3 days I thought I was going to die, but then the makeup came and the makeup is still going on. A whole week has passed and Channing hasn't let me sleep an entire night yet. And it must show on our faces, as we've had many raised eyebrows when we come into the office together. Channing said we're riding together to save gas. He said there was so much work to do that I took a room in his house instead of the apartment. He has a quick answer for everything, it seems. And when his father called and asked him if he'd hired me back, he told him he did and that he didn't believe him about anything. Channing also asked him what he had done with Jana's things. Morgan told him he kept them all in a room in his estate. He also asked Channing if he missed Jana at all. To which he replied no. This ignited a confrontation about the woman and her missing situation. Morgan accused Channing of murdering Jana because of an affair he was having with me. Ludicrous, I know. So now I'm waiting for Channing to get off the phone with his father, who keeps screaming about calling the cops. Morgan, that's insane. We'll both pass a lie detector test if you do that. We were not having an affair. Channing taps a pen on the top of his mahogany desktop. You are now, though. His father's words hang in the air like a dark cloud. Channing's eyes dart to mine and he frowns. If given a lie detector and that question is asked, we would fail it for sure. No, we're not, Channing tells him. Why can't you let this go and just leave me alone? You have all her things and that's what you asked for. So just stop bothering me. How can you not be upset about your wife's disappearance, Channing? His father yells over the phone. I will not discuss her with you. I won't do it. What she did with you was something I couldn't get over. I should have let you have her then. I thought I was punishing you both somehow by not letting her go. I was wrong. So wrong. He puts the phone down and turns it on speaker. Channing's hands are shaking as they run through his dark hair. His eye is twitching, and this is like torture to him. My heart aches that his own father could put him through this. I have a deal for you, son. comes his father's suddenly calm and cool voice. Give me the $1 million you owe me. Then give me half of what's in your bank accounts, Jana's half of the money you made while you were married to her. Then we'll call it even, and I'll get out of your life forever. Don't, and I'll go to the authorities with this information about you and this other woman. What's her name, Morgan? Channing drums his fingers on his desk. How should I know, he says. I know she's a brunette. By the way, son, Jana was much more beautiful. What a step backward for you. My jaw drops, I stomp my foot and my hands close into fists. Channing shakes his head as he looks at me. Then he says, you should know her name. You said she came to your home and told you we were together after all. And now I am done. I'm not doing this with you. There will be no money given to you, ever. I have done nothing wrong, and I will not be blackmailed by you. She was hurt by what you did, Channing. What are you talking about? He asks. Jana, his father says. The way you told her that she and I had to end. She thought it was because you loved her and wanted to have a life with her. It hurt her when she found out it was only to stop us from having a happy life. For a woman who was hurt, she acted like it made no difference to her. She never tried once to make me love her again. Not that what I had for her was real love anyway. Channing looks at me. I didn't even know what love was back then. So you admit you had no love for her. Yet you took her from me and me from her anyway. And you feel like you owe me nothing. You killed her, Channing. Whether you tossed her off that little boat or not. You took her out when you knew there were small craft advisories. You got drunk and you didn't control the boat. She fell overboard. You killed her no matter which way it happened. Accident or not. You did it. His father stops talking as he suddenly starts sobbing. My eyes go big and I shrug my shoulders. The man is a loon and uses every source known to man to manipulate Channing. It's really disgusting. I whisper to Channing, you should hang up. He nods. I don't have time for your mind games. Bye. He swipes his finger over the screen, ending the call. That was awful. He pulls me to sit on his lap and runs his fingers through my hair. I run my hands over his shoulders, trying to loosen them up. We need to come up with a plan, Channing. Just in case the authorities are told about us. His eyes are stormy blue right now, and his emotions run all through them. The man has him feeling so torn and guilty over what has happened to his wife. How come I feel nothing about her passing, Beth? Am I a monster? He looks away from me. I take his face in my hands and make him look back at me. You are no monster. Think back to the wine and how you've maintained that it felt as if you were drugged. Maybe she did put something in it. He nods. I think she did. Why would she do that? His head shakes, letting me know he has no idea, but then stops and looks at me. Do you think maybe her plan was for me to fall overboard, or for her to push me off after I passed out? Only it backfired on her. Did she know how to sail the boat? I get up and go to grab a cup of coffee. Get me one too, he says. The same way you take yours, please. And she did know how to sail. She had me teach her before we were married. When we were dating. I suppose if what you say about how you two were living, and how desolate your marriage was is true, she was trying to get out of it and move on. But you said you had a prenuptial agreement, right? I stir in 2 packets of sugar into my coffee, and look back at him. We did. I place the coffee I made him on the desk in front of him, and he picks it up and blows the steam into billowing trails over the tall cup. If we were to divorce, she would get what she came in with. Nothing. If I were to die though, well, my will left everything to her. My mother had been my beneficiary before I was married. But Jana made sure I had that changed only a month after we married. I sit on the chair on the opposite side of his desk, and set my coffee down on it. You never told me, Channing. When you caught your father and her having the affair, did she ask you for a divorce then? The way his hair moves when he shakes his head draws my attention to the wavy dark locks. No, she actually is the one who asked me to give her a chance to make it up to me. But she never really did make it up to me. I asked her to stay with me in my bedroom, and she told me she slept in the other room because I snore so badly. You don't snore at all, I say as I shake my head. And this is really more than I want to know, but I have to ask. What about intimacy, Channing? Were you too intimate after you found out about their affair? His eyes dart up to mine. This is really uncomfortable, Beth. I know, but these are things I need to know to help you figure things out. I tap my fingernails on the desk. So just tell me. I was into something with her. She's the only one I ever did anything like that with. Never before, and I don't care to get into that ever again, Beth. He fidgets in his chair, then stands up and paces in front of the huge window with a gorgeous view of the beach. Just tell me. Now you have my brain going, most likely in the wrong direction. I get up and move in front of him, so he has to stop the incessant pacing. He looks down at me and takes my shoulders in his hands. There's a room at the house where we were intimate. He lets me go and walks away. Are you ashamed, Channing? I follow him and he turns back. Yes. He goes to sit down and looks up at me, as his head is slightly lowered. He peers at me almost shyly from under his thick, dark lashes. It's a thing she was into, and I didn't know that until we were married. Then she introduced me to how she liked to be intimate. I move to stand in front of him and take his chin in my hand. Don't worry, Channing. I won't judge you. I promise. Bet you will. His eyes move to the side so he isn't looking at me. Trust me, Channing. I ease down onto his lap and press my forehead to his. You can trust me, baby. The room is on the second floor. The only room that isn't used for storage. It has a few things in there we used. I need to get rid of those things. They bring me bad memories all the way around. His hands move over my back. What kinds of things? I move my hands over his muscled arms. Things she had me string her up with. His breathing stops. I can hear his heart pounding in his chest. I didn't want to do those things to her. I didn't want to hurt her, but she made me. She wanted it. Oh well, that's not so taboo anymore, Channing. BDSM is kind of common. Not that big of a deal. I kiss his cheek. As long as all are consenting to it. Sounds like you were if you went through with it. Is it bad that sometimes it did feel good to do that to her? He pulls back and looks at me. And the first time after I learned about their affair, I really went ape shit on her. I don't think that's good. I smile. But I get why you would. His lips quirk up to one side. She actually told me to vent my anger on her body. After I whipped her until she was begging me to stop, I took her in such a dominating and, in my opinion, ugly fashion. Yeah, I'm sure I don't want to know those details. But just know that's perfectly human. And how many times did this happen, once you two had agreed not to divorce? The first week, every day. I had so much anger and resentment. And the odd thing was, she wanted me to do it. To beat her into submission. To make her pay for her transgressions. To make her be a better woman and wife. He looks at me. But it didn't help. It didn't make me feel better. Just the opposite, I felt worse. I felt bad about how her body was bruised. My heart is aching for him, and I wrap my arms around him. I'm so sorry that happened. That's terrible. You should have divorced her and ended it all before that happened. But it happened, and you can't take back anything you've done. After that week of what I look back on and think of as torture for us both, we just stayed away from one another. The last night I did it, I fell apart. It was me who was crying. It was me who curled up in a ball in my bed, alone, and begged God to forgive me. I pull back and see the tears threatening him. She asked for it, baby. Don't blame yourself. You didn't bring it up, right? I search his eyes and find them so full of sadness. No, I didn't bring it up. But I did lash out at her in anger to try to ease my pain, and that's wrong. That's completely wrong. His head shakes as he looks down. If anyone ever does that to someone I care about, well, I think I'd want to stop them. What a complicated life you two had, I mutter. I can see why you have no real feelings about her death. You must have had to shut down your emotions about her entirely to be able to act that way. His sigh echoes in the large office. I never truly connected with her. I only hurt her. And only because that's the way she wanted it. Sounds like she didn't love you, Channing. You were a trophy, not a partner. She got the handsome, younger man. Wealth. Things she would have never had otherwise. So this thing she had with your father, do you know how that was? When I found them, it was raining. I had called and called her when I came home from work and she wasn't there. Then one of the secretaries called me and told me she saw my wife's car pulling into a huge mansion just outside Miami. He looks away as a haze covers his eyes. It turned out to be your father's home? His head moves so slightly, it's almost not moving at all. It was, and I pulled up and found both of their cars there. I found the front door unlocked. I had never been there before. I didn't even know he lived there. But I knew his car, and it was his. The license plates had his last name on them. I assume you found them in bed together. I run my hands over his tight shoulders. The door to the bedroom was open. I stopped just to the side and leaned back against the wall as I heard them. They were talking softly and sweetly to each other. No harsh words, no sounds of slapping of flesh. No hardness at all. The things she told me were the only things that got her off. His long pause lets me know that really did hurt him. Did you confront them then and there? No, how could I? They were murmuring I love yous and things like that. Things she and I never did. Not ever. So I left and confronted her when she came home. He takes my hands in his and holds them between us. I think that's a good thing, that you held onto your sanity at a time when most people can't. But I didn't hold on to it. When she told me to teach her to do right, I laid into her flesh with a vengeance. One tear falls down his tan cheek. She winced every time she sat down that entire week. I kept her ass red. I should have let her go. So, there is a chance she was trying to get you into an accident to get rid of you and keep the money? That's something to keep in mind when anyone tries to make you feel guilty about the accident, Channing. I lean in close and kiss his cheek. You aren't the man she was making you be. An animal resides in me, Beth. His eyes go very dark as he looks into mine. I let it loose on you once already, when I so callously told you we were through because of words my father said. Now I know they weren't true, and I hurt you so badly. The animal inside me has the power to hurt people so completely. I think we all have that, Channing. Don't be so hard on yourself. I forgave you. Jana wanted you to do that to her. Just try to be aware of that, and keep it reined in. I smile, and he only frowns back at me. I don't deserve you. I kiss the tip of his nose. You do. You're so sweet and innocent, and I hurt you. And I forgave you. I never want to talk about it again. Now let's go to lunch, then maybe if you can pull yourself out of this funk, we can go home for a little one-on-one time in the sheets. Intimacy. You want to go home and be intimate with me? He looks very puzzled. After all I've told you, you still want me? I nod and hop off his lap. Channing, you're too hard on yourself. And no, I don't want to be intimate. I want to show you how tender you can be. His smile and the way he extends his hand out to me tells me he's on board with my idea. But what a dark side this man has.
Channing.
With all of my terrible faults, she says she still loves me. She still wants to be with me after I told her my deepest, darkest secrets. Maybe she's the crazy one. She's taking a long hot bath before we go to bed for the night. Not that I let her sleep that much. I can't seem to get enough of her, and my therapist told me that was natural. It's amazing how many things the therapist tells me are natural. I'm not sure I believe her entirely. Since I've become wealthy, I've noticed that hardly anyone tells me anything but what they think I want to hear. As if that makes me pay them more money for the job I'm asking them to do. My cell lights up as I have the sound off, and I see a number I've never seen before. Hello, Channing Michaels here. Hello, Mr. Michaels. This is Detective Radisson. I know it's late. I interrupt him. Yes, it is. Sorry about that. I just wanted to let you know that your father, Morgan Riley, came by to see me this evening. I bet I know what he told you. He clears his throat. Yes, I bet you do. Now, I need to inform you that if you are seeing someone, it doesn't exactly matter. But if you were having a relationship before your wife was lost at sea, then it does. Not a problem. I didn't meet this woman who he's accusing me of having an affair with until a month after my wife's death. I hired her as my personal assistant. She's with me everywhere I go because of that reason. I also have her living in a room in my home so she could have more off time, instead of driving back and forth from the corporate apartment she lived in, which was part of her salary. I see. He's quiet for a moment, and I can hear the sound of a pencil scribbling over paper. Mr. Michaels, I know you're a busy man and need an assistant. In light of this situation, don't you think a male assistant would have been a better choice? She was the best person for the job. She is very good at what she does. I saw no need to worry about the gender of the person. Just the qualifications. I tap my fingers on my leg, as this is making me mad that anyone needs to think about who I have working for me. Okay. Well, that is your business, sir. I do need to remind you that your wife has not been declared dead yet. She will have to be missing for 5 years before that can happen. His words take the air out of my lungs. 5 years? I find my body is shaking. That's a long time to stop my life from moving forward. I realize that. But until her body is found, or some other type of evidence is found where a coroner can declare her dead, then we have to wait 5 years for that declaration. Okay. What about me moving on with my life? I should be able to do that, right? I ask as I rub my temples. Personally, I'd wait at least a year. He taps something on his desk, and it clicks in the phone. And about your father. Now this is only my opinion. He's a loose cannon where you're concerned. I can see him going to the media when we do nothing with what he's told us. Also, if we find out you did know the woman he's accusing you of having an affair with before the time you've told me, then we do have a problem. No problem. I'm telling you the truth. If that's all, then I'd like to get off the phone and go to bed. It's been a hell of a long day. Sure. Bye. He ends the call and I take in a deep breath, then find my father's number. He answers with a smug-sounding voice. Did you get a phone call from someone you didn't want to talk to, son? I have news for you. It will take 5 years before they declare her dead if they find no body. I have more news for you. Unless I knew my assistant before Jana's death, which I did not, that would be the only reason they'd have to question me. So your plan didn't work. And you have actually done me a favor, because now our relationship can be out in the open. And if Jana is rescued? What then? Do you mean to tell me if your wife comes back from the sea, you would tell her she has nowhere to live because you have some bimbo living with you? He sounds so smug, it's unbelievable. She's not coming back from falling into the ocean that far out. It would be impossible. And the answer to your question is, yes, I will tell her she has no home here any longer. You have all of her things. You take her in. If she comes back from the dead, that is. I turn to find Beth looking at me with a confused expression. Bye. I hang up and look at her. What was that about? She asks as she comes to sit by me. She has on my t-shirt, and when I run my hand up her smooth thigh, I find that's all she has on. Her dark hair is lying in limp strands around her pretty, freshly washed face. My lips touch hers as I cup her neck. Don't worry about it. It was good news for us. She pulls back a bit. Good news? For us. Very good news for us, baby, I say as I let my lips move over hers. Pushing her back on the sofa, I move my body over hers as she asks, aren't you going to tell me this good news? It is about us, after all. All I can think about is having Beth by my side, her hand in mine, kissing her whenever and wherever I want. My body hums with warmth, my heart racing at the thought of her closeness. I lean closer, pressing myself gently against her, the soft fabric of her t-shirt brushing my skin. I want to cherish every part of you, I murmur, my voice low. I want to make you feel like you're mine. Her hands glide over my back, her breath uneven, a soft rasp in her voice. Okay. If that's what you want. Beth's fingers find the button of my jeans, undoing it with a quiet confidence. Our lips meet again, hungry and searching, our kisses deepening as we lose ourselves in each other. I shift to help her ease the jeans off, her movements quick and sure until they're gone. Her hands tug at my shirt, pulling it up, and I break our kiss just long enough to let her slip it over my head before diving back to her. The way she grips my shoulders and sighs fills me with a joy I've never known. Her touch, her adoration, it's intoxicating. Her legs brush against mine, drawing closer, her body warm and inviting. My mind is a haze of sensation, yet a flood of dreams rushes through me, places I want to take her, moments I want to share. I want her to meet my mother, my grandparents. I want to whisk her away to Spain, a place I've always longed to visit, now with her by my side. Her hands tangle in my hair, tugging gently, and I smile against her skin. I deepen our rhythm, feeling her heartbeat against my chest, only the thin t-shirt between us. I pull back, meeting her questioning gaze, then slip the shirt off her. She smiles, radiant, and pulls me close again. Our lips crash together, and I feel like I could stay here, wrapped in her forever. My kisses trail to her neck, where I linger, savoring her softness. She sighs, her fingers tracing patterns across my back, sending shivers through me. I'm going to buy you a ring, I whisper against her skin. Okay, she breathes, her legs brushing against mine, her touch electric. Her body trembles, and I know she's close to letting go. I hold her tighter, moving with purpose, guiding her to that edge. She calls my name, her voice breaking with emotion, her body tensing in a wave of release. I follow, swept up in the same tide, our connection carrying us both. Channing. Her voice softens, her body relaxing beneath me, spent and serene. I stay close, keeping an arm and leg draped over her, unwilling to let go. My lips brush her cheek. So, if I give you a ring, you'll accept it? Of course, once this is all cleared up. Why wouldn't I? I am more than crazy over you, Channing. She looks at me with such sweetness in her dark green eyes. I run my hand over her cheek. I want to have babies with you, Beth. Lots and lots of babies. Her dark brows go up. Babies? Lots of them. I nod. I want it all with you, baby. The whole 9 yards. As soon as this is all cleared up, then we can have that. She sighs and lies back, then closes her eyes. Whenever this is all over, then we can be us. We can be us right now. I lean up on my hand to look at her and see her reaction. Her eyes open and her head turns. Huh? The detective called me. Seems dear old dad called him and told him I was having an affair. All the detective wanted to know was if I knew you before Jana's accident. Which I did not. Wait. Are you saying he told you that you could have a relationship with someone now? I nod. As long as I didn't have a previous relationship with them, yes. So we are cleared for takeoff. I frown as her head shakes. People will think terrible things about me, Channing. Your wife has been missing only a few months. People will think we're awful people. We can't let this out in the open yet. We can't. You're kind of celebrity, being the owner of that hockey team, and so stinking rich. People will say I got to you when you were down and took advantage of you. With a laugh I say, I don't care what people say or think. As long as our being together doesn't mean I have to be investigated in Jana's death, that's all I care about. She sits up and looks at me as if I'm crazy. Channing, they will annihilate us. Can't you see that? You'll be stalked by reporters wanting to know what you're thinking, at a time you're supposed to be grieving or worried about your wife. Not starting fresh with a new girl, mere months after this tragedy. So what are you saying? You don't want this out in the open then? I look at her because I cannot believe this. It will be devastating if we do. You aren't thinking clearly. We can't do that yet. Maybe not for years. Certainly not before she's declared dead. She leans back and sighs. That will be 5 years from now, unless her body is found. I watch her eyes go wide. 5 years? I nod. Sure you want to wait that long, to be with me as a couple? Have kids? Have a place we can call ours? Her face is blank. No, I don't want to wait that long. But I don't want to face the reporters, and people we both know, who will think we're awful people either. So what do we do now?
Beth. Something is not right, Michelle. I can smell it, I tell her over the phone. Channing's in a meeting with his hockey coach, and I went to pick up the dry cleaning while he's doing that. I just saw the black Cadillac again, and this time there were 2 people wearing hoodies inside it. You need to dump him and that job and come back here where things are normal, Beth. Don't worry about what's happening in Channing Michael's over-the-top life. I can hear her let out a deep sigh. You're in over your head with this man. Am I? I can't do what you're telling me to. I love the man, Michelle. I pull onto the freeway and see if I can lose the people in the Cadillac in the traffic. Zigging and zagging through the cars in the Lamborghini, I lose sight of them in the rearview mirror. I need your help, Michelle. Damn, Bethy. I can hear the engine revving. You are using some type of hands-free device to talk to me, aren't you? My eyes roll. Yes, Mother. Geez. Anyway, I think if we could gain access to Morgan Riley's home, then I could get some much-needed information on the man. So how about you show up at his house and tell him you're there for the maid job you saw posted on some job board at school? No. I'm not showing up at that man's house. Are you nuts? You can act like you got the address mixed up, but then you can ask him if he needs a maid or anything done around his house. Tell him he'd be helping out a struggling student or something. And while you have his attention held at the front door, I'll sneak in the back. That'll never work, Beth. Never. I'm sure he has security. I laugh. No, he doesn't. I know that for a fact, as Channing told me he walked right in the man's front door once. Also, if you'll recall, Morgan Riley may have a big house, but he's living off credit cards. There's no money for a security system. Come on, Michelle. Help me out. I can't believe you're asking me to do this. Did Channing ask you to do this? He hasn't, and I'm not telling him. He'd tell me not to. I pull off the freeway and head back down a side road toward Morgan Riley's estate. I got the address off the internet very easily. You shouldn't. You could get us caught and we could be charged with trespassing, she says. I can picture her hands moving all through the air. What are you, an accounting student or a law student? We won't get caught. I can be very stealthy when I want to. Okay, Nancy Drew, tell me when we'll be doing this thing that will get your ass put in jail, but not mine. You see, you might be stealthy, but I can run like the devil is after me when I need to. And as long as I can outrun you, that's all that matters. So I can depend on your help then? I ask with my fingers crossed. Yeah. I'll go ahead and commit to it. You sound like you'll do this alone if I don't, and then you will get caught. So I'll help, but I'd like to make a bet right now that you won't find anything to help your man out. I see the entrance and pull in. My heart is thumping hard, and I've broken into a nervous sweat. No one seems to be home. What? She shrieks. Where are you? I'm checking out the address for Morgan, and no one seems to be home. There's no car, and the garage door is wide open. I bet I could sneak inside right now. I look all around and see no one. The place looks almost like it's deserted. The grass hasn't been mowed in what seems like a month or so. And the place looks like it's running down some. Well, you did say he needed money. Why doesn't Moneybags Channing give him some money anyway? I park the car and step out of it, grabbing the phone as I do. He shouldn't give the man any money. If you only knew. I can't tell you though. I hate the way you bring stuff up, then shut it down. I hear her take a drink of something. Hey, did you get out of the car? I hear the sound of crickets and birds chirping. I did, and I'm almost to the front door. Get back into your car and leave, Beth. Now. Are you going crazy? I stop as I hear something coming down the road, and run like crazy to get back in the car. Damn. Gotta go, Michelle. I'll call you back. Wait. I don't wait. I swipe the screen to end the call, then jump into the car, pull out of there very fast, and get out of the driveway just in time to see the car I heard slow near the driveway I just left. I made it about a block down the street, and I can see through the rear view mirror that it's the black Cadillac. I knew it. I knew it had to be him. Making the block, I come back around and drive very slowly past the driveway with my window down to see if I can hear them talking. But all I can hear is the sound of the garage door closing. I call Michelle back. It was Morgan, and this time he was not alone. Did they catch you? She asks with a panicked tone in her voice. Of course not. I told you, I'm stealthy and I'm fast. I make my way out of the neighborhood and head back toward the stadium where I left Channing. My mind is moving in fast circles as I think about who Morgan has with him. Michelle's voice brings me back. Beth, that was so stupid. Don't go there alone ever again. Promise me. Look, Michelle. I wasn't going to tell you this, but just so you know why I'm doing this, it's because Channing wants to take our relationship out in the open. He talked to some detective and found out it would be okay, though not recommended by the cop. Her laugh fills the car's interior with a sharp sound. Beth. The media will rip you both apart. I know. That's what I told him. He says he doesn't care. But I do. I don't want that for him or me, but I do want to be able to move forward. Michelle, he told me he wants us to have kids and get a place together, and he's so damn sweet. I take the exit to the stadium and have to stifle a tear. OMG, Bethy. Don't get caught up in this thing he's doing. This is way too soon. His wife has been gone only a few months. It'll seem like he did want her to disappear. I don't care what the cop says. Don't come out with this. I'm with you. But I can tell you this much. I have a limited time before Channing just goes for it, grabs me up in front of some massive people, and kisses me or something like that. Any day now I expect him to give me a ring. The parking lot of the stadium is nearly full for some reason. News vans are pulled up in front, as are a couple of police cars. Damn. I have to go. Something's wrong. What? I hang up on her. What the hell is going on?
Channing.
Thank God. I say as I walk down the long hallway behind Detective Radisson. I knew you would eventually find her body. The body has not been confirmed as Jana Michaels, as of yet. The body has decomposed very badly. The coroner needs dental records, and that's why we need you. Who was her dentist, Mr. Michaels? I stop in my tracks. I have no clue. A door at the end of the hallway opens, and in steps Beth. Even from here, I can see her eyes are wide and she looks nervous as hell. I bet she thinks they're here to take me in. She tries hard not to run to me, but walks as fast as she can. Channing, what's going on? She calls out as she comes toward us. There are cameras everywhere out there, waiting for you. I gesture to her as she approaches us. Detective Radisson, this is my personal assistant, Beth Statler. He reaches out to shake her hand. How do you do, Miss Statler? It's a pleasure to meet you. A man who runs a fishing service off the Miami coast found a woman's body, badly decomposed, this afternoon. Her face goes pale, and her hand covers her mouth. Her eyes dart to mine. Channing, I'm so sorry. I shake my head and put my hand on her shoulder. Don't be. I'm ready to put this thing to rest and place what is left of her body into a grave for the rest of her family to be able to have some closure about her. They've suffered for far too long. Beth nods and moves along with us as the detective says, the news reporters will have a ton of questions to ask you, Mr. Michaels. My advice to you is not to answer anything, just in case the coroner finds evidence of foul play. I'm sure you understand. Beth looks up at me as we walk side by side down the hallway behind the detective. Are you okay? She asks me quietly. I nod and take her hand for a moment, giving it a squeeze. I am okay. I'm more than okay. I know most people would be sick with this news, but it's an ending for me. A way out of this mess I made for myself by marrying a woman I didn't love. It's finally all over, and I can start fresh with Beth. The detective opens the door and lights flash, making me blind for a moment. All three of us shield our eyes from the bright lights. Some flash as they take pictures, and 3 others stay on us. The news cameras video every move I make, and every word I say. If I say any. A young woman steps out from behind one of the constant lights, holding a huge microphone in her hand that she thrusts into my face. Channing. Rebecca Parker, co-anchor for Miami Today. Tell us how you're feeling about this discovery. You have to be exuberant about the fact you can finally give your wife the burial she deserves, right? I look at her and see the detective turn back and shake his head at me. Another reporter, this one a man, shoves his microphone at me. Hi, Mr. Michaels. Dan Stevens, with the Miami Now show. He holds up a picture of some type of thing, and as my eyes adjust, I can see it's an arm, nearly severed from what looks like a mass of grayish flesh. Have you been shown the pictures the fisherman took, and that are currently flooding the internet? This could be your wife. How does that make you feel? My stomach lurches and my hand goes to my mouth. What a jerk. An arm moves in front of me and Beth steps up. Mr. Michaels will not be taking any questions at this time. Thank you for understanding. We will submit a press release after the coroner makes the declaration. Thank you, Beth so expertly says, then grabs my hand. Come, Mr. Michaels. The woman reporter shouts as we walk away. Who are you, miss? Beth looks back and shouts, his personal assistant. No more questions. We will release a statement soon. Thank you, I whisper to her. She looks at me with shiny eyes that let me know she's holding back tears. You're welcome, boss. The reporters don't stop asking their questions, yelling over one another to try to get some type of answer from me. The detective looks back at me. I'll lead you to the coroner's office. Just follow along behind me. Beth and I walk toward my car, and I take my keys out of my pocket. She looks at them and says, Channing, I'll drive you. I'm sure you're very upset. I shake my head. Why would I be? This is exactly what I wanted. She looks at me with surprise. Channing, you can stop the tough guy act. This has to be hard. No matter what you felt or didn't feel for her, you're about to see a very disturbing sight. This will haunt you for the rest of your life. I open the passenger door for her. Stop being so dramatic. Channing, stop being so blasé. She slides into the seat as she looks at me with furrowed brows. I close her door and walk around. Why don't I feel more about this? Am I being unconcerned? Am I being strange about the fact I'm about to have closure, and feeling optimistic about the whole thing? I get in behind the steering wheel and say, I'm dealing with this in my own way. Okay? Okay. Just try to act somewhat upset. Even if you have to act. Your demeanor is almost celebratory. She crosses her legs, and I look over at them. She has on a blue dress I picked out for her. Her black heels shine. Her legs are long and tan, and the dress rides up as she's sitting, showing off her shapely calves. I pull out behind the detective's tan Crown Victoria from the 90s. Beth, I know I'm acting a little odd. No, a lot odd, Channing. Her arms cross over her chest. Her chest rises and falls with a deep sigh she makes. I'll talk to my shrink afterwards, if it will make you happy. I hit the gas to catch up with the surprisingly fast driving, old cop weaving in and out of traffic. I try to stay ahead of the reporters, who, despite what Beth told them about giving them a press release later, seem to be intent on getting something out of me, as many are following us. It's not about what will make me happy. It's about you dealing with your emotions, instead of pretending you have none. She turns to me. How is it you can be so expressive with me, but not about her? Soon, you are about to be looking at what's left of a body, of the woman you married only a little over a year ago, Channing. Stop telling me how to feel, Beth. Damn. Right now, I have to be strong. Right now, I have to think. That reminds me, get on the phone with my bank and ask them if there are any dentists on any of the credit cards in the last year. She gets out her cell and calls the bank, as I try to keep up with the detective. My mind is so still, so unbelievably absent of any emotion, except happiness. I know that has to be wrong. So why do I keep thinking about how this is almost over, and my life can move ahead? For God's sakes, my wife is about to be legally declared dead, and all I can feel is joy. Something has to be wrong with me.
Beth.
Holding him in my arms after he's thrown up for the third time in 15 minutes, I finally feel as if he's having some normal feelings about finding the body of his missing wife. That was horrible, he mumbles as his stomach clenches again, but there is nothing left for him to throw up. I'm sure it was Channing. I run my hands over his back in an attempt to comfort him. The door to the little waiting room opens and the coroner comes in. A tall woman in a long white lab coat looks at us as she takes off a pair of blue latex gloves. Well, that was pretty grotesque, was it not, Mr. Michaels? She laughs a bit afterward. I frown at her. Not everyone is used to seeing such things. She nods. I know. I just never get tired of seeing big, strong men crumble under the things I have to deal with on a daily basis. Channing stands up on his own and stops leaning on me. I'll be okay. So, is it her? His now bloodshot eyes search the coroner's. I don't know yet. Did you get the name of her dentist? I answer that question, as he has no idea of the answer. The lady from the bank was still looking at the records when he was called in to try to verify the remains, which he was unable to do. The bank has no information regarding any financial transactions to any dentist since Jana was put on his accounts, nor after she was taken off. The insurance company has no record of her using the insurance to go to one either. What else can we do? I ask. The coroner shakes her head. Maybe her parents or other family members know of one she used before the marriage? I nod and look at Channing. Do you want me to call them, or do you want to? I should do it, he says. If you two will excuse me. He pulls out his cell phone and walks out of the small room. The coroner stays in the room with me and blatantly asks, So, you two hooking up or what? Huh? I ask as my heart starts pounding. Why would you ask that? She looks over her shoulder, then back at me. Only because that man is extremely attractive and wealthy. I look the woman up and down. She's probably around 30 and not unattractive, with short dark hair. She could be pretty, with a little makeup. And married, I add as I frown at her. She makes a short laugh, and the sound comes through her nose in a little snort. To a corpse. Thing is, I'm single and looking. He's gorgeous and newly single himself. A man like that will get snatched up quickly once the news gets out that his wife is dead. I'd like to be at the head of the line. You know? I tap my foot and cross my arms. I'm sure my boss will be in a period of grieving for a while. No women need to be thinking he's ready to move on just yet. So that's a no then? You and he aren't hitting the sheets? None of that is going on between you two? 'Cause he was pretty much wrapped around you when I came in here. She looks down her nose at me, as she's a good foot taller than I am. See, I'm a tall drink of water, and it's hard to find men who are taller than I am. I hate to see a nice tall man with a short woman. It goes all over me. I'm not short, I say as I tap my foot even faster. Average, I'd say. Anyone ever tell you that before? Her brown eyes go up a bit as she looks me up and down. You dress nice and all, but you're very typical. I hold my temper. You aren't the first female to try to intimidate me. And my boss's love life is none of your concern. If you want to ask him out, by all means, have at it, lady. I have your blessing then? She smiles and takes off her white coat, revealing a strapless little dress and a killer body. I run my hand over my face and stifle a groan. I trust Channing. It's not that. It's just that I know I can't stand by while some woman throws herself at him. Especially at a time like this. The poor guy's just seen a terrible thing. Look, lady. I know you probably haven't gotten laid in a long time, and the cobwebs need to be dusted out of the furnace and all. But my boss has been through something very traumatic. I know you're used to seeing dead bodies, but he's not. So as his personal assistant, I have to tell you that I can't allow you to come on to him at this time. Give it a year, see if he's still available, and then you can make an attempt at him if you want. But for right now, he's off limits. The door opens and she winks at me. We'll see about that, kid. So, Channing. I can call you Channing, right? Channing stops and looks her up and down. What? His eyes dart to me. Is going on here? I try to move in front of the pushy woman, but she takes a couple of quick steps and is right in front of him before I can get between them. My name is Samantha. They call me Sam. And I'm not one to beat around the bush. I think you're attractive, and I'd like a chance to get to know you better. He looks around her at me with his jaw hanging open. So I move next to him and wiggle my body between him and the woman who has my man pinned up against the wall. Back off, lady. She looks down at me, and I feel tiny between the two tall people. What is she to you? She looks back up at Channing. She's the love of my life, if you must know. And as soon as you get that death certificate done, I'll be that much closer to marrying this woman. He looks down at me. Isn't that right, baby? I run my hand over my face. Channing, what are you doing? The woman steps back and her face kind of drops. Not smart, she says as she looks at me. The media is going to have a field day with you too. I blink and my mouth drops open. Lady, you're something else. What the hell do you think they would do to you if he went out with your ass? Well, that would be much different. I'm brand new to the scene. You're his personal assistant. Wow. This is some juicy stuff right here. She pulls her lab coat on. Do you always wear such skimpy clothes to work in? I ask her. She shakes her head. No, but I always keep this dress in the closet in my office for those occasions when attractive men have to come in. You don't meet a lot of men where I work. Yuck, I say as I grimace. Then I turn back to Channing. You need to keep your mouth closed, Mr. Michaels. I look back at the slutty coroner. As for you, I expect you to keep your mouth shut. This is not to get out. Channing takes my hand and addresses the coroner. Jana's parents are going to be getting in touch with you very soon about the dentist she went to a few years ago. So, see you around. Her disappointment is obvious as she buttons up her white coat. Bye. Channing pulls me along with him to outside the office. The reporters are all there, and the lights go all crazy on us again. Is it her? The woman reporter from the arena asks him. We don't know yet. The remains are not enough to be able to tell. If you want to know my opinion, I think it's her. I think we've found the end to all this tragedy, and now her remains can be taken care of appropriately, Channing tells them all. My gut is telling me to get him moving along. He shouldn't be so hastily telling the press anything yet. His arm runs around my shoulders as the woman asks him another question. And is the young woman under your arm part of the affair that's been rumored about? My face goes hot, and I'm pretty sure Scarlett too. No more questions, I shout. Mr. Michaels will not be answering any more questions. We will issue a press release as soon as we know the findings on the body. I take his hand away from my shoulder and begin to pull him out of the crowd of reporters. They spring into action with all kinds of questions as I pull Channing through the crowd at what feels like a snail's pace. Then he stops me and pulls me to him in a warm embrace that makes me nearly pass out. His arms close around me and he sways back and forth with me. This young woman has been a godsend to me. She's been the missing piece of me I never even knew was missing. The truth is, my wife Jana and I had not been in a happy marriage for the last 6 months. She had an affair, and while we tried to reconcile, it wasn't working. Channing, stop, I say under my breath. In rapid-fire succession, the questions come so fast I can't even understand the words coming from the 20-some-odd reporters' mouths. Channing holds up his hand, and they simmer down a little. Listen up, people. I'm going to say this one time, and then we have to get the hell out of here. The life I was leading with Jana was a lie of a life. I may seem like I don't care that she's been found dead. I do care. I never wished that on her. It's a horrible tragedy that she fell overboard that day. I know she's in a better place, and finally has found the happiness she couldn't find with me. And I have found the happiness that's been missing from my life as well. This young woman is my life now. We will be married as soon as legally possible, and we will get on with our lives as God intends us to. I feel as if I might faint as they all break into loud voices, asking all sorts of things, and Channing pulls me along with him to the car. This is not going to go down the way he thinks it is.
Channing.
Her face is so pale as I drive us home. Why are you so quiet, Beth? Oh, just preparing for the storm, Channing. That's all. Her hands are moving in knots with each other. I reach over, take the one closest to me, and pull it up to kiss it. Baby, don't worry about what anyone says. I'm not. Her head turns slowly toward me, and her eyes are all twitchy. Are you crazy? I mean it, Channing. Did your shrink do any testing on you? Because you seem to think life is this place where you can do whatever you want to, and the hell what people think about it. It's not that place. Not at all. I laugh and smile at her, then place her hand back down on her thigh as I keep mine wrapped around it. Beth, you're young. I know you think the world cares, but they really don't. The next thing will come along soon and blow my news out of the way. You'll see. Her head shakes and she looks out the window. It looks like it's going to rain. We can build a fire in the fireplace and cuddle by it as we drink a little wine. You want red or white, baby? I want you to try to act as if you just had to look at the most disgusting and awful thing imaginable and deal with that. I want you to be normal, Channing. For just a day or so, be normal. She pulls her hand from mine. I move my hand back to the steering wheel and think, am I being abnormal? Maybe I should call my psychiatrist and ask her. She seems to tell me more often than not that everything I've done and felt is normal. I swallow hard and say, Beth, I feel like you're upset with me for not feeling the way you think I should. My therapist has told me over and over again how the things I've done and felt are normal. Why would she do that? Beth looks at me. Witnessing what you just did should have you beside yourself with grief. I mean, even if it was a person you never even knew, that's horrible. Can't you see that? Her hand runs up to take mine. I'm just so damn worried about you, Channing. You're making awful decisions. You'll see. The media will not make this some love story for the ages. They just won't, baby. I don't care what they make it. I just want us to get to hold hands in public and kiss when we feel like it. I just want what I want, Beth. That doesn't sound like a spoiled rich person at all, she says with sarcasm-laced words. I haven't always been rich. You know that. I'm anything but spoiled. I lived a pretty average life up until I turned 18 and inherited that money. My cell rings, and I see my mother is calling me. Hi, Mom. Son, what have you done? Her voice sounds worried. Mom, I'm in love. The sound of her crying meets my ears. Channing, you are all over every station. Your grandparents are so upset. How could you do this to yourself? We didn't raise you to be such a callous man. Callous? Do you think I'm callous, Mom? I see Beth put her head in her hands and shake her head. My mother speaks slowly and steadily as she says, Channing, you just found out your wife is dead and minutes later you announce your engagement to another woman. That's messed up, son. I love her, Mom, I say. How is it messed up to want to be able to walk around freely with her on my arm? I feel like I'm disrespecting her by hiding what we have. If your love is so true, it can wait. She should never have let herself get involved with you like that. And your personal assistant, Channing. Gosh, can't you see that she has seduced you? She's only after your money. Beth looks at me and shakes her head. No, I'm not. Please don't think that. I never wanted him to come out with this until maybe a year or so from now. I am no gold digger. You're a young woman with your whole life ahead of you. Quit and lie low for a while. At least until this dies down. When he's out of the media spotlight, then you two can reconvene this relationship. Once his mind is straight. The man just lost his wife for the love of all that's holy, girl, my mother shouts. That's enough, Mom. Damn it. Beth didn't start this. I did. She was very professional. It was me who initiated this whole thing. I won't have you thinking badly about her. I pull into the garage just as the rain starts to pour from the sky. Beth looks shell-shocked. I probably should do what she said, Channing. They're going to rip you apart if I stay around. I have to go, Mom. This is about to make the one person who has ever cared for me leave me, and that's the last thing I want. I hang up, get out of the car, and grab Beth up as she tries to hurry into the house. Channing, stop. She kicks her feet and wiggles in my arms. No. Stop squirming. I won't let you run away. We'll face this together. I take her inside and put her feet on the floor. I don't know how to fix this, Channing, she says, then starts crying and pounding her little fists against my chest. You've made such a mess of things. Why couldn't you be patient? I hold her tightly to me and place my chin on top of her head as I rock with her. Baby, being patient where you're concerned has been something I just haven't been able to control. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were the one for me. I knew the timing was terrible. But I suppose it could have been worse. I suppose I could have seen you the day I married Jana. I guess that would have had been worse timing. She laughs a little, and I see that as a good sign. Maybe we could just leave the country, Channing. Go where no one knows us or cares about us. She looks up at me with red-rimmed eyes. I kiss her cheek. We don't have to run away. This will die down. Mark my words, baby. This won't last long. People move on to the next thing. The next tragedy. The next crazy thing to happen. The next crazy couple. Her body feels so good against mine, and she sighs as her arms move to wrap around me. I suppose you're right. I kiss the top of her sweet head. I am right. She places her hand on my chest and pushes back. Let me go wash my face, and please make me a glass of red wine and meet me in front of the fireplace. I kiss her one last time and let her go. I love you, Beth. I watch her walk out of the room. She looks back at me. I love you too, Channing. Bring some crackers with cheese too. I'm starving. With a smile, I wave her on and turn to get the wine and cheese. Everything will be all right. I just know it will.
Beth.
Looking at my face in the mirror as I toss cold water on it to help stop my tears of embarrassment, humiliation, and complete panic, I see a woman with a lot on her shoulders. A lot of weight is there now. I was this happy-go-lucky young woman with the world at my feet. Then I met this magnificent man. Somehow I made him fall in love with me without even trying. Somehow I made him want to marry me, even before he's finished with his current marriage. I don't know how I've accomplished this. Yet, I'm going to be dubbed by society as a gold digger who managed to swoop in and take advantage of a grieving man. How I will manage to keep my head up is a complete and utter mystery to me. Against my better judgment, I turn on the television in the bedroom and try to catch a glimpse of the news on us. What I see as soon as the television comes on stops my heart. I fall to the bed and stare at the screen. I try to scream, but nothing will come out. The remote drops from my shaking hand as I stagger down the hallway to find Channing. In the den, I find him starting a fire in the fireplace. Channing. He looks back at me. Damn. Baby, he says as he comes rushing to me and takes me in his arms before I fall down. Baby, are you okay? I shake my head. No, and neither will you be. His blue-green eyes look into mine with confusion. Why is that? It's not her. I look around the room, which is now spinning. That wasn't Jana. And just before it all goes black, I can only think of one thing. Will this end us?
The flood. Channing.
Beth's shaking in my arms as I run my hand through her hair. Baby, it's okay that it wasn't Jana's body they found. It doesn't make anything different. Her eyes are wide, and there's a lot of shock in them. Channing, your wife is not dead. She and your father were just on the news. My world stops, tilts on its axis, and turns the other way. No. Her head bobs with a nod. She's alive, Channing. My cell phone goes off, and I manage to stagger to pick it up off the table. The fire has lit up well, and the room glows with the amber hue. Perfectly romantic. And what a great time for Detective Radisson to be calling me at 9 in the evening. Hello, Radisson. Have you seen the news, Mr. Michaels? I nod, as if he can see me. The shock is settling in nicely now, and my body is pleasantly numb. She's alive. I am sending an officer to pick you up, Mr. Michaels. He'll be there very soon. Just get in the car with him and give him no problems. Why do I have to go with him? If you want to talk to me, I'll come down in the morning. I fall back on the sofa and Beth sits next to me, taking my hand. You're being placed under arrest, Channing. Haven't you seen the news? He asks with a tired voice, as if he's tired of this mess and dealing with me. I haven't. Beth just told me Jana's alive. She said Jana and my father were together on the news. Why am I being arrested if she's alive? If you don't mind me asking you, sir. Beth looks at me with concern. Her dark brows furrow and her foot taps nervously. She has accused you of attempted murder. And the murder of your baby. His words I can hear, but I don't understand them at all. Baby? There was no baby, and I didn't try to kill Jana. I swear I didn't. My heart's pounding so hard I think I might pass out. I need a lawyer, don't I? You do, Mr. Michaels. See you down here soon. What should I bring? How long will I be there? I ask as Beth wraps her body around mine. Her tears are wet against my cheek. You don't need to bring anything. Whatever you do bring will be taken from you anyway. You'll be booked and jailed, then I'll come to your cell and see you. Bye now. He ends the call as if he didn't just blow my world apart. I have to go with some officer. Jana said I tried to kill her, And some crap about killing our baby, I say as I run my hands through Beth's hair over and over, so I can remember what it feels like and smells like as I'm locked away for no damn reason except for the fact my wife is a liar. How can you be sure there was no baby, Channing? Beth asks me. Well, I guess I can't be sure about her being pregnant. I can be sure it's not mine. I haven't touched that woman in months, and that's the truth, Beth. I search her eyes to see if she believes me. I need her to believe me. My hands cradle her face, her soft skin warm beneath my palms, and I pull her close. I need to feel her lips against mine, to hold onto her before they take me away. Beth's arms wrap around my neck, drawing me nearer as our kiss deepens, urgent and searching. She shifts onto my lap, facing me, her presence a fleeting comfort against the storm brewing inside me. Wearing only a thin nightgown, she presses closer, and I hold her tightly, my heart pounding with the need to be as near to her as possible. Where it's safe. My hands find her waist, guiding her gently, but my movements are quick, driven by the fear of leaving her behind. My mind races, dreading the moment I'll have to leave her alone. I pull back from the kiss, my voice rough. Beth, after they take me, lock the entire house. Every door, every window. Call the security company first thing in the morning. Tell them it's an emergency. I want the system installed tomorrow. Cost doesn't matter. Channing, she says, her voice husky, her hands resting on my shoulders before sliding to my arms. I'll call your lawyer first thing. I'm sure I can get you out tomorrow. I nod, and her lips crash into mine again, the kiss fierce, almost desperate. Our teeth brush in the intensity, and I pour everything into it, wanting to lose myself in her. The doorbell rings, sharp and jarring, followed by a clap of thunder that shakes the air. I hold her closer, my movements urgent, unwilling to let go. Channing, she gasps, her voice breaking. Baby. Her head dips to my neck, her lips grazing the sensitive spot behind my ear. She sighs, her body trembling as she clings to me, and I feel the wave of our shared emotion crest binding us together. But it's bittersweet, shadowed by what's coming. It should feel complete, perfect. But there's an ache, a hollow fear beneath it. I don't want to leave. My fingers tangle in her hair, and I gently pull her back to meet her eyes. Beth, no matter what you hear, don't believe it. Help me find the truth. I didn't do anything to her, but take her out on that boat. I swear. And if there was a baby, which I doubt, it wasn't mine. Please tell me you'll stay here in my corner through this. Please. I'm with you, Channing, she says, her voice steady despite the chaos. I won't let any of this mess with what I know is true. I love you. You're no killer. I trust you. She seals her words with a soft, lingering kiss as the doorbell rings again, insistent and unforgiving. Got to go, baby. I love you. She climbs off my lap, and I adjust myself back into my jeans. I'll go tell the officer you have to use the bathroom. Beth runs out of the room and down the stairs to go to the front door. I make my way to my bedroom, clean myself up, and change into a set of sweats. Since I'll be in a jail cell, I may as well be comfortable. After pulling myself together, as much as possible anyway, I make my way to the entry room and find Beth wrapped in a white robe, sitting on a sofa as the officer stands and waits for me. Channing Michaels, I'm Officer Simpson. I have to read you your rights, sir. Then I will cuff you and place you in the squad car. You have the right to remain silent. The officer keeps talking, but I zone out as I stare into Beth's deep green eyes. They glisten with tears she's trying so hard to hold back. I'm sure she'll fall apart after I leave, but for now, she's trying to show me how tough she is and how she'll be able to handle all this. The officer stops talking and cuffs my hands behind my back. Beth rises and comes to me. She puts her arms around me and kisses me on the mouth. A sweet kiss. Then she pulls back. I love you, Channing. I'll be working hard to get you out. Her eyes move to the cop standing behind me. I want you to know I expect him to be treated well while in your custody. If anything happens to him, I'll make life sheer hell for everyone in that department. And I'll hold you personally responsible. Get me, Simpson? He nods. Yes, Beth. Damn. Do you have to be so damn dramatic? In confusion, I look at her. You know him? She gives me a smile. I went to high school with him. Todd will make sure you're taken care of. Private cell and all, baby. I look at the short kid. Thanks, officer. I appreciate any help you can give me. I know every person in prison says the same thing, but I really didn't do anything I'm being accused of. He gives me a slight push to get me going. I know, sir. It's not my job to judge. Just to bring you in. Bye, Beth. See you at the station in the morning. Bye, Todd. Bye, baby. See you in the morning. I look back at her over my shoulder one last time before he takes me out into the pouring rain. Please let her stay with me through this.
Beth.
Though there is nothing I want to do more than to lie on the bed and bawl my eyes out, I have to make my way through this entire house and make sure every window is locked and every door is too. And there are a lot of them in this giant house. So many thoughts are running through my mind. For instance, now I know Jana was inside this house that night we thought we saw her ghost. The tramp. She's been with Morgan this whole time, hence why he wanted her things so damn badly. And the jerk did just want Channing to suffer by telling him I went and told him we were seeing each other. They may look like nice people, but they are both huge liars and capable of saying anything they want. The cell phone in the pocket of my robe goes off and I take it out to find Michelle is calling me. Hey, I answer. Really? Just hey. Don't you think you need to say a little more than that, Beth? Michelle's voice sounds tense and I feel an ass chewing coming on. Look, none of what they're saying is true. Quickly she interrupts, just like I knew she would do. No, duh, he told you that, Beth. He needs at least one person on his side, after all. No, I know he's telling me the truth. See, that woman has been alive all these months and staying with Morgan. I didn't tell you this, but Jana caught me and Channing in bed the first night I stayed here. How is that, Beth? And how would you two never tell anyone that? We thought she was a ghost. Her laugh is high and sharp and hurts my ear, so I pull the phone away. Beth. Come on. We did. I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, those two are more than capable of telling all kinds of lies. Believe me. And they already have. Starting with this baby nonsense. Channing hadn't been intimate with her for months before she fell overboard. After making sure the last window is locked, I go up to the bedroom. You are so gullible, Beth. Her words come out fast, and I can tell she has a whole bunch of them to throw at me. Of course he told you that. He wants to keep you in his bed, ding-dong. No. It's because it's true, Michelle. Now I need to go to bed, because I have a lot to get done tomorrow. Damn. Turn on the news, she tells me as I get to the bedroom door. I had left the television on when I'd gone downstairs, and there are Jana and Morgan back on the flat screen. Grabbing the remote, I turn it up. Morgan is doing the talking, as his arm is tight around Jana's tiny shoulders. Yes, we were told Channing was taken into custody earlier this evening. We couldn't be happier, truth be told, though we are still quite fearful of his retaliation. Any donations would be appreciated, so we could get some security for ourselves. That creep is always asking for money. They seem to be at some hotel, in a room with many reporters. I assume they put together this little thing, even though it's the late news. One of the reporters shouts out, "You should set up a GoFundMe page, Mr. Riley, to help out with the expenses. I'm sure everyone wants to help you too after all Channing Michaels has put you through." Jana buries her face in Morgan's chest and acts as if she's crying. I've lost so much thanks to that horrible man. She pulls her head up and wipes her eyes with her fingertips. I see no tears, but she acts as if there were some. Channing Michaels is not the man he seems to be in public. I've told the police about the way he treated me during our marriage. Not once before we married did he ever do anything to hurt me. After we married, though, he began to show his true colors. I have the scars on my back to prove it. I fall to my knees on the white carpeted floor. The air has left my lungs as I hear Michelle say, "See, Beth. Don't be a fool. Get out of there. Don't be another victim." He didn't do the things she's accusing him of. She asked him to hit her. She asked him to string her up in the room. They did strange things. The woman is a sociopath. "Beth, don't be stupid." Michelle yells over the phone. "You need to stop being dumb. He has a room where he strings women up and hurts them? Damn. No, he doesn't string women up. Only Jana wanted that. He didn't even want to do that to her. She told him that was the only way she could get off. That's why it's here at all. He never asked me to do that." "Did he ever hit you? I mean, while being intimate. You know, did he ever exert dominance?" Her questions make my heart pound. The answer is yes, but I'm not about to tell that to a soul. Never. Not once. Morgan starts to talk and we both shut up and listen as he says, "Jana and I also fear he's trying to do the same things he's done to poor Jana to another young woman. She's still in college and very naive." He looks straight into the camera. "Young woman, you know who you are. Please, before it's too late, get away from Channing Michaels. It may not seem like it now, but the man is a killer and will end up hurting you or worse. Run. Run away fast and never look back." I laugh out loud with his dramatic antics. "Idiot." Michelle shouts at me, "Come back here now. You have so many people telling you not to believe in the man. You need to listen." "Damn it, Beth. You leave me no choice. I'm telling your parents. I know they don't have a television, as they're kind of hippies, but I'll let them in on what's happened." "No. Don't do that. This is my life, and I'll live it with who I want to. Mom and Dad don't need to know about what I'm doing. Michelle, so help me, if you go and talk to them, I'll never speak to you again. Not ever. I wait to see if I got through to her. I'm sorry you feel that way, Beth. I love you too much not to. Bye." She ends the call, and any chances of me talking her out of going to my parents with this news. Jana looks away from the camera with a dramatic flair and sighs. If she's anything like I was, she'll fall for the man hook, line, and sinker. He is a master of seduction. Then her light blue eyes look into the camera. "But I will tell you this, young woman, he is evil. Pure and thoroughly evil. Get away while you still can." I push the button on the remote to turn the television off. I can't take any more tonight. As I make my way to the little fridge in the corner of his large bedroom to get myself something strong to drink, I have to wonder if I'm doing the right thing, staying here with him. What if he's found guilty? What if I am a fool? I pop the top of a beer, because I see nothing stronger than that, and take a long drink. What if Channing is a big fat liar? With so many lies floating around, who's to say he doesn't own a few of them? Things just keep getting more and more complicated. Perhaps I should leave.
Channing.
"What do you mean, you're not coming?" I whisper over the phone to my mother. After a night in jail, I'm ready to get the hell out of here. My lawyer is working on that now, and he told me to gather my troops. Leaving the jail with my family around me will look good for the bevy of reporters who are waiting for me to go outside. I'm not looking forward to that at all. The one thing my lawyer did tell me that pissed me off was that I needed to distance myself from Beth. He says it makes me look very guilty, and I should end the relationship. I just can't think of doing that, though. If for some damn reason I am found guilty, then I want what time I do have to be spent with her. As much as possible, anyway. I'm not coming, son. I talked to your grandparents, and we just don't know what to believe. We'd rather take a back seat and see what happens. I put the phone down and count to 10. I cannot believe my own family thinks I might have done something that terrible. I pick the phone back up. By any chance, have any of you spoken to Jana? Well, yes. She did call last night. It was late, and she was very upset. She told us she was sorry about everything and only wants to see you get the help you need. My mother's words ring in my ears. It's not me who needs help. Not mental help, anyway. I do need a show of support from you guys. I mean, even this creep who hurt some kid has his family here with him. But my family wants to take a step back and see what happens, huh? Nice. Bye. I hang up the phone and look over my shoulder. I see Todd coming toward me. He signals for me to come to him, so I get up and go over. Hey, Todd. Hi. Beth's in one of the offices. She asked if I could manage to get you to her for a little while alone. He looks up at me, as this kid is short. You really didn't do anything? I nod. I swear I didn't. He takes a deep breath. Okay then. Follow me. The fact he so easily believes me has me worried about him. Pretty new to this job, Todd. With a nod he answers, yeah, second month. Loving it though. I get a hell of a lot more chicks with the uniform, you know? I shake my head with how unprofessional this kid is. Bet you do. He opens a door, and I see Beth sitting there looking at her phone. She jumps up as I come in and throws her arms around me. Todd closes the door, leaving us alone. Missed you, baby? If I have to go without this woman because of Jana and my father, I really may kill someone. She wiggles as I get close to her. Her hands move up to my hair. I like being with her, but there's no way I'm getting her caught in action in the damn police station. I ease the kiss and then pull my mouth away from hers. You did miss me, baby. Her bottom lip is pulled between her teeth. I did. It was the worst night ever. She shakes her head. Listen to me. I slept in a soft, comfy bed, and you on a cot in a jail cell. I shouldn't even be complaining. I kiss her cheek, then nudge it with my nose. That's okay. I'm glad to hear you had a rough night without being in my arms as you slept. Has anyone told you about all the things Jana is accusing you of doing to her? Her frown tells me I won't be happy with what the damn woman is saying. I shake my head, and she looks so sad as she says, she's told everyone you took advantage of her. Does she have scars from when you and she did the BBSM thing, after you found out about her and your father? I swallow hard and let her go. Turning away from her, I don't know how to act or talk about that. She does. Her hand touches my arm as she pulls at me to look back at her. Channing, I want to believe you. And I do for the most part. But you said yourself things were bad between you two. If you did hurt her on purpose, then I'd like to know that. I'm not sure how to answer that. The whole thing about that type of intimacy is on purpose. So, if you're asking me, did I do that intentionally, there are two answers to that. Yes and no. I pull her back into my arms because I simply can't stand not to hold her. Channing, I know it's a fine line you're walking. I do. Everyone is telling me to get away from you. I don't know exactly what I should do. I gaze into her very unsure deep green eyes. My lawyer has told me the same thing. But should we let everyone else dictate what we do? Searching her eyes, I look for the answers in them. With a long sigh, she lays her head on my chest. Her arms are all the way around me. Channing, I don't want to run from you. I don't want to leave you alone to deal with this. I want to be right by your side. But I do know others will not understand that. Damn what other people think. I run my hands over her back and pull her closer to me. This is your life we're talking about, Channing. It could mean the difference between you getting off these bogus charges and spending the rest of your life in prison. Her heart is pounding against my chest. Baby, I'm innocent. I have enough money to get all the private investigation there is. If she lost a baby, There will be physical evidence to prove that. There has to be some kind of paper trail where she bought those things for that room. Because she is the one who made every purchase of every item that's in that damn room. Her eyes look brighter as she looks up at me. Just know that if you need me to, I can bow out of this if it's not the right thing for your case. Actually, I need your testimony if I do get indicted. I mean, you saw her in my home that night. You know she was coming in and out of the windows of her bedroom. Now, would a woman who is so afraid of me do those things? I let her go, walk to the door, and open it. Let's go find my lawyer and get me the hell out of here. I can't build a case against the tramp while I'm stuck in here. Beth comes to me and follows me out. Your lawyer is going to be mad at you. I'm sure he will. But that's okay. In the end, everyone will know what a piece of work Jana and my father are, and how you and I have so much love for each other. It would have been insane for us to break up over a bunch of lies. There you are, my lawyer says as we find him looking down the hallway. I've been playing it cool. Not asking anyone where you were. A young officer was sent to get you. I can see by Miss Statler on your arm there that he had you two in a private room. He did. Did you get me sprung? I run my arm around Beth's shoulders. He frowns. What are you doing? The press will rip you up, Channing. His eyes travel to Beth. Honey, surely you don't want what's about to happen to you. A smile goes all over her pretty face. I'm not even going to act like I'm not in his corner. I want everyone to know that I have been with Channing, and he is nothing like what they're making him out to be. With a wince, my lawyer turns to go outside with us. His head shakes, and his shoulders droop a little. Don't worry, man. This won't last that long. I'm about to hire the best private investigators I can find to get the dirt on my father and Jana. And believe me, there is plenty to get on them both, I say as the door to the back parking lot opens and a bunch of bright lights meet us. Let the games begin.
Beth.
And there they are. How nice of them to show up. Your fan club is out there, Channing, I whisper to him as we walk out the back door of the police station. The lawyer hurries us along. Don't say a damn word, Channing, he hisses. Channing squeezes my hand as we move as quickly as we can through the throng of reporters in our way. Then we stop altogether, as Jana's voice comes out over a microphone. Channing, wait. The reporters squeeze us in tight, making it impossible for us to move. No talking, Channing, his lawyer says loudly enough for all to hear. Channing nods, and then his blue-green eyes land on his wife, who has been lifted up to the cement porch at the back door of the police station we just walked out of. I have never seen that much hate in anyone's eyes. Not ever. Channing, I know what you're thinking. I know you want to see me dead. I want you to know I'm doing this all for your own good. You need help. You have to pay for your crimes against me and our baby, though. During that period of punishment, you can hopefully get some much-needed mental help. My heart goes out to you. I did love you once upon a time, after all. The cameras all turn to aim at Channing. I don't move as a woman reporter asks, "Would you like to say anything to your wife, Mr. Michaels?" His lawyer claps his hand solidly on Channing's shoulder. He has nothing to say at this time. A gasp from where Jana is makes us all turn to look toward the loud sound. Jana has turned her back to the crowd, and the sound of the cameras zooming in makes whizzing sounds all around us. She pulls the microphone to her red lips as she looks over her bare shoulder. Jana has pulled another coup. The back of her shirt has been slit up the middle, and she has the two sides pulled apart. 5 reddish straight marks go across her back. The distinct mark of one place where a chain hit her so hard it broke her flesh stands out against the rest. Her voice comes sadly out to us all. My bottom is also covered in scars from what he did to me. I did love Channing Michaels once upon a time. But when he changed our marital bedroom into a torture chamber, and made me take my own bedroom away from his, then I fell out of love very quickly. As anyone would. I did seek the affection of another. Unfortunately, it was Channing's father who I found love with. I bear the scars for the affair. I bear the scars for seeking out love when my marriage offered me none. No, my marriage to Channing Michaels only offered me pain. Pain my husband loved to dish out. My fists are so tightly clenched at my sides, I feel the fingernails digging into my skin. I turn and push the reporter behind me. Get out of our way. We need to get the hell out of here. I shout at him. Channing's lawyer helps by shoving his way out of the crowd, and Channing stays between us as they all shout questions. Just before Channing gets into the back of his lawyer's Suburban, Jana says one more thing. With a voice chocked full of dramatic inflection, she says, "Channing, our baby would have been a boy. You killed your son, Channing. How does that make you feel?" I push at Channing to get in the car, then climb in behind him and slam the door. Damn it! I scream and pound the seat in front of me. She's a monster. The lawyer's hands are shaking as he grabs a bottle of some kind of whiskey from some cubby hole next to him. It's only 10 in the morning, but he takes a long drink straight out of the bottle. Channing's face is red with anger. That was an ambush. A complete ambush. The heat in the back of the large car is terrible, as all three of us are hot and shaking mad at what just happened. The lawyer shouts to his driver, "Put the air on back here." The air starts to blow from the vents in front of us in an instant as he pulls out of the parking lot. Reporters continuously run alongside until they can't any longer, then we speed away. Slander? I ask as I look around Channing at the lawyer. Can't she be charged with that? The loud, huffing laugh that comes from his mouth lets me know he doesn't like my idea. Slander? No, she can't be charged with slander. He looks at Channing. Do I even want to ask you if you actually made those scars on her back? She enhanced them with makeup. I assure you, he says as he runs his hands through his hair. But you did make them? The lawyer asks. Channing merely nods and looks at me. You okay, Beth? Aside from feeling the most anger I've ever felt in my life, I'm fine. You're the one I'm worried about. What she did was unforgivable. I run my hand over his shoulder, and he looks at me with sad eyes. I can see now that they were setting me up for this since the very beginning. She and my father must have been cohorts before I ever even met her, he says as he looks past me and out the window. The ocean is on our left and the small waves move over the shore. The lawyer takes another long drink. I don't know what that would prove if we could prove they knew each other before, Channing. I should have pushed her overboard. I should have killed her. I should have killed them both. Channing says as I take his hand and he jerks it back. Stop. Don't touch me, Beth. I can't trust anyone right now. He looks right into my eyes. Not even you. Not even me.
Channing.
The silence in the backseat of my lawyer's Suburban is nearly deafening as we ride the rest of the way to my house. I don't know why I said that. My mouth opened, and the words came out without me even thinking. But the truth is, I can't trust anyone. I must be a horrible judge of character. Beth may be all up in this thing with them, for all I know. As the driver pulls up in front of my house, I look at Beth. Her green eyes are full of fire. Her dark waves are cascading over her narrow shoulders, and all I can think is she can't be trusted. I'll have the driver take you back to your dorm. The words come out on their own. Maybe I should just do what comes naturally. Maybe that's been my problem all along. My brain knows who is good and who isn't, but I've been overriding it with my emotions and feelings. Beth's eyes go very narrow. The hell you will, Channing. Her words kind of shocked me. I thought she might cry but not get mad. Look, Beth. She turns away, opens the door, gets out of the car, and walks up to the front door, unlocking it before going inside. I look back at my lawyer and shrug. Guess she and I will have to talk about this inside. See you, Ronnie. He doesn't say a word, but just takes another drink from the bottle of whiskey he's had a death grip on since we left that parking lot. I slide out of the seat and head toward the door she left wide open. As I walk inside, I find her pacing in the entry room. When she sees I've come in, she stops and glares at me. "Close the door, Channing." Slowly I close the door, never turning my back to her. I have no idea what she's capable of. Just like I had no idea what Jana or my father were capable of. I don't want to fight, Beth. I just can't trust anyone right now. I try to walk past her, to go to the kitchen. Her small hand grabs my arm. "You will trust me. You have no choice, Channing. We won't be going down that road you're trying to take. I'm not leaving you alone to deal with this. It's quite obvious you're dealing with a world-class pain, and I will not see you do it alone. I love you. Get it through your head. I love you, and I am going nowhere." Staring at her, I'm trying to figure out why she'd even want to be around me. Is it the money, Beth? I'll give you all you want. Just let me be alone. I'm the only person I can trust. If you say you can't trust me even one more time, Channing Michaels, it will cost your ass more than money. I don't want your money and never have. You know that. Her hand slips up and runs gently over my shoulder. You're trying to shut me out, and it's somewhat understandable that you feel you can't trust me. But you have to wrap your head around the fact I am trustworthy. She looks at me like she can see right through me. I stroke her pink cheek. You don't know how badly I wish I could. My mother and grandparents are sitting on the fence about me right now. Mom told me they preferred to sit back and see what happens. My word is not good enough for them. Her other hand moves along my waist, sending sparks through me. Channing, I do take your word for everything you've said. You have been honest with me about things you didn't even have to tell me. I trust you. I want to help you. I love you, and I'm not going anywhere. Biting my lip, I gaze at this little young super strong woman and have to ask, what did I do to deserve you, Beth? Channing, just stop. Her arms go around me, and she holds me to her as she looks up at me with her green eyes shining brightly. You've had one rough night, and this morning was certainly no picnic. Let's go up to your bedroom, take off all our clothes, and climb into the big comfy bed you have where we can be intimate. Then sleep this awful day away. I run my fingertip over her plump bottom lip. You are beyond amazing. Is that a yes? She asks with a smile. I pick her up into my arms and carry her up the stairs to my bedroom. That is a yes, and I'm about to thank you in every way possible for standing up to me and making me see that I was about to mess up. With a sigh, she lays her head against my chest and one hand trails over my pec. Yes, you were trying very hard to mess things up, weren't you? But I recall a little conversation we had a while back, after you came to your senses about me. You told me to kick your ass if I had to. Glad I came around before you had to exert your mighty force on me, little bit, I say with a chuckle. She balls up her tiny fist and shakes it near my face. Watch out. I pack a wallop, buddy. You're adorable. I kiss the tip of her nose and push my bedroom door open. Beth set her feet on the floor, her eyes locked on mine as she peeled off her shirt and shimmied out of her jeans, a quiet challenge in her gaze. I followed, shedding the sweats I'd thrown on after last night's ordeal, the jail cell's cold, unyielding mattress still a bitter memory. She took my hand, her touch grounding me, and led me to the bed, soft, inviting, a haven I'd craved in that stark cell. I pushed the thought aside and climbed in beside her, the warmth of her presence easing the ache. Her hands pressed my shoulders down, and she straddled me, confidence radiating. I reached for her, but she guided my hands to her curves, letting me feel the perfection of her form. As she moved with me, my mind drifted. Why had I spilled those raw truths earlier? Words tumbled out, unbidden, exposing pieces of me I barely understood. Was I unraveling, or was it just her drawing out my chaos? Her breath brushed my ear, voice a sultry whisper. I'm about to take you somewhere sweet, baby. I chuckled, tension melting. Good. I need that. She slid down, her touch deliberate teasing, her eyes holding mine with a playful promise. A flicker of her warmth grazed me, sending a jolt through my core. My eyes fluttered shut, a low moan escaping as she enveloped me, her rhythm steady, deliberate, unraveling me with every motion. Her touch was relentless, a dance of heat and care that turned my resolve to liquid. A soft hum vibrated through me, and when her hands explored further, a sound I didn't recognize rumbled from my chest. She was my sanctuary, pulling me into bliss. A wave crashed over me, sudden and fierce. "Beth!" I gasped, lost in the tide of release, her presence anchoring me through the storm. She lingered, trailing soft kisses up my frame, then settled half across me, her warmth a quiet comfort. I wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close. "Nap first, then it's your turn, baby," I murmured, exhaustion from the sleepless night flooding in. "Rest, Channing," she whispered, her voice a soothing balm. "I'm right here." Her words wrapped around me, a rare sense of safety settling in. With her by my side, life could be everything, sweet, whole, if I could stop sabotaging it. Jana's shadow flickered in my mind, but Beth's steady heartbeat drowned it out, lulling me toward sleep.
Beth.
The media brought their circus to Channing's beach house. Our sweet little nap was ruined all too soon, as the doorbell began ringing incessantly, along with the sounds of cars, vans, and trucks honking. Then both our cell phones began ringing. It's insane how people can find out a number one considers private. But they have, and Channing and I are prisoners in this magnificent home on a beautiful beach in Miami. By the small amount of news we've watched, because what's on it is more than depressing, it's obvious Jana and Morgan have sparked outrage in the community, and that all would like to see Channing's gorgeous head placed on a stick and carried around town to show everyone the monster is dead. Michelle sent me a text letting me know Jana and Morgan will be appearing on a talk show later this afternoon. The show's host is notoriously loud and opinionated. She's also an ex-judge, and Michelle said she'll be weighing in on the probabilities of Channing's conviction. I told him he shouldn't watch it, and asked Michelle to take notes and send them to me after the show. I don't think it's a good idea for me to watch it either. Her text also included information about her talking to my parents, who actually told her they respect my decision to stand by Channing. They trust my judgment and know I always do the right thing, if at all possible. Their hippie kind of ways are actually working in my favor, for once. And their belief in me has Michelle changing her tune. She told me she's behind me. Not Channing but me. And if I need her to help me, then all I have to do is ask. Funny how true friends and a family who believes they raised you right can have your back even when it seems the whole world is against you. Channing comes out of the bathroom. His color is so off. His tan skin is a bit on the pale side, and his stiff jaw is a lot slacker than usual. I get up and pull him to the bed. Then an idea pops into my head. Why don't we go all the way up to the party room on the 4th floor? It's further away from the noise, and you did say there was a badass sound system up there. I bet it would drown out these pests. What do you say, baby? Want to go hide with me up there? Put on your bikini, and I'll put on my board shorts. It's all tropically themed up there, and there's a huge hot tub. There's even a stocked bar. All I have to do is run down to the kitchen, rustle up some food and take it up there. We'll make a day and night of it. He jumps up, goes to his chest of drawers, and pulls out a pair of faded blue swimming trunks I know he's going to look awesome in. But I didn't bring a bathing suit, Channing. I get up and go to the closet to see what I can wear. He clears his throat as he takes a little red bikini from the same drawer he pulled his shorts from. I bought this for you last week. He tosses it to me. Now you get dressed and I'll meet you up there. And don't even make an attempt at turning on the sound system until I get up there. I'll show you how to do it. It's a fussy system. Laughing as I go into the bathroom to make sure I'm mostly hair-free before donning the tiny bathing suit, I can't help but feeling this will all work out. Somehow it has to. As I'm shaving my legs in the sink, my cell rings, and I see it's the security company I called early this morning. Hello. I'm at your door and no one's answering. Are you home? A man asks me. Yes, we are. Have you not noticed the crowd out there? I ask as I can hear them all yelling questions about Channing and me. If you let me in, I can be of help to you, he says. Be right down. Quickly, I find a cover-up, throw it over the bathing suit, and rush down the stairs to let our help inside. As I run through the kitchen, I see Channing putting things in a bag. Hey, the security guy's here. He says he can help us. Then let him in. We need all the help we can get. Channing follows behind me, temporarily abandoning his at-home shopping. As I look out the peephole, all I can see are reporters. I call the number back. I don't see you, sir. I'm right here at the front door, his deep voice tells me. Just open the door and you'll see me. Move to the side so I can slip in quickly. Stay back, Channing. He's coming in fast, he says. I pull the door open, and all I see are the reporters, who blast me with questions. I don't know why they bother. It's impossible to understand any of them. Hi, the same deep voice I heard over the phone says, and I look down. I look way down to find a small man with a full beard and sparkly blue eyes looking up at me. I mean, this man is short. His head comes to about my waist. Oh, sorry. Come on. He moves his small body through the narrow opening of the door, and I manage to close it back up before anyone can manage to get an appendage in to stop me. Channing is all smiles as he greets the security guy. Hey dude, he says like he knows this guy. I know, it's me. The skipper's #1 fan. He holds up his hand and makes a fist pump into the air. Go Skippers. Channing reaches out to shake his hand. Wow. How cool is this, huh? What's your name, guy? I'm Lance with the security company. When the order came in this morning, and I saw your name on it. He kind of blushes, and I smile. Well, let's just say it felt a lot like Christmas. Channing laughs. That's nice to hear after all I have going on in my life right now. Lance gives him a wink. Hey man, I got your back. I happen to have witnessed quite a few things going on when you and that, pardon the term, battle axe of a wife you have were at some of the games. The one she went to, that is. That was only a handful, but I happen to live down the street from another one of your nemesis, Mr. Michaels. Channing shakes his head. No misters around here, Lance. You call me Channing. The guy smiles like he just won the lottery. Wow. Okay, Channing. This is like a dream come true, man. He hops up in the air and does another fist pump. This guy has a lot of enthusiasm, I must say. So who is it you live by, Lance? Channing is only wearing his swimming trunks, so I go to the laundry room and grab him a t-shirt. When I walk back into the entry room, I see a frown on Channing's face. That creep. Who is? I ask as I toss the shirt to Channing. My father, he answers as he pulls the shirt on over his head. Lance saw him borrow a boat from one of the neighbors, the same day I took Jana out sailing. I knew that good-for-nothing was up to something that damn day. I look at Lance and ask, you personally saw him take the boat? I did. I didn't know he was Channing's father, until last night though. Lance looks back at Channing. That must have been rough, dude. Channing nods. The roughest. Lance looks back at me. Since all this stuff has been on the news since it all began, I knew the date Jana disappeared. And since I'm kind of a math junkie, I remembered the date I saw the man taking the boat from my next-door neighbor's house. I actually talked to him about it, because my neighbor wasn't home, and I wanted to be sure he had permission. I asked him if he knew about the small craft advisory. He assured me he did, and that he wasn't taking it out very far. Just wanted to do a little fishing, is what he told me. I bet he did do a little fishing. For Jana, Channing mumbles. So it's quite possible they set the whole thing up. I bet she did have some type of flotation device on. Lance smiles. The life jackets that my neighbor uses on his boat are those little things you wear around your neck. They're flat and undetectable under clothing, until you pull the little cord to inflate them if you need to. She could have had it under her clothing. You did report she had on a red dress, right? Channing nods. And it had a high neck and a collar. She could have had one on under it that I didn't see. God knows I didn't touch her. She knew I wouldn't. She knew she was safe from me finding it on her like that. From outside, the noise gets louder as someone starts honking a horn, and the others shout even louder. Lance smiles at Channing. Want me to end this? Can you? Channing asks with hope in his voice. If you can bankroll it, I can get you a security team. And I know you can manage the money part. Plus, I know 2 of the best private investigators this side of the Mississippi. With one phone call, they can be here tonight, Lance says as he pulls out his cell phone. Do it, Lance. Channing looks so relieved. But now I'm the one with trust issues, as this little guy seems to have all the answers. A little too good to be true.
Beth.
Set him up with free tickets for life, Beth. I want Lance to have his own skybox and everything. Channing is nearly glowing with his affection for his new BFF. Oh yeah. Set him up right too. Make sure you add chauffeur services for game days. We don't want our little guy getting any tickets after the game if he's consumed a little too much free beer. Free beer? I ask. He nods. Yeah, free food and drinks come standard in the skyboxes, baby. Didn't you know that? How could I? You and I have always sat on the floor seats behind the team. I'd love to sit in a skybox. I tap into my laptop to get all the things he's ordering for the guy and frown. Channing sits down next to me on the sofa in the living room, puts his arm around me and kisses my cheek. I like to sit with my team, baby. Hence the reason I don't have a skybox. But if you want one, then I'll get it for us. It would be nice for our families, anyway. And one day, when we have kids, they'd do much better in one, I think. I turn to him and find him grinning at me. Channing, you're getting a little ahead of yourself. Don't you think? I mean, thinking about kids right now with so much hanging over your head. Well, it's kind of playing in a fantasy land. Lance is helping me get to the bottom of it all. The private investigators have been on the job for 2 days now. I expect results soon. If Lance saw my father taking a boat out the same day Jana fell overboard, then those men can certainly dig up more on Jana and Morgan. I have complete faith. He gets up and finds the remote to the television hanging on the wall. With one push of a button, his face falls as the television lights up the room, which previously was only lit by the lamp next to me. Being that it's nearly 10 at night, I suppose he thought he might find a game half over. Instead, his wife's face fills the screen. Crocodile tears cascade down her red cheeks. Along the bottom of the screen run the words, previously recorded. Change the channel, I say and look back down at my laptop. Michelle sent me the notes on this. It was done the other day. The day your boyfriend Lance showed up. You don't want to know what she says, baby. I promise you, you don't. Instead of turning the damn thing off or changing the channel, he turns the sound up and comes back to sit next to me. Taking his beer off the coffee table in front of us, he downs the last half of it. I'd like to see what I'm up against here, baby. His eyes stay trained to the television. I don't want what happened to me to happen to any other woman ever again, Jana says as she sniffles. The female hostess of the trash television show shakes her head with sadness in her dark eyes. Sally of The Sally Show looks into the camera which has been moved to show her. If we can get just one more creep off the streets, then we're at least trying to make this world a better place. Remember what I said in the beginning of this show. A ticket bought to watch Channing Michael's beloved hockey team, the Skippers, is a ticket saying you believe what he did to this poor woman was right. Does she have to go after my team? He asks, then looks at me. Why the jugular? Why do so many people go straight for the kill, without knowing a damn thing? Wish I knew, baby. You really should turn the channel. I go back to finding what all Channing wants for Lance. He gets up and goes out of the room after pausing the show. I look up as he comes back in with another beer in his hand. Okay, I'm ready to hear what all she's going to lie about now. He starts the show back up, and Jana is looking sadly into the camera again. You think you know a person after an entire year? I thought he loved me. I really did. Channing shakes his head. I did. I was a moron. I stopped doing what I'm doing to pay attention to this little session he seems to be having. Jana has a long necklace of pearls that her hand nervously twists. He gave these to me on our wedding day, Sally. Who would give a girl something as nice as this if he didn't love her? Channing laughs. I did not give her those. She must have bought them herself. On our wedding day, I placed the wedding ring she'd picked out on her own on her finger and gave her nothing more than that. I stay quiet while he stares at the screen. He takes a small drink of his beer as Jana says, the loss of our son is what pains me the most. He leans up and places his elbows on his knees. Do tell, liar. Sally asks, Jana, how far along were you when he threw you off the small sailboat in the middle of the ocean? 6 months. I hadn't told Channing yet. I was waiting for that special moment, and I found it on the boat. I'm afraid that may have been what made him try to kill me. A laugh comes out of my mouth. Liar. Channing looks at me. Yes, she is. Then Sally's producer puts a picture up on the screen of a smiling Channing and Jana. Her dress is form-fitting, hugging her skinny body. Her very skinny body, with no hint of a baby bump. Sally asks, this is the last picture anyone could find of you two. How long before he tried to kill you was this taken, Jana? 2 weeks. Jana's face fills the screen again. I had just been to see my doctor that very day, before we went to the fireman's gala that night. My doctor told me I was going to have a son. I was so happy and wanted to tell Channing then, but he was in a foul mood, so I decided not to. If that woman is 6 months pregnant in that picture, then I'm the Pope. I say, then close my laptop to focus on her. Channing takes a drink and nods. That's what I'm saying. Sally's hand moves out and rests on Jana's leg. Please tell us you went to see your doctor when you got back to safety, Jana. With a shake of her head, Jana says, I was much too afraid of Channing at that time. I mean, I had lost a lot of blood by the time I was rescued by another boat. It was full of fishermen who spoke no English. They helped me into their boat, and since I couldn't communicate with them, I found a payphone at the old marina they pulled into. I called the only person I could trust, Morgan Riley. And he took excellent care of me. Sally looks concerned. But you have gone to the doctor since you came out of hiding, right? Jana looks at her with tears dripping down her face again. There was no need. The baby was gone. I laugh. There was a need. It's called a D&C, idiot. She really is a tool. Channing looks at me and smiles. This is all very good, baby. If you know these things, so do others. Her lies are about to trip her up. I hope so. Looking back at the television, I see the slightest hint of doubt on Sally's heavily made-up face. Jana, let's talk about something else. That subject is too painful for you. Tell us more about the change in the man you married. You said he turned your bedroom into a torture chamber. My followers would love to know more about that. So would I, Channing mumbles just before he pulls the tall dark bottle to his lips for another drink. When we came home on our wedding night, we had no honeymoon thanks to a hockey game that was happening the next night. He took me to his bedroom. Sally holds up her hand. Wait. What do you mean, his bedroom? Jana sighs. Okay, Channing and I made a bedroom on the second floor of his house into the bedroom that was to be ours. He had his own room on the third floor. And I didn't know it yet, but he had made one for me on the first floor. So when we came home after the wedding, I thought we'd be going to the bedroom I had furnished before the wedding for us, together as man and wife. But he took you to his room instead? Sally asks in confusion.
He did, Jana says with a nod.
In that room, he told me things were going to change between us. I was his now, and he could do with me what he wanted. He made me change into a tiny leather outfit, and he pulled my hair back into a very tight braid. Sally's eyebrows arch. BBSM and against your will? I wouldn't say against my will at that point. I found it exciting, and I went along with it. You have to recall, I did love this man at that point. Jana looks back into the camera. When he took me to the room I had so carefully decorated, I found it void of all the things I had bought. A set of silver handcuffs hung from some contraption on the ceiling, a long chain hung on one wall and several whips on another. It looked like a dungeon. It was so dark and frankly scary to me. Channing takes a drink. What a sack of lies she holds. That night when we came home, she told me she was exhausted and went to her room she'd already set up for herself on the first floor. That room hadn't been set up on the second floor yet. She did that a couple of months after we were married. Things just get deeper and deeper. Sally asks, and that was the first time he ever hit you? Jana nods. He turned very brutal. I got my first of many scars that very night, and I soon realized he was not the man I knew before. That man was a lie. Sally looks sadly at Jana and touches her arm. Why didn't you leave him, Jana? He said he'd kill me. Gasps erupt from the audience and Sally looks at the camera. And now a word from our sponsor. Channing just sits there in stunned silence. Then he looks at me. I think she should get some kind of award for Performance of the Year. And I'd love to know who her writer is. It must be my father. I never knew her to be that imaginative. I run my hand through his dark wavy hair. Just think how blown out of the water everyone will be when they find out what a big liar she is and how they were all duped into believing her shit. Then a thought runs through my head that the show aired a few days ago and we've stayed off all social media since this all began. So I open up my laptop and search Jana's name. Just as I thought, people are commenting on her age, her small frame, and the fact there is no possible way that woman was 6 months pregnant in that picture. I look at Channing, who seems shell-shocked. I suppose anyone would be though. I mean, he was married to the lunatic. Channing, I say, and he turns to look at me. We need to tell your lawyer you want a statement and receipts for this supposed doctor Jana said she was going to, who diagnosed the pregnancy. I told you before when we were looking for dental records, the insurance had no reports of any physician's visits since you put her on your insurance. And we both know she was cut off the credit cards and the bank at that time. She would have had to ask you for extra cash for those visits to the doctor. So get her caught in one lie and see how quick her house of cards falls, he asks me, and his lips turn up into a smile. I like it, Beth. I like it a lot. We can watch the rest of her rubbish interview tomorrow. Let's hit the hay, I say as I get up and he follows behind me. Things may be looking up for him.
Channing.
As I pull her into the shower with me, Beth giggles, and I stop her laughter as I take her mouth in a hungry kiss. Her arms go around me. The warm water flows over us and feels almost like rain. To hold Beth and kiss her in the rain is something I look forward to. She must love the way the muscles feel on my back, as her hands run over them every chance she gets. I pull my mouth from hers. Lathering my hands with a cucumber mint shampoo I bought just for her, I gather her hair in my hands and massage it in. Let me pamper you, sweet thing. Okay. She leans her head back and closes her eyes. She's so trusting of me. At times, I find it very naive of her. There's very little to go on, save my word about what I've been accused of doing to my wife. And the fact that I told Beth that I did cause those scars on Jana's body doesn't seem to affect her one bit. She said that if Jana told me to do that to her, then how can I be blamed for it? But I do feel guilt. I feel a lot of guilt. Beth's hands move up my arms and back down them. That feels amazing, Channing. I love the smell of the new shampoo. I'm glad you do. I lean over and kiss her shoulder. It seems I think about you almost constantly. What kind of shampoos would smell great in your hair? I thought to myself while I was at the store the other day. What kind of bottled water would you like? How will you glow when you're pregnant with our first child? You know, those kinds of things. She sighs and opens her eyes. How many kids are we having? Mr. Plans too far ahead. Wow, what a long last name I have. What's the first one like? I ask her with a little laugh. Joe. Always Joe with a long last name. Everyone knows that, she says with a smile. I see. I pull her head back to rinse the shampoo out. I think 4 kids would be a nice round number. 4, she asks as her voice goes all high and squeaky like. Yeah, 4. I run my hands through her hair to make sure all the soap is out, then rub in the conditioner that matches the shampoo. 2 boys and 2 girls. Even you can't make sure that happens. She turns around when I've got the conditioner all spread through her hair, then makes a gesture for me to turn around, and I find her putting shampoo onto my hair. Her hands move through it, leaving a tingling sensation all over where she rubs it in. Oh, but you would be wrong, my sweet Beth. You see, there are special doctors who, when paid enough money, make sure you have the gender you want. They can even manipulate the genes while they're doing it. We could have a little brilliant-minded son or daughter. I suppose they all could be brilliant. I don't know if having a house full of kids who are smarter than we are would be a great idea, Daddy-o. She might be right. Well, you know what I mean. They could have the best genetics we have to offer them. Your sweet personality. My giant ego. I laugh and she does too. She pulls me back to rinse my hair. To be honest with you, Channing, that sounds kind of amazing. Her dark green eyes sparkle, and I know she really thinks it does. I'm glad to hear that. It's a thing my grandparents think is awful. They're very old school. How are you doing about their lack of support, Channing? She finishes rinsing my hair and moves under the shower head to rinse hers. I run my hands through it as I face her to help her get the conditioner all out. Honestly, I've had little support from them and my mother since I accepted my paternal grandfather's money. They thought I should never have taken it. They told me to give it Morgan and forget I'm any part of that family. Wow. And you didn't do what they all told you to. At 18? That's amazing, Channing. I kiss her sweet lips, then say, Nah, I just knew I needed to accept the amazing thing that was left to me. I knew I needed to make the best out of myself I could. It wasn't Morgan's father's fault that Morgan didn't tell anyone about me. Why not accept what the man, who might have been a fantastic grandfather to me if he was given the chance, gave me? I agree. I am shocked a teenager was able to go against his family, though. She kisses me lightly on the lips, and her arms run around my neck. I give her another light kiss and say, I was a bit of a rebel in my younger years. And once I had that money, I moved out to an apartment of my own while I went to college. You must have been a hot commodity for all those college girls, with your own apartment, and I bet a pretty badass car, too. She leaves a kiss on my neck and makes me groan. Let's not talk about what a badass I was in college, baby. But we can talk about the canary yellow Corvette I bought myself. My hands trail over her shoulders and down her back. She leans close, her breath warm against my ear. That move was quite the charmer, she whispers, sending a shiver through me. I grin, my hands resting on her hips as I draw her nearer. Maybe a little, I admit, feeling the heat of her body against mine. Her eyes, soft and captivating, meet mine as she traces a finger along my lips. You seem a bit eager, she teases, a playful smile curving her mouth. Always for you, I murmur, capturing her lips in a deep, fervent kiss. Words fade as I lose myself in her. The way her body fits perfectly against mine, the way our lips seem made for each other. Her touch is electric, her fingers grazing my arm, igniting every nerve. She pulls back, her gaze locking with mine, then turns in my arms, pressing closer. A low, unfamiliar sound escapes me as she leans forward, her movements graceful and deliberate. Yes, I breathe, my hands steady on her hips, overwhelmed by the connection between us. Taking my time, I draw her close, savoring the warmth and intimacy of the moment. You're incredible, I whisper, my voice thick with emotion. I can't imagine ever tiring of her.
Beth.
The sound of an alarm buzzing throughout the entire house interrupts our shower time. And just when things were beginning to get good too. An abrupt end has us tripping all over each other to get out of the shower and going to pull on some kind of clothes, as the security company will be showing up and it's obvious that we have an intruder.
You stay in here, Beth.
Channing shouts as he pulls on pajama bottoms and runs out of the room. Wrapping the towel around me, I rush to the closet to find something I can jump into quickly. A little sundress will work, so I yank it off the hanger and run to find some panties to slip on. The alarm stops. I assume Channing keyed in the code. But why would he do that? Slipping on the panties, I run out of the bedroom and down the long hallway. I can hear voices coming from the first floor. Somehow, I manage to streak down both staircases in moments. And then, in the kitchen, I find Channing looking at Jana, who's red in the face and ranting about her damn car. How did you get in? I shout at her. Her red cheeks flush even more when she sees me. You skank. Don't worry about that. Go back to his chamber and wait like a good girl. I rush at her, but Channing has me in a tight hold before I make it to her. No, I can't let you do that to yourself, Beth. I wiggle and squirm. Just let me go and let me kick her ass, Channing. A smirk forms on the chick's face, which up close looks very fake. Implants in her cheeks, Botox in her forehead, and lip injections. Is there anything real about this woman? I want my car back, Channing. I saw that bimbo driving it, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let that happen. Haven't you done enough to me already? She has the audacity to ask him. Keep talking, Jana, and I'll let this little pit bull I'm holding go. She'll make quick work of you. No suffering, he says. A short laugh comes from me. She will suffer though. A broken arm and maybe a few ribs should make sure of that. Channing whispers, threatening her is against the law, baby. Let me handle this. I stop wiggling and wait to see what he's going to do. Be my guest. I'm not giving you that car back, Jana. Have a fit if you want to, but it was never in your name. It was always mine, and I wanted my dead best friend's wife to have it. And you should start retracting a bunch of your lies. You're about to be blown out of the water, and the entire world will hate you, he says, then places my feet on the ground. They aren't lies, and you know that, Channing. Her face loses the redness and goes a little pale. Have you told her what you've done to me? As a matter of fact, I have. He kisses the top of my head and keeps a tight grip on my hand. Jana's face pinches as she asks, so the little tramp is into it then? Channing shakes his head as I try to get free and run to her. No, Beth. Don't do what she wants. She wants you to attack her so she can tell some more lies and have some more bruises and scrapes to show the world. He turns his attention to Jana. And what we do together is none of your damn business, Jana. The sound of sirens is heard and a smile creeps over Channing's face. I laugh when I see the realization hit her and say, hope you like jail. You wouldn't. Channing, no. Tell them you won't press any charges, please. I just wanted my car back. Please, she begs with glistening eyes which say she's about to cry and make a real scene. How this woman loves her dramatic scenes. Channing laughs as Jana squirms. Now then, Jana, seems I have a bit of leverage, since you decided to break into my house. How about a public retraction of the lies you've told? Then I'll see fit to not to press any trespassing charges. Channing, I can't. You deserve what you get. Then so do you, he says as the first police officer comes in through the garage door she managed to get open, then comes into the kitchen where we all are. The security company called us about a possible break-in, he says, with his hand on the gun in his holster. I saw the damage to the garage door, so is it safe to say one of these women is the culprit? Channing points at Jana. There she is, officer. You can take her away. The cop looks at Jana, who's melting into what appears to be a breakdown. No, officer, please. I merely wanted my car back. It was my car, and he gave it to this no-account woman. The officer looks at me. Is she talking about you? No. I shout. I'd never drive her old lady mobile. It's another woman who doesn't have much and is Channing's dead best friend's wife. Also, she's the mother of his godson. Channing takes the conversation over. It really doesn't matter why she broke my garage door, and why she thought she could come in here with no invitation whatsoever. What does matter is that she broke into my home, and I want her charged with trespassing. The officer shifts his sizable body, as he finally takes his hand away from the butt of his gun. Now, I suppose your hotshot lawyer neglected to inform you of the way the law works. Channing's forehead creases as he frowns. I am aware of the way the law works. I have a home I had locked up, and she destroyed the lock on my garage door, which I will have to replace and repair. She came into my home without an invitation. That is trespassing and damaging property that is not hers. So take her away, please. Sure, the cop says with a smile. Just produce the divorce papers and I'll do what you've requested. Divorce papers? Channing and Jana say at the same time. I grimace at the fact, and then my mind goes into crazy land as the officer speaks. Yes, divorce papers. You see, in this state, the married parties can reside in the home they've shared until the divorce is final. She broke no laws. Quite the contrary, really. You should never have locked your wife out, Mr. Michaels. The smile that moves over Jana's face makes me want to go and scratch it right off. Nonsense. I shout at the officer. He levels his dark eyes on me. And you, miss, have nothing to do with this, so shut your mouth or I will book you on charges of obstruction of justice. I don't. I say before Channing has me in his arms, and his hand goes over my mouth. She won't say another word, I promise, he says. So what am I supposed to do? Let her live here? The officer nods. That is what you have to do until you have signed legal divorce papers. Now, I will bid you all a good night, as I have work to do. The cop leaves and I feel very deflated. Channing's heart is pounding in his chest behind me. Jana, you know that's a terrible idea. I will file for divorce in the morning. Don't think for a second you can really stay here. You know this was my home long before I even met you, Channing says with an air of authority. But her face is saying that she just found out something she didn't know, and her wheels are turning. Channing, the law is the law. And we both know I'd rather not be in this house anyway. So this seems like a great time to make a deal. A financial transaction that will keep me away from the home we share. Channing's chest rises and falls, then he says, I know where you're going with this. Good, then we're on the same page. Finally, she says as she claps her thin long hands together. Morgan will be so pleased. I'm off to talk to him, and will be back in the morning to tell you what my offer is. She turns and walks back to Morgan's black Cadillac. We watch her walk away, her head held high as she leaves the empty garage her car was once kept in. The dark night closes in around her as she walks to the car. Channing puts his arm around me. I have never needed help as much as I do right now. Those two will clean me out. I nod in agreement. You know how they've gone to the public? I do, he says as he looks at me with hope in his blue-green eyes. Please tell me you have a great idea, baby. Not one yet, but I am working on one, I say, then pull him to go back inside. He follows me and says, don't work on it too long. It seems I need it a lot more quickly than I thought I would. Now I really have to get to work on my plan.
Channing.
The pink of the first hint of the sunrise barely meets my sleepy eyes, as my cell phone rings and I see the word Mom filling the screen. Unwrapping myself from Beth, As I held her close to me all night after the shrew left, I answered the phone. I have to admit, I'm hoping my mother and grandparents have decided to back me on this. Hi, Mom. Good morning, son. I've heard from Jana already this morning, and it seems you might be telling the truth. She was quite ecstatic to learn that you had to let her live with you until a divorce was final. I found that odd but kept my mouth shut about that so she'd continue, she says. I breathe a sigh of relief. And what else did she say? She said she was going to make you a deal you couldn't refuse. The deal is, she wants it all. She wants everything you have, and she plans on giving it all back to the rightful heir. Your father, she says with a low tone to her voice. Which I agree with, Channing. What? How could you agree with that? Mother, I worked hard for everything I have. The initial $1 million was helpful in making things happen a lot faster for me than if I'd not had it. But I made my own money. I made the grades that got me my degree. I made the right decisions on starting an investment firm. I did all that. I would have done it without the money from my grandfather. She interrupts with a shrill voice. That man was not your grandfather, Channing Michaels. My father was not just your only grandfather, but a father figure to you as well. I hate the fact that Morgan's father left you a thing. Mom, Dad, and I are your family. Your only family, Channing. Give her the money so she can get it back into the hands of the man it belongs to, and leave them both in your past. I won't do that. No matter what you think about the man I never met, my grandfather was a good man. He was never told about me, and my life would have been so different if we had known each other. I get out of bed and pace as Beth moans, yawns, and opens her sleepy eyes. Listen to me, Channing. My mother uses her best mom voice. I didn't ever want you to know Morgan Riley or his family. The man is awful, and we were dumb teenagers when I got pregnant with you. I never wanted you to have anything to do with them. I was furious when that attorney waited until you were 18 to come and tell you about what that man had left you. Furious. Now you have the chance to get him out of your life forever. I don't care if you have to give every last cent you have to your wife to get him out of your life. Just do it, and you'll find your life much easier than it has been. Mom, I will never give everything I worked for away. Not ever. I'm sorry you don't understand me. I really am. But the fact is, you've made no good decisions, and I won't be following what you think is best. Frankly, it's not in any way the best thing to do. And if I did give away everything I had, then what am I supposed to do? Come live with me and my parents, Channing. Come back home to us. They don't have that many years left, and you're missing them with all your money, that damn hockey team, and all the other things your money has you busy with. Her words stun me. I have to sit down with what she said. Mom, why have you never made a life for yourself? You've stayed right there at your parents' home. You've never gone to college to get any kind of education. You dropped out of school when you got pregnant with me, and have worked that dead-end job as a cashier at the grocery store for so damn many years now that I can't count them all. You've never moved up. Not once in all these years. What are you so afraid of? How dare you? I stop her. Mom, I offered to buy you your own house anywhere in the world so many times I can't count them. I did the same for Gammy and Papa. No one would take what I could give. We wanted nothing from that tainted money. That money belonged to people who were evil to their very core. Do you know how your grandfather gained his wealth, son? I did my research on the man. He made it in the textile industry. So what? So what? She asks as she makes this exasperated sound. Son, he had children working in sweatshops overseas to make the textiles he had shipped to America and sold right here. Children died because of that man. We want none of that blood money, and neither should you. Mom, Papa told me the same thing a long time ago. It was a different world back then. I'm sure in today's world, the man would have used legitimate sources. There just were none available back then. I understand, and think some of the reason he was so set on giving me some of his wealth was because of the way he used kids to help him make his money. I'm sure he was trying to make up for what he'd done. But the fact is, I've made a lot of my own money now. The money he gave me is gone, and what I have now is money made the right way. Hard work and ingenuity, Mom. Not blood money. Well, it stemmed from that money, she says. That's what really matters, where it came from in the first place. Well, then you should have a similar opinion of me. Morgan is his son, so I stem from him as well. I deserved the money, and I made good use of it. I didn't squander it away like Morgan has. I didn't do anything bad with it. I got my education and invested the rest in my firm. All the fancy cars and the tramps you had with you all the time tell me that money is evil, and we want no part of it. Do as I say, and get rid of it all. Your life will be so much better. I promise you it will. Beth sits up in the bed with her hair all messy in the best possible way. Her lips pull to one side and she says, "I'll love you no matter what you decide to do, Channing. I'll take you with or without any money. But for the record, your mother is way off on this. And also for the record, this decision is yours to make alone. Don't listen to that girl. I've seen her with you on the television. She's a gold digger, son. Mark my words. She is part of the evil surrounding you right now because of that money. Drop her and the money and come back to where you belong, my mother tells me. In a 3-bedroom small home in one of the oldest neighborhoods in Miami. To do what? Watch people grow old, doing nothing with their lives but existing? Papa and Gammy do the same thing every day. I love them, but Mom, I would go insane sitting there with you 3, day in and day out. I run my hand through Beth's hair. Plus, I have a woman in my life now, and I plan on marrying her and having children with her. And I'm not about to start from ground zero. So think any way you want about me. I'm not giving that tramp or my father a dime. And you can take your advice and put it where the sun doesn't shine, Mama. I end the call and laugh. That felt so good. Beth's face is full of surprise. Wow. You know how to stand up for what you think is right. I have to say, that is very attractive. Very, very attractive. She reaches for me and takes me by the shoulders. Our mouths meet in the middle. Her body melts into mine, and our hearts begin to find the other's rhythm. I don't believe the money I inherited was evil. I don't believe that Jana can get away with making me give her my money. I do think there's a way to get to the truth behind her and my father, and that's where I'll be spending my time and resources. But right now, it seems Beth is quite turned on, and I never plan on leaving this woman wanting a damn thing.
Beth.
Listening to Channing stand up for himself is amazing. I could never go against what my parents say. I tried once when I really wanted a candy bar. They never let us have candy. One of my friends had 2 of them, and I wanted it so badly. My father told me how sugar rots your teeth, and Mom told me how the chocolate can make your skin break out. I still wanted the candy though. At 16, I wasn't some child who needed to be told they could or could not have candy. I felt angry with them for treating me like a little kid, with no concept of what candy can do. I argued about it, only a little, telling them I wasn't asking if I could do an illicit substance. I just wanted the dang chocolate. Everyone else I knew had tasted it. That's all I was asking for, just a small taste. They told me it was better not to know what it tasted like, or I might develop a want for something that was not good for me. In the end, I stopped arguing and told my friend I couldn't have any because my parents had said no. The way I felt was horrible, like I couldn't be trusted to make even the simplest decision for myself. My parents were odd that way. Major things like my college major, they trusted my judgment. Even this thing with Channing, they trust my judgment. But a simple thing like whether I wanted to risk rotting my teeth out or making my face break out into pimples, that decision was taken away from me. Now that I look back at it, it was me who let them take that decision away from me when I asked them in the first place. I should have just taken the bite like I wanted to. And now that I think about it, I'm going to get me a damn candy bar and eat the whole thing. Beth's breath was warm against my ear, her voice a soft caress. Channing, you're incredible. You're the incredible one, I murmured, my lips tracing the curve of her neck, her shiver igniting my own. My hands glided up her arms down her back, her body yielding to my touch, already alive with need. With a gentle push, I swept the blankets aside, revealing her in the morning's faint glow. We'd abandoned night clothes long ago, practicality giving way to desire. I moved over her, our bodies aligning, her warmth drawing me in. A shared moan escaped as we joined, complete and seamless. You feel like heaven, baby, I whispered, my first slow movement sending heat coursing through us. Her knees rose, urging me deeper, her nails grazing my back. I inhaled her scent, committing every detail to memory, this moment, this woman I'd move mountains for. She was my everything, worth any sacrifice. She arched to meet me, her lips finding mine in a kiss that plunged me into depths only she could reach. My fingers tangled in her hair. A hum escaped her and I shifted, my movements turning fierce, urgent. Pinning her hands beside her head, I pulled back. Look at me, Beth. Her eyes met mine, wide and trusting, though my intensity shadowed them. Okay. I moved harder, each thrust stealing her breath. You're mine. Forever. Understand? Her voice trembled but steady. Of course, Channing. I'm yours. I need to know, I pressed, urgency tightening my grip, Jana's specter and the jail's cold bars haunting my mind. If I lose everything, my wealth, all of it, will you stay? Her gaze softened, unwavering despite my hold. Channing, I'd love you penniless. I swear it, no matter what. A growl rumbled in my chest, tension easing. I buried my lips in her neck, nipping sharply, then soothing the mark with fervent kisses. She gasped, arching into me, her body grinding against mine, chasing the fire we built together. My lips grazed her ear. You're mine, Beth. Forever. Now let go for me. Her cry shattered the quiet, her body trembling beneath me. I'm yours, Channing. Always. The words fueled me and I surged forward, my release crashing through, binding us in shared heat. Sweat slicked, our bodies moved as one, the fire lingering. I released her hands, cradling her face. Her kiss was hungry, then softened, a current of love flowing between us, grounding me like nothing else. I pulled back, her eyes sparkling in the dawn. I love you, Beth. I want to marry you the moment I'm free. I want our life to begin. Her hand traced my arm, resting on the bicep she loved. I love you, Channing. Soon, this mess with Jana will end. I know it. Her certainty anchored me, but Jana's pale figure lingered in my mind, a shadow threatening our forever. I held Beth closer, vowing to fight for us. Channing sighed, his eyes fluttering shut, and rolled away, leaving a chill where his warmth had been. I turned to face him, finding his gaze fixed on the ceiling, shadowed by doubt. What should I do, Beth? If I give Jana everything, will she and my father leave us alone? Can we build the family I dream of? I traced his forearm, my touch light. Ever read If You Give a Mouse a Cookie? He nodded, a wry smile flickering. All the time, about my father. That's why I've never given him the million he demands. He'd bleed me dry until he's gone. Then you know the answer, I said, resting my cheek against his broad chest. Don't give her a cent. Trust her lies will unravel. She's already shown her hand, spilling secrets to your mother. Record her next demand, secretly. Let her expose herself. That's not legal, is it? His fingers wove through my hair, thoughtful. I slid my hand across his taut frame. Not legal, strategic. Leak it, to the media. Let the world see her for the gold digger she is. She'll stop at nothing to strip you bare. He kissed the crown of my head, a soft warmth. You're brilliant, you know that? I do. I smiled, pressing my lips to his chest, feeling his pulse quicken. Now what's your plan when she threatens to move back in? She'll scream and you can't legally stop her. His hand brushed hair from my face, grazing my cheek. We'll move to a hotel. This house? It's getting a termite treatment, tent and all. Unlivable for as long as I need. I laughed, kissing his chest again. You're pretty brilliant yourself, Channing. Your lips, he murmured, voice husky, they're like fire against me. He pulled me atop him, eyes dancing. Care to tame the beast? Giggling, I settled over him, his readiness sparking heat between us. Will you make it wild? He surged upward, a playful jolt, and I clutched his shoulders to stay balanced. Whoa! His grin lit the room, a promise of forever etched in its curve. I held that smile in my heart, praying Jana's shadow wouldn't steal our chance at eternity.
Channing.
Thanks to Lance and his connections, I've managed to get a wire placed on me. After checking Beth and myself into a hotel downtown, I had a termite company go out and tent my house. Thanks to a little contribution to their business, the tent can stay up as long as I need it to. So now I'm waiting for Jana to meet me at a small restaurant in town. I also have a few people taking pictures of this occasion, where I'm meeting her in public. And that should show how she isn't so afraid of me. The hostess brings a smiling Jana to the table, and I get up and pull her chair out for her. May as well get some pictures of me being a perfect gentleman while we're at it. Jana, how nice to see you here. I was afraid you might not come. You know, since you're so afraid of me. I take my chair and find her laughing quietly. Channing, you are incorrigible. She clasps her hands together as she puts her elbows on the table and looks into my eyes. We both knew I'd come to talk to you about the financial arrangement that will get me and your father completely out of your life, so you can move on with the young tramp you found. Of course. Can I ask you one question before you tell me what kind of deal you want? I look back into her darkly lined, light blue eyes. She nods. Of course. With a smile, I ask, did you know my father before you and I met? The way she looks off to the left tells me she did, but I'd like to have it recorded. What would that even matter, Channing? It wouldn't. I'd just like to know, I say as I lean back in my chair and gaze up at the ceiling. I have the feeling this was something you two planned before you were introduced to me. And if it was, she asks, making me look back at her. I shake my head. I just want to know. For my own sanity is all. Your father was my employer for a while. I was his maid, until he lost what was left of his inheritance. Your father is a good man, Channing. A bit of a gambler, but we've dealt with that issue, and he's been in therapy for his addiction to gambling. I feel he can handle this money now. That's why I agreed to help him get what is his back from you, she says, then gestures to the waitress who comes right over. A scotch and soda, please. The waitress nods. And for you, sir? Water, please. She rushes off, and Jana's left eyebrow cocks up. Not drinking today, Channing. How unlike you. I think I need to keep my head clear, so I can clearly understand what it is you want from me. Lines form at the corners of her red lips. I only want what is rightfully Morgan's. You see, I believe that without the money his father gave you, you would have none of what you have. I feel it's more than fair that you start over fresh, with just your degree, which I can't take away from you. You can make yourself over using your wits. So your best friend Renee, my old personal assistant, how does she fit into things? I ask, as I have been dying to know this for some time. Oh yes, Renee. I met her at the gym she goes to. Well, after we found out the closest people you kept around you, that is. She's unaware of anything. A pawn in the plot. Pity she quit her job, though. I didn't see that coming. Do you know the poor thing can't seem to find a job anywhere? You really should think about asking her to come back as your assistant. Her drink comes, and she immediately puts it to her lips and holds out one finger to the waitress. I look at the waitress. I believe she wants another, please. She nods as she places the glass of water in front of me. Yes, sir. Will you be wanting to see the menu? With a glance at Jana, I ask, will you be eating today or just drinking your lunch? She pulls the glass away from her mouth. Nothing for me, thanks. I had an enormous breakfast. Just the drinks, dearest. And I'm not hungry. Thank you, though, I tell the young waitress, who looks a little confused as to why we're in the restaurant if neither of us is eating. I'm used to that, though. Jana hardly eats a thing. I suppose the small amount of nutrients in the things she drinks keeps her thin as shit ass alive. My eyes rake over her, and I have to wonder what made me ever even date her, much less ask her to marry me. Then I snap my fingers under the table, as I recall it was she who said we should get married. Now that I think about it, she plied me with a ton of alcohol during our dating period. And then it hits me that her family had to have known she worked for Morgan. So, your family must have known about you working for my father. Wonder why that was never mentioned to me. I sip my water and look at my soon-to-be ex-wife. Her smile thins her already thin lips to near invisibility. Oh well, I told them about your hard feelings for Morgan and asked them never to tell you that. I told them I was afraid it would make you think bad things about me. And they kept your little secret. You were right. I would have thought bad things about you, Jana. See, I was right, she says, and sounds like she's so proud of herself for fooling me. Well, aren't you the clever one? I say as I lace my fingers and place them behind my head. So do tell me what it is you want from me then, please. All of it, Channing. She smiles and taps the side of her now empty glass. I want every last thing you have liquidated. The cars, the business, that damn hockey team. I want all of it sold, and then I want your entire bank account given to me. And I want you to do this in the name of retribution. You can tell your lawyer you want to make things right with me. He can set the paperwork all up, and I can tell the police, I no longer wish to see you in prison. The loss of your precious money will be punishment enough. Everything, huh? I ask, then take a sip of the water that sits in front of me, and I have to struggle not to toss it in her heavily made-up face. Exercising great self-control, I place the glass back on the table as the waitress brings Jana her second drink in a matter of 10 minutes. Here you are, ma'am. Can I get you anything else? The waitress asks. I think I'll be going soon, so no thank you. Jana picks up the glass, then puts it down and says, wait a moment, miss. The waitress turns back and smiles. Yes, ma'am. I need a to-go plate. Lobster and shrimp. Whatever type of plate you have with them both on it. Thank you, Jana says, then looks at me. You know, in case I get hungry later. I nod, but no, it's for Morgan. I'm not about to sweat it, though. So, how long do I have to get everything sold? Her whole face moves up with her eyebrows. Guess the whole thing is attached somehow, after all her surgeries. So you agree then? I asked how long you'll give me to do that, if I decide to. I lean my elbows on the table and place my chin in my hands. Well, I don't know. How long do you think that will take, Channing? I watch her red lips touch the glass as she pours the liquor into her mouth, a mouth that at one time I kissed. A mouth which has spouted lies about me, and a mouth I'd love to see drop open in shock as her world unravels when the nation gets this recording. Maybe a few years. The team was up for sale for 5 before I bought them. And my business will cost a ton of money. So, naturally, I don't expect someone to snatch it up right away. It could be years before that happens. Her face drops. I didn't think about that. Jana nor my father ever seemed to really think about too much of anything. So I add, maybe you should go back and talk to Morgan about this. Her head shakes, making the tight blonde bun at the back of her head bob a little. No, he told me if you accept it, then I am to make the deal. I'm not to leave here without a deal set in stone. I cock one eyebrow at her. Then you should tell the waitress to bring you more food than that, because you'll be here a while. The only solid deal you'll be getting is where I give you a whole lot of nothing, Jana. You have to be on crack to think I'll be handing over everything I worked so hard for to you. I wouldn't do that if it was all going to benefit just you. Adding Morgan to it makes it impossible for me to give you a cent. Sorry, Jana. No deal. I don't understand. She takes another long drink. I thought you said you would be giving it to me. I thought I heard you say those words. Sorry, I didn't say those words. I just asked you questions. I lean back in my chair and watch her wheels spin. Well, I guess I have no choice then. I'll be moving back into our home, and I'll be bringing Morgan with me to be sure I'm safe there. Her light blue eyes catch mine, and a smirk forms on her lips. So what do you think about that, Channing? I can fight the divorce for 2 years. You'll have to live with me and your father for 2 whole years. And believe me, we will not make it pleasant at all. I pull a piece of paper out of my pocket and hand it to her. That's an order from the county health inspector. It states that as long as the home is under the treatment of any pests, such as termites, it's uninhabitable for that period of time. Anyone entering the premises during the treatment period can be taken to jail, as that action is a suicidal one and can be punishable by up to 5 years in prison. What? Well, the home isn't being treated for termites. She looks up at me. So this paper means nothing. And if you are planning on doing that, then I can get in the house before that occurs and stop that from happening, as it's my home too, and I'll simply tell them I don't want that. A smile covers her face as she thinks she's won the day. How can I put this so it stings a bit? I hesitate before I tell her my news. Her face is making so many little lines all over it as she tries to frown, but the Botox in her forehead prevents her from doing it right. The tent is already covering the house, so no one is allowed in until they're done. Well, how the hell long will that be? She asks with so much indignation it's absolutely amazing. With a shrug of my shoulders, I say, no way to tell. The inspector told me the house is so huge, and the extent of the infestation is immense. It could take months. And if they have to remove any boards or walls, then they'll replace them and repaint and make everything look as if nothing ever happened to it. Where is it you're staying? We'll stay there with you. The smile returns to her face. I pull out the paper my lawyer wrote up for me and hand that to her. She looks it over, then says, "This says I'm only allowed in the house we shared until the divorce is final. Nowhere else." Damn it. Her eyes level on mine. Damn you, Channing. I'll make you pay for this. Just watch. You think you have trouble coming your way, just you wait and see what else I can drum up on your ass. I get up and say, your threats are so old, Jana. Soon the world will know about how you've set me up. You know damn well I didn't try to kill you. And if you had any idea about how to use a computer, then you'd know many people are questioning the whole pregnancy thing. Your ridiculous claim to be 6 months into a pregnancy without a hint of a baby bump has skeptics blazing through social media with the picture of our last outing. By the way, who was your doctor? None of your business, Channing. Her cheeks are red with rage and the effects of the alcohol. How's that? This was my supposed baby, Jana. I glare at her. Just admit your lies, and this can all go away a whole lot quicker than if you continue with your story of me trying to kill you. I know you drugged the wine, and I know Morgan was out there on one of his neighbor's boats, 2 things you failed to mention when doing your little shows for the press. How do you know about Morgan borrowing a boat? Her bottom lip trembles a bit. His neighbor is a big fan of my hockey team, and he told me. You see, I do have a bit of clout in this town. You may have turned many against me with your lies, but I still have some people in my corner. I turn to walk away. Your own family is against you, Channing, she says, stopping me. I turn back. And why are you calling my mother? You never wanted hardly a thing to do with my family, but suddenly you call her about everything. Odd, I think. Her head cocks to the right. She deserves to know what a creep she raised. Mine cocks to the left. Me a total mess? Well, just so you know, she and my grandparents have caught on to your real agenda with the phone call you made to her this morning. They want me to give the money to you, to give back to Morgan, only because they see it as evil money and never wanted me to accept anything from that family. They don't have your back, Jana. They just have their ideas about the money. It's nothing more than that. I turn to leave again as she shrieks, "Channing, I'm not going to play around with you. Give me the damn money, or you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. I swear I can make it happen." My feet keep taking me towards the door. The waitress runs up to me. "Sir, the bill?" "Oh, sorry. How much was the water I had?" I ask as I pull out my wallet. "Free, but we don't do split tickets, sir." "Sorry." She looks very apologetic. "Well then, my free water is part of her ticket. Go ask her to pay you. I hope you have a nice day. Bye now." I walk out of the glass door, feeling a lot better about everything with the recording of all Jana's admissions and threats. Even from outside, I can hear Jana screaming, as the waitress must be telling her she has to pay the bill. Who does this to their wife? I ask you, who does this sort of horrible thing to his very own wife? A husband who has been taken to new depths of deceit. That's what kind of husband does that.
Beth.
Lance and I wait for Channing to make his way to the van where Lance made the recording. Do you think that'll be enough to get the media off his back, Lance? The media is a fickle, Beth. One never knows. But at least we have some great stuff on here about how it looks like Channing was set up long ago by those two. Channing pushes the van door open and Lance high-fives him. Did I get some good stuff, do you think? Channing asks us as he climbs inside and closes the door behind him. I nod and wrap my arms around his neck, then kiss his cheek. I think you did, baby. Channing takes a seat on one of the captain's chairs and holds me on his lap. I can't thank you enough, Lance. The use of this equipment may have helped me to finally regain my social status and my freedom. In more ways than one. What does that mean? I ask him. It means that if there are apparent means for a divorce, such as she married me on the pretense of taking my money, then the divorce can be granted much faster. He smiles and his lips touch mine. That means you and I can get married sooner than I thought we could. And that makes me very happy. My heart races as things seem to be coming together better than I could have ever imagined. Can things really be looking up after all this time? Lance moves up to the driver's seat and heads away from the restaurant. Out of the side window, we see Jana coming out of the restaurant and going to Morgan's black Cadillac. She sure is walking fast, Channing. You seem to have pissed her off good, I tell him as I move to the other seat and put my safety belt on. Leaving her with the check was the cherry on top of the shit pie I served her skinny ass, he says with a laugh. Reaching out across the aisle to take my hand, his eyes sparkle even more than I've seen them do before. Channing, don't get your hopes up too high. Lance was explaining to me how the media is a fickle. Even though we all think this is some good stuff, someone could put a different spin on it. Someone like that Sally woman with her own talk show, who seems to be on Jana's side. Lance looks over his shoulder at us as he stops at a red light. Yeah, about that. Channing, I know a guy with his own talk show, and he'd like to talk to you when you have some time. I don't know about that. Those people can be ruthless, Channing answers with a frown. Lance laughs, then takes off as the light turns green. Don't I know it? But maybe he can be ruthlessly on your side, Channing. You should just talk to him and see what you think. What could it hurt? Channing looks at me for my opinion, but I have no idea if going to another talk show host will help or hurt him. So I don't say a word. Set it up, Lance. I'll do it, Channing says with a smile. You're right. What could it hurt? I can't help but think, what can it help? I know what it could hurt, after all. The man who I've come to love more than I knew possible. And now my heart is aching, and my nerves have gone wild as I think about losing him to prison. What will I do if things don't go the right way?
The rainbow. Channing.
Raindrops pelt the window of the hotel penthouse. I turn to find Beth pulling on a blue silk robe. Her dark hair cascades over her shoulders as she pulls her hair up with her hands, then lets it fall. Lance is getting the recording ready, and will be here shortly to give it to me. Then Detective Radisson will come over and listen to it. I feel very optimistic about things now, and make my way across the room to give the woman I truly love a good morning hug. "Did you sleep well, baby?" I ask as I wrap my arms around her. "It was a nice night all the way around, Channing. I slept like a baby." Her arms go around my neck and her soft lips touch mine. But as her kiss goes deep, I stop thinking it all and give in to her. Scooping her up into my arms, I walk back toward the bedroom, but am stopped as the beeping sound of the private elevator which leads to the penthouse fills the living room. Putting her back on her feet, I pull my mouth away and look down at her. "Better go get dressed. That will be Lance, and after his visit will be the detectives." I run my hand through her silky hair and sigh. She smiles and turns away from me. "I'll be out as soon as I have myself presentable." I smack her butt as she walks away. She turns and gives me a little glare, and I laugh at her. "Watch that look, wench, or you'll taste my whip." She laughs and closes the bedroom door behind her. But I hear her say, "Yes, Master Michaels." Running my hands over my black slacks, I take a look in the mirror and button one of the top buttons of my white button-up that Beth must have managed to get undone. I make my way to the elevator and smile at Lance as the doors open. "Good morning, Lance." "Good morning to you. I have the recording ready for you, and I think you've got something here," he tells me as he comes inside and hands me the little device he put the recording on. "I hope so. I can't wait to get this monkey off my back. That woman was manipulating things from the very beginning, and I can't wait to get her out of my life for good." I pour a cup of coffee from the pot on top of the minibar and hand it to him, then make one for myself. We sit on the sofa, and I can see out the large window that the rain has stopped. A bird flies by and makes me smile for no real reason. I'm just so damn happy this is about to be over, I guess. "You father, if you can even call him a father, is a real piece of work, dude," Lance says, then takes a sip of the black coffee. He makes a face, then puts it down. "Not my thing, man. Yuck. Beth has me hooked on it. I do like it better with some cream and sugar, but they didn't seem to have any. We usually get our coffee from some coffee place," I say, then take a sip of the bitter liquid. "She's been good for you, Channing. I mean, I know I didn't know you before her, but I did see you a lot at the games. I've went to every one of them since you bought the team and made them fantastic. And when you were with your wife, you looked vacant most times. And now you don't have that look about you at all. It's kind of like Jana was poisoning you." Lance shifts in his seat. "Do you feel any different?" I nod. "I do, but I'm not sure why that is. I mean, Jana and I led such different lives. I don't know how she would be able to poison me. She sure as hell never brought me anything to eat." Lance narrows his eyes. "I saw her bringing you beer after beer at the games she did go to. She did ply me with alcohol, I suppose, so she could keep me at bay. Not that I was all that into her, physically. I have racked my brain to figure out why I even started dating her. Apart from my personal assistant setting us up one time, I don't recall even asking Jana to go out with me again. She just always kind of showed up before I went out, and I let her come along." I tap my knee with my finger and try to think. "Sounds like she and your father were very conniving," he says as the elevator beeps, telling me the detective is on the way up. I nod, and we get up to meet the man at the elevator. Seems they were and still are. Wearing the only clothes I've ever seen the man in, khakis and a white shirt, Detective Radisson steps off the elevator with his hand extended. "Morning, gentlemen." I shake his hand and introduce him to Lance. "This is Lance. He wired me, and we got some good stuff straight from Jana's mouth." He looks at the coffee cup in my hand and gives a nod. Any more of that? I smile, go get him a cup, and hand it to him as we all sit down, and I place the device on the table and turn it on. Here you go, detective. He sits back and listens, while I think about where I'm going to take Beth on our honeymoon. Perhaps Spain.
Beth.
What do you mean? He said she didn't admit to anything on the recording. I ask Channing, who just keeps running his hand over his face. That's what Radisson said. It wasn't useful. She didn't admit to a thing that concerned the crime of tossing her overboard. I thought she said plenty, but he didn't agree. What am I going to do? He gets off the edge of the bed and begins pacing. Moving in front of him, I take his hands, pull him back to the bed, and make him sit down. You look like you're about to have a stroke, Channing. I'm going to calm you down. This worrying isn't going to solve a thing. You need to relax. I pull my hair back and wrap a band around it to hold it back. What are you doing? He asks, his brow furrowing with confusion as he looks at me. I laugh softly, my fingers brushing his cheek. You seem out of sorts, I tease, my hands moving to unbutton his slacks with a gentle touch. His expression shifts as I reach for him, my fingers tracing carefully. He lets out a sigh, his voice hesitant. I hate to admit it, but I'm not really in the mood. I offer a playful smile, leaning closer to press a soft kiss against him, my touch light and teasing. Are you sure? I murmur, my lips lingering. He groans, his hands falling back against the bed. Gosh, your touch is magic, he murmurs, his voice low as he begins to relax under my care, his tension easing. I move with deliberate care, my hands and lips working in sync to draw him out of his mood. His soft moans fill the air, and I can feel him letting go, his body responding to every motion. You're incredible, Beth, he says, his voice warm with affection. The best thing that's ever happened to me. His hands find my shoulders, kneading gently. I deepen my touch, my movements steady and attentive, and his grip tightens as his breath quickens. Yeah, baby, he whispers, his voice thick with emotion. I pick up the pace, sensing his rising intensity. His body tenses, and as he reaches his peak, a rush of warmth passes between us. He lets out a string of breathless words, ending with, I love you, baby. I pull back, and he draws me up to meet his gaze, his eyes soft and earnest. I love you too, Channing, I say, my heart full. He presses a tender kiss to my cheek, tugging the band from my hair and running his fingers through it. You're going to be an amazing wife, he says, his voice steady with conviction. I tilt my head, a crooked smile playing on my lips. Keep talking like that, and I might start believing you. His forehead rests against mine, his arms pulling me close. I'm serious, he whispers. I can't wait for this to be over. All I think about is you, me, and forever. My heart skips a beat. You have a lot on your plate right now. We can leave that kind of talk on the wayside for now. Let's think about what we can do next to get this mess settled and behind you. Lance wants me to go talk to this talk show guy. He says he's intense, but that he can help me. His name is Stan Wilcox. His show is on during the day. Since I never watch television during the day, I have no idea who he is. He tucks himself back into his dark slacks as I go into the bathroom to brush my teeth. I've seen his show. He's kind of a meanie. Channing comes up behind me as I put some toothpaste on my toothbrush and looks at me through the mirror. Is he mean to his guests? If they're guilty, he is. I place the brush in my mouth and watch him go a little pale. The things I've done, Beth. I know they're already out there, but it's so damn hard facing people when I have to talk about what I've done to her. He runs his hands through his dark hair and looks at his reflection. I spit, rinse, and wipe my mouth, then turn to take him by his wide shoulders and make him look at me. She asked you to. And I overheard you and Lance talking, and I'm beginning to think she was regularly drugging you. She definitely was making you drink a lot more than you normally do. He nods and looks at his reflection again. I have acted so off since I met her. I thought it must be because she was older and was getting me out of boyhood and into manhood. But now I really don't know. It was all a ploy to get my money. But would my father really rather see me dead than reaping the benefits of the $1 million his father gave me? I run my arm around his waist and lean my head on his chest. Try not to think about all that, and let's go talk to the talk show guy. He is a hard ass, but he's a fair man, and the fact is, he can help. He nods and takes his phone out of his pocket. With a swipe of his finger, he's calling Lance and setting up the meeting. And we're on our way to the car before I know it. I hope this man can help him.
Channing.
An invitation to visit with Stan Wilcox at his modest home in Miami has Beth and I walking into a normal single-story brick home on the edge of town. His 3 dainty Pomeranians, all with different colored bows in their thick manes of hair, follow the tall and muscular man down the entry hall and into a living room filled with antiques. I grip Beth's hand and whisper, "No, missus?" The man, who seems to shave his head on purpose, turns back and gives me a smile. "This might surprise you, but I'm not married, Channing." I shake my head. "None of my business, sir." The hallway ends and the living room begins. Stan gestures for us to sit down on a sofa. He takes a large chair near the end of the large piece of leather-covered furniture. No, it is not. His small dogs jump up to take their places on each side of him, and the alpha sits on his lap. He pets her as he eyes me. With a smile, Beth asks, "Do you breed them?" A shake of his head has the overhead light reflecting off his very shiny head, and I squint as it sends the light right into my eyes. "I don't breed them. These were my late sister's. She died last year, and I took them in. I've never been an animal guy. But I couldn't let anything happen to these little beauties. And now they have me wrapped around their little fingers, or tails, or whatever you'd say about a dog." His large body and tough demeanor are lost with the little dogs, who look at him with adoration in their brown eyes. "Should I play you the recording, Stan?" I ask. Lance gave me a copy, and I have to say the woman is a real pain. That said, she never admits to faking the pregnancy or the attempted murder. So there's that. I watched the Sally show with her interview, and have to say that she comes off as a liar to me. I've had many liars on my show, and know the tells a lot of people have when they're lying. A tall, thin man comes into the living room with some drinks on a tray. "Lemonade?" he asks. Stan accepts the one the man hands him and takes a long drink, then says, "Beth, Channing, please have some. This is Mark, my butler. He makes this from the lemon tree in the backyard. He's a genius with lemons. See if you can figure out what his secret ingredient is." We both take the drinks he offers us, and I take a long drink, as does Beth. Her mouth puckers a bit and then she smiles. "You use honey instead of sugar." Mark nods. "Anything else?" She takes another drink and looks at him, then snaps her fingers. "Ginger." His stoic face breaks into a wide smile. "You are right. Would you like to try my cookies? I just pulled them out of the oven, and I used something very different in them. I would love to see if you could guess the secret ingredient. Come with me to the kitchen." Beth looks at me. "Would you mind?" I shake my head. "No, go on. Have a ball." Stan smiles at Beth as she leaves the room with his butler, and I have an odd feeling the man is more than just his butler. Then he looks back at me. His brow furrows. "Channing, why drag her through this ugly mess? She wants to be with me. I know it sounds very selfish, but I need her. I've never had anyone in my corner before. Not my mother or grandparents, no one. She's the first person who I know has my back. It's terrible timing, but I can't put her to the side and deal with this on my own. It's so dark without her around me." I take another drink and feel pretty vulnerable. "She's so young," he says, then runs his hand over the dog's back. "How much younger is she than you are?" 13 years, I say, and feel kind of crappy saying it out loud. 13 years, he says, with a glimmer in his light blue eyes. And please answer me truthfully, Channing. Are you practicing any of that BBSM stuff with her? I shake my head. No, sir. That's not my thing, nor was it ever. Jana claimed otherwise, but she was the one who brought those items home. She insisted I use them until she signaled to stop, saying it was the only way she could find release. Did that work for her? He asks, taking a sip of his lemonade. She seemed to think so, but honestly, I'm not sure. She might have been pretending. Whether it was her age or something else, intimacy with her always felt distant. We relied on external aids. I fidget, tapping my leg. I'm sorry, I hate discussing this. I'm still grappling with why I stayed with her, let alone married her. I bet you are. He looks at me, as if he can see right through me. Channing, I can hook you up to a lie detector test and ask you all the right questions. It can prove you're telling the truth or lying. And I'd like to get your wife and your father on the show as well. What do you think about that? All of us. Together. I tap my finger to my temple. It sounds like a nightmare, to be honest. He nods. Yes, I'm sure it does. But if I can get all of you to take the lie detector tests and ask the right questions, then we can get to the very bottom of this mess, and all will know the truth. This will be behind you if you're telling the truth. If you aren't, you can start dealing with the consequences of your actions, and life can go on. You make an excellent case. But that's a whole lot of drama. I'll need to think on it. And talk to Beth. He holds his hand up, stopping me. I'd like you to make this decision on your own. She's a kid, Channing. If you get on that stage and the world finds out you're a liar, then that will weigh on her for her whole life. You know, she'll be the one who talked you into doing something that got you thrown into prison. I'm not lying, so that's a non-issue, I say as I look him in the eyes. He smiles at me. Oh, Channing, there has yet to be one of the people who I found lying who didn't say those exact words to me. Please, make the decision on your own. And if you want Beth to come, we'll be keeping her in one of the green rooms while the show is going on. I don't want controversy over the test results if Jana can claim Beth's presence had her unnerved. I nod. Deal. I'll think on this. When should I let you know? As soon as you decide. I can line the show up for the following day. And just so you know, I'm going to contact Jana and Morgan and start getting them on board. You can participate or not. It's up to you, but I don't have to tell you that if they're on board and you're not, you'll look a bit guilty. Beth and Mark come back into the room. Beth has a cookie in her hand and hands it to me. Taste this. You'll never guess what he put in it. Mark hands one to Stan, who takes a bite and rolls his eyes. Mark, you've outdone yourself again. I take a bite and find it a bit spicy. Jalapenos? She nods. And chocolate chips. It's great, isn't it? I nod and give Mark a wink. Can't go wrong with either of those ingredients, can you, Mark? I don't think you can go wrong with them. He takes a bite of the cookie he's holding and closes his eyes with the flavor. Taking Beth's hand, I get up. We should get going. I have a lot to think about. That you do, Channing. Stan gets up, and the dogs trail after him as he and Mark walk us to the door. He claps me on the back. And I don't know if you know this or not, but I'm a cop. I'm a Miami police officer, and whoever is caught lying on my show goes directly to jail. And the judges in this town may not be able to use lie detector tests in their decisions, but every single one of the scumbags I sent to jail has been convicted of their crimes. Beth's dark eyebrows go way up on her forehead. Wow. I didn't know that. Then Stan smiles. I'm sure Channing has nothing to worry about. As long as he's innocent. Beth nods. And he is. Stan looks at her and frowns. Beth, I have a niece your age, and I've found she can find faith in just about anyone. It's not a very safe way to be. But at your young age, it's common. He puts his hand on her shoulder. Keep your wits about you. You're in the presence of a man whose wife has accused him of throwing her overboard in the deep ocean. Being alone with him is a mistake until he's proven himself innocent. Beth smiles as I frown, and her sweet voice tells him, I'm sure your job has had you involved with people who have done horrible things. I'm sure that's why you're so cynical. And I appreciate your words, Stan. I do. But I have faith in this man. I'm not making a mistake, and I know it. My heart nearly explodes with love for her. She has my back every single time. I put my arm around her and say, I'll talk to you soon, Stan. Please do, Channing. Bye now. Not sure if this guy is going to be really helpful or not.
Beth.
Large raindrops hit the small windshield of the Lamborghini as we drive back to the hotel. Channing looks tense again, but I'm not about to ease it the way I did before in this car. It's going to be fine. I think it's a great idea to go on his show, Channing, I say as I run my fingers over the back of his hand as he rests it on the gear shift between us. I've never taken a lie detector test, Beth. What if I have some weird thing that makes my heart speed up, my body sweat, and my lungs breathe fast for no real reason except I'm nervous? What if it says I'm lying and I'm not? He wipes his sweating forehead with the back of his hand. I take a handkerchief out of the glove box and wipe his hand and his face. Don't worry. There's no need to be nervous. It's not like you haven't been on television. You're on it all the time with your team when there are hockey games. It's the whole idea of being there with Jana and Morgan. And I can't have you by my side. He looks at me and drags his knuckles across my cheek. I need you with me, baby. Neediness is not a thing I like to see in him. Channing, I'm with you at all times. Maybe not in body, but in your heart, I am there. People can't always be physically around one another, and they have to store their presence in their heart for those times. When you're sitting there taking that test, just close your eyes and pretend I'm sitting right next to you, holding your hand. You may be years younger than I am, but you're eons older than me, mentally. I can try that. I have to do something, don't I? His blue-green eyes droop at the outer edges, and I feel so damn sorry for him. If I could take this all away, I would. That damn woman and his damn father are horrible people who deserve to be found out for the liars and manipulators they are. I turn up the radio to take his mind elsewhere. One of his favorite songs is on one of the local stations, and I turn it up loud and sing along with it. He joins me and the atmosphere lightens up. We laugh when the song is over and the DJ comes on. Breaking news this afternoon. Dr. Susan Little verified today that Jana Michaels was pregnant. She told the media she would have come out with the information sooner, but that Jana came to her under another name. It wasn't until she recognized her on the Sally show that she knew the woman's true identity. I look over at Channing. Maybe she was pregnant, Channing. He shakes his head as he turns off the radio. Not by me, she wasn't. But the doctor said. I watch as his eye begins to twitch. She was your wife. You didn't sleep with her. And if she was 6 months pregnant like she said, then it was yours, Channing. My heart aches for him. Then I wonder why she'd keep that a secret. Channing, would you have been mad if she'd told you she was pregnant? Yes. I would have been devastated. I knew our marriage was never going to work out. I was punishing her by keeping her in the marriage, but eventually, I would have divorced her. A kid would have been a real problem for me. She could take me to the cleaners if she'd had a kid to hold over my head. He looks at me with bloodshot eyes. I think they look like that because he feels like crying. And if I wasn't here, then maybe he would be. Maybe he'd be crying over the son he lost. Channing, is there a chance that she did drug you on the boat that day, and she did tell you about the baby, maybe thinking that drugging you would make you more docile when she told you? Thinking that being out there on the ocean might help you be calmer and accepting? I touch his shoulder. Is there a chance that all that occurred and in your drugged state, you did get angry and toss her overboard? A chill runs through me. Anyone would understand, Channing. Just think hard. Try hard to recall it all. He shakes his head as the rain starts to fall hard, and we pull into the parking garage of the hotel. That would not explain why Morgan borrowed a boat and took it out that day, too. My mind is cluttered with the facts and the absence of so many things. She was pregnant. Most likely with Channing's baby. And so damned afraid of him, she didn't tell him for 6 months. Channing, we need to get the receipts for that BBSM crap in that room. I want to know who really bought that stuff and when, I say as I get out of the car. He gets out and comes after me. I fly back as he grabs my arm. Beth. What the hell? Now I have to prove myself to you too? I thought you had my back. I do. I want some physical proof that what you've said is true. Jana has some and you have none. So produce some, Channing. I pull my arm out of his tight grip. And don't yank me around. He stands there as I walk away, then shouts, I didn't try to kill her, Beth. I keep walking, not knowing what the hell to think. Stop shouting things like that, Channing. It looks bad. What if he did do it, and I'm an idiot?
Channing.
The elevator ride up to the penthouse hotel room is deadly silent. Beth can't seem to look at me. I can't produce receipts for that stuff right now, and you know it. The house is tented, if you will recall. I step off the elevator and into the living room, where I find a bottle of scotch and pour myself a drink. What credit card was used? I can get the information from the credit card company. She picks up a glass and pours herself a drink, then sits on the sofa, and finally she looks at me after she's taken a sip. I didn't buy that stuff. I'm sure it was one of the credit cards I cut up when I found out about her and Morgan. That's convenient, she says with a frown. I take my cell phone out of my pocket as thunder fills the room, making the room tremble. I'm taking the test. I dial the number Stan Wilcox gave me and his butler Mark answers, Stanley Wilcox residence. Hey Mark. This is Channing Michaels. Can you tell Stan I will do his show and take his tests as soon as he wants me to? I look at Beth. I didn't do it, and I'm ready to end this now. I will do that, Channing. He'll get back to you soon. I end the call and glare at Beth. And since you don't believe me, I don't even want you there at the station. You can wait here to see if you're in love with a liar or not. Fine. She gets up and leaves the room, slamming the bedroom door behind her. My hands are shaking as I take the phone and call Jana. I have to know. Channing. What the hell do you want? Jana answers the phone. I want to know if it was true. The baby, she asks with a sigh. I told you it was. But why didn't you tell me before? I ask, then take a drink of the scotch. I can hear ice clinking against a glass, and know she's drinking something hard herself. I knew you'd be mad. Were you planning on using him to get my money? My heart kind of clenches in my chest. I knew that's how you'd look at it. It wasn't planned. It just happened. One of those times when you were punishing me for my affair with Morgan is when it happened. You made sure you came inside me many times, if you will recall. You were marking me as yours, I suppose. Well, you succeeded, Channing. Only when you tossed me off that boat after I told you I was pregnant, you didn't want me to be yours any longer. That's a lie, Jana. I didn't throw you off that boat. I know for a fact Morgan had a boat out there. Why would he if you two didn't have this planned? I ask as I fall onto the sofa. The fact is, he was worried about me. He and I had talked, and I told him I was pregnant. He wanted to start our affair back up, that's why we were talking. It was him who said you'd not be happy about a baby. With me anyway. And he was right. He was worried when I told him how I was going to tell you. And the truth is, I did put something in the wine to chill you out. A Xanax is what I used to try to make sure you were calm before I told you the news. And then you jumped overboard and swam to his boat, didn't you? I asked, then take another swig. No, Channing. Then I told you we were having a son. You called me a liar, picked me up and tossed me over just as the storm hit, and you left the sails up so you could get away from me before I could swim back to the boat. That's what happened. The story about the other fisherman was a lie, as your father did find me. I was afraid of you, Channing. I didn't do that. I know I didn't. I'm going on the Stan Wilcox show, and I'm taking a lie detector test. If I did that to you and a baby, then I deserve any punishment my peers see fit. Because that is a true crime. She sighs. He called us today too. We've agreed to go. You will see. It was all you, Channing. See you on the show then. Bye. I end the call and hold the cold glass to my forehead. My mind is blank. I feel numb. Did I really have a son and lost him because I threw that good-for-nothing overboard?
Beth.
The bedroom door opens slowly, and Channing comes in with his head hanging low. A bottle of scotch in one hand and a glass full of it in the other, tells me he's in an awful state. I suppose I need to try to raise him out of this funk he's gotten himself into. Though I am upset with him about this baby thing, I feel sorry for him at the same time. He places the bottle on the nightstand by his side of the bed, and starts to walk to the bathroom. I have a book in my hands that I'm not really reading, so I place it on my lap. Channing? The way his eyes are all sad-looking and his face is drooping pulls at my heartstrings. What? I pat the bed next to me. Come here. I'm sorry for being so hard on you earlier. He sits down and sighs. I talk to Jana. He sighs again, then looks at me. I don't remember her telling me she was pregnant, but she says she did. She said she told me on the boat, then I threw her overboard. The thing is, I don't remember anything much until the storm hit and I couldn't find her. I run my hand over his shoulder. So you may have done it? She admitted to putting Xanax in the wine. So I don't know what I might have done. I can tell you that if she did tell me she was pregnant, then I would have been mad. That's a fact. She said she drugged me to calm me down when I found out the news. A tear falls down his cheek. My heart breaks for him and I pull him in for a hug, rocking him back and forth. I say, "Baby, I'm so sorry. If you truly did lose a child, my heart goes out to you. But the fact is, you can't trust her word. Take the lie detector test and whatever the results are, deal with them. If I really did throw her overboard, I deserve to go to prison." His body is shaking, and I hug him tighter to me. I know you will accept the consequences of any actions you may have done. But you don't know if you did anything wrong or not. So let's put this out of our minds for tonight and just pray the test shows you are innocent, I say, then kiss his cheek. He pulls back and looks at me. Jana and Morgan have agreed to go on the show too. Good. Then they can also take lie detector tests, and then everything will be known. I get up off the bed and stand between his legs. Taking the glass of scotch from his hand, I place it on the nightstand by my side of the bed, and turn back to him to unbutton his shirt. He takes my hand, stopping me. If I did it, will that be the end of us, Beth? It takes me a while to answer him, as I have to really think about that. He searches my eyes as I do. Then I say, Channing, I am in your corner. For the long haul, I will stand up for you. If you did do that, there were extenuating circumstances. If you are found to be lying about other things though, such as who started the BBSM thing, and Jana's willing participation in it, then I'm out. Because you will not be the man I fell in love with. He nods. I respect that, and have no fear about that being a lie. That is the truth. The only thing I'm afraid of is a thing I can't remember. Everything else is the truth. I swear it. Then if the test shows you did commit that crime, then I will still be here for you. I do love you with everything in me. The only thing that will hinder that love is if I find out all you've told me is a lie. I run my hand over his stubbly cheek. But I do trust you, and the fact you admit you may have done it is a thing I have great respect for. His arms run around my waist and he pulls me to him. What did I do to deserve you, baby? I run my hands through his dark waves and smile. In my opinion, we were made for each other. I felt at home in your arms from the very beginning. And I have in yours as well. He pulls me even closer to him, and I lean into him and kiss him. The kiss is sweet, yet full of the deep emotions we both are experiencing. My love for him is true, and I know that without a doubt. And if I find out he is a liar, it will do some real damage to me. Damage which won't soon be repaired. Our mouths part and he runs his hand through my hair. Want to take a shower and let me show you how sorry I am that I've brought all this drama into your young life? With a wiggle of my eyebrows, I say, I would love that. And please don't apologize for the drama. I'm glad I can be here for you in your time of need, Channing. I do believe if we can get through this, we can get through anything. He lifts me up in his strong arms and carries me away, and I pray he and I will be this close after the Stan Wilcox show. Fingers crossed.
Channing.
A young blonde woman places the microphone underneath the collar of my light blue shirt. I have on a normal suit, not one of my Armanis. I'm not trying to look like the spoiled billionaire who gets his way no matter what. Beth waits in the green room, and I try hard not to look at Jana and Morgan, who are in 2 chairs across the stage from me. Stan's chair sits empty between us, and I found his lie detector administrator to be a bit of a hard ass. With a test like that, there are no gray areas. All you can say is yes or no. And sometimes there need to be explanations. Like when he asked me if I had ever beaten my wife. I had to say yes, but it was only because she told me to. Begged me to. Told me she wanted it and deserved it. But he didn't ask me if she'd done any of that. Only if I had done it. Stan will be delivering the test results on us all, and my heart is pounding. The little blonde smiles at me after she's done placing the microphone and asks me, "Can you say a few words so I can make sure it's working, Mr. Michaels?" What should I say? I ask her. With another smile, she says, "That will work right there. I heard you loud and clear in my headset. Thank you. I hope this all works out for you. I've been following this thing since Jana disappeared in the first place. It's a very interesting story, and I hope everything goes in your favor." She leans in and whispers, "I've met a lot of liars working on this show, and I see big red flags about those two." You do? I ask, letting hope make a brief appearance in my heart. She nods. But I have been wrong before. She winks and walks away. I'm thinking all these creeps love to mess with people's minds. The lights dim. The theme music for the show comes out of the speakers, and the entire stage begins to move. In a very slow way, the stage goes from us looking at the back of the studio to a crowded audience. They're all clapping and smiling, and I feel good for once as I look out at what looks like a bunch of normal people. Much better than a jury, I suspect. The announcer introduces us. Welcome to the Stan Wilcox Show. Today, we have a story straight out of the headlines here in Miami. The billionaire owner of the hometown hockey team, the Skippers, Channing Michaels. I can't hear anything else he's saying, as the audience boos me so loudly. I try hard not to get up and leave. It's humiliating, and I can't wait for this to all be over. I was about to wave, but put my hand back in my lap and looked down. The announcer goes on, introducing Jana and Morgan, who get claps and cheers. I don't listen though. I can't hear a thing with the blood pumping through my veins so hard. Then Stan walks in from the side and the people cheer for him. He stops, and the music goes away as he pulls the microphone close to his mouth. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for coming by today. They all hoot and holler, And I'm reminded of the old days when people would come from all over to watch a person get hanged. There is a bloodlust in some people. I don't share that. Stan continues once the audience settles down. We have Channing Michaels, who is accused of throwing his wife overboard a few months ago. Her story is that she told him she was 6 months pregnant with his child, and in a drugged-up rage he tried to kill her. But she was lucky enough to be found by a boat full of fishermen. Unfortunately, the act caused her to lose their baby. Channing has been charged with attempted murder of his wife and the murder of his unborn child. We're here today to see who is telling the truth. The audience cheers as he turns and walks up to me. He gives me a nod and I nod back, then say, "It's a pleasure to be on your show, Stan." He shakes his head, then says, "As you are the accused, I will not allow you to sit on my stage. You will stand until the results of the lie detector test prove you to be an innocent man. And you will call me Mr. Wilcox until that happens, if it does." I stand and say, "That's fair, Mr. Wilcox. Thank you for this opportunity." Stan looks into my eyes. "Channing, on top of the results of the test, I also have a paper here from the district attorney who is charging you for these crimes. If the test results prove you did not commit these crimes, all that is needed is my signature on these papers. The charges against you will instantly be dropped, and you will be a free man once more. If the lie detector test proves you are lying and did commit the crimes, then I have another set of papers ready for my signature, which will mean an officer will immediately take you into custody, where you will remain in jail without bail until a trial. Do you understand and accept this offer, Channing?" With a nod I say, "I do. Thank you, Mr. Wilcox." "Wait here, Channing," he says as he walks over to Jana and Morgan, who sit silently. He looks at them both. "Jana Michaels and Morgan Riley, as victims, my heart goes out to you both. But if either of you is found to be lying, I expect you to stand and take the responsibility for your actions. Do you understand?" They nod and say in unison, "I do." I shift my weight as Stan holds up the manila file with the results. My heart is pounding so hard that I can barely hear, and I take in a deep breath to calm myself so I can pay attention. He pulls the first paper out and looks it over. This is my first time seeing the results for the questions I asked my administrator to ask Morgan Riley. He moves it to the back of the stack of papers, then says, "This is also the first time I have seen the results for Jana Michaels' test." I watch his eyes move over them both, and he moves the paper. Maybe I'm reading more into his reaction than is real, but I think there's some confliction in his eyes. He pulls the next page out. My results? This is also the first time I've seen the results for Channing Michaels. The way his footsteps pound on the wooden stage floor is a sound I doubt I'll ever forget. His voice is loud as he says, "First, I want everyone to know that Channing admitted he has no memory of what happened on the sailboat that day. He said he has no idea if he committed the crimes or not. Channing has claimed he did not take the drug Xanax knowingly. He said Jana admitted to him during a phone conversation recently that she put the drug in the bottle of wine that only he drank from. She said she did it to calm him for her news, the news about the baby she'd been so afraid to tell him about. Is that right, Channing?" "It is, sir." I put my hands behind my back and hold them as I stand up straight and look right into his eyes. If I did the things she is accusing me of, I will gladly accept any punishment that's given to me. And I promise to give her financial restitution, not only for hurting her, but for the tragic loss of the child she carried. The audience claps, thank God. "Channing, if it is found that she has been lying, do you plan on divorcing this woman?" he asks. The audience goes silent as I answer, "I do." He gives me a nod. "I happen to have one of our county judges here today. Give us a wave, Judge Stone." A tall, slender blonde woman stands up in the front row with a paper in her hand. She waves as the audience members cheer for her for no real reason, save she's a judge and here for some reason. Stan looks at me as he says, "She has annulment papers. With your signature alone, your marriage to Jana will be eradicated. How does that sound to you, Channing?" "Really?" I fight the urge to jump up and down and hug this man. That would be awesome, sir. Good, he says. Then Morgan rises and says, that cannot be legal. Stan spins around and makes his way to Morgan. It is completely legal. Is it not, Judge Stone? Some crew member runs to hand the woman a microphone. Then she answers, when a marriage is as short as this one is, and there is evidence to support the marriage was entered into for criminal reasons, then the marriage can be annulled by the injured party. Should I state the criminal code for you, Mr. Riley? He sits back down and runs his hand over his head. No. I'm sorry for interrupting. Stan looks back at Jana. How does that make you feel that your husband is so ready to be out of your marriage? It doesn't surprise me at all. He has a young bimbo who has him wrapped around her slutty little finger. She looks at me. Isn't that right, dear? I keep my mouth shut, not bothering to look back at her. Stan asks her, but you and Morgan here have a thing going on anyway. So why should a marriage to Channing matter to you? The money, of course. I gave that marriage all I could, and the prenuptial he made me sign has made it so I can't get a cent. I feel that since he took chunks of my flesh, I should get something. She looks pleadingly out to the audience. That man beat and tortured me, as he had me strung up and defenseless. Boos make the stage shake, and I hold my head up high, not allowing her spin on that to hurt me. Stan turns and comes back to me. Channing, you did admit to doing those things to her. What do you have to say for yourself about that? I say, she asked me to do it. The boos just get louder. One man stands up. I should do that to you, and see how you like it. Not looking at him, I say, Jana was the one who introduced that type of thing into our lives. She bought the equipment, and told me she needed that to get off. It was never a thing I wanted to do. I only did it for her. Stan turns away from me, and looks back at the audience. BDSM is an often misunderstood practice. I did my research, and found an interesting fact about the lifestyle. It seems many women do choose it. Most because they may have lived a life where they felt out of control of themselves, and seek someone to keep them in line. I don't agree with it at all, but some do, and that's what I'm trying to let you all know. Jana was asked if she initiated the lifestyle, and if she asked Channing to beat her with whips and chains until she said the safe word, which meant for him to stop. He levels his eyes on Jana. She smiles and says, which is preposterous. Stan's eyebrows go up to the top of his shiny head as he pulls a paper to the front of the stack he's holding. His eyes move over it, then he stops and looks at the audience. When Jana was asked if she was the one who brought the BDSM lifestyle into her marriage with Channing Michaels, her answer was no, and the lie detector results show Jana Michaels was not telling the truth. Gasps rush over the people who judge so quickly. I smile, as I knew that was how that was going to go. But it is true, she shouts. Stan ignores her and goes on. Jana was asked if Channing Michaels beat her with whips and chains until she bled on his own accord. He made me, she shrieks, and the waterworks start flowing. Stan holds up the paper. She answered no, and the results are that she was not telling the truth. She sobs so loudly that Morgan wraps his arm around her and pushes her face into his chest. But the microphone attached to his shirt picks it up and makes it louder, so he hurriedly moves her again, to his shoulder this time. I smile, but those aren't the results I was looking for anyway. I knew the answer to those questions. I am glad Beth got to hear them though. Stan walks over to Morgan and hands him a box of tissue. Here you go. Help her out there. Thank you, sir. Morgan takes the box, pulls out a tissue and dabs her eyes with it. There, sweetheart. I'm sure all of this has you quite nervous and shaken, and that's why the results came out wrong. Stan pulls another paper out and scans it, then asks Morgan, Morgan, you admitted to our administrator that you hate your son, Channing Michaels. You admitted the fact that your father gave him the $1 million, which started his success, made you so angry, you thought about killing him when he was just 18 years old. I almost fall into the chair with this news. I knew he hated me, But not that he thought about killing me when I was first given the money. That was years ago. And I was a different man back then. I was jealous and still am, to be honest. That was rightfully my money. In my opinion, he should give that million back to me. He has more than enough now. He could do it. He's hateful as all. He glares at me from across the stage. If you would have just given it back, then maybe none of this would have happened. Stan's head cocked sideways. Are you saying that you had something to do with this, Morgan? What? No, of course not, he shouts. I meant that karma was kicking him in the ass. That's all I meant by that statement. Sure. Stan comes back to me in a rush of steps. Why didn't you give him the million once you had made your billions, Channing? Have you heard of the book, If You Give a Mouse a Cookie, Mr. Wilcox? He nods and the audience all go, oh. I nod. That is why I never gave him the money his father, my grandfather, left me when he passed away. My only regret is that I never was able to meet my grandfather. I have no others. My eyes land on Jana, and she looks up at me. I wink at her as Stan turns to go to them. He's saying he has no other regrets, Jana. Do you think he doesn't regret throwing you overboard and killing your child? I know he doesn't, she cries out. I say, if I did do that, then that will be the only other regret I have. And I do have one more regret. Marrying you, of course. The string of pearls around her skinny neck takes her attention as she starts to move the long rope of them around her hand nervously. I get a little thrill out of seeing that reaction. Stan pulls a paper from the back of the stack and holds it up to the audience. I suppose now is a good time to let everyone in on a little secret. Jana and Morgan's eyes go really big, and I think Stan may have found a bit of dirt. I listen as Stan goes on. My staff did some research on this doctor who claims to have been Jana's doctor. Though a woman came forward, claiming to be a doctor, there is no record of Susan Little being a doctor or any other type of medical professional in the entire state of Florida. So what can you tell us about that, Jana? Her hand leaves her pearls and goes to her chest. I was not the one who said that. That woman came out on her own. I was never even asked if that was true or not. She was not my doctor. I was seeing a man by the name of Paul Mahoney. He was a nurse at a free clinic. Stan points off stage, and I see a woman running to see if she can get any information on this man. What clinic, he asks. I'd rather not say, Jana says. Sure. No problem, Stan says. He pulls out the paper I suppose holds her results, and his eyes scan over it, then he smiles. Jana sees the smile and stands up. I wasn't pregnant. Morgan grabs her arm, pulls her back down and hisses, "What the hell are you doing?" I was about to be found out anyway, she hisses back. Stan smiles. That's right. When Jana was asked if she was pregnant, she answered yes, and that was a lie. Thanks for admitting it, Jana. That might have been a little better if you had never told that lie, but at least you admitted it. Anything else you'd care to admit? No, Morgan says. Just read the results. Stan looks at him. You sure, Morgan? Completely, he says with a smile on his face. I guess the idiot thinks he can fool the machine. He is practiced at lying. I have to give him that. But Jana didn't fool it, and that's all that really matters. Stan looks at the camera. After this commercial break, we'll be back with the results, and see if Channing walks away a free man or goes with this officer. A uniformed Miami cop walks out with his aviator shades on, and a set of handcuffs in his hand that he's brandishing around for the audience to see. The sound of sirens is filling the studio, and Stan looks back at me. You can take a seat until we go back on air, Channing. I nod and ask, can I run to the green room really quickly? He smiles and nods, and I take off to see Beth for the 2-minute break. Hope she's happy so far.
Beth.
The door flies open, and I jump up and run to meet Channing, who has his arms outstretched. Beth. I pepper kisses all over his handsome face. I should never have questioned you, baby. It's okay. It's nearly over, Beth. And there's a judge here, who's about to grant me an annulment. Then you and I can go get married. He goes to one knee and pulls something out of his pocket. I cover my mouth with my hands. Channing. With a huge smile, he opens the lid of the black box, revealing a monster-sized rock. Beth, you have made me realize what love really is, and as soon as humanly possible, I want you to become my wife. What do you say, girl? The tears fall and I can barely croak out, yes? Yes, Channing, I will marry you. He slides the ring onto my finger, and it fits perfectly. Then he stands up, grabs me, and places a hard kiss on my lips. A little red light goes on in the small room, and a bell dings. He pulls away from me. I have to go. I'm so damn happy, Beth. His smile goes all over his body, and I laugh. Go, Channing. And even if you did throw the lying good-for-nothing off the boat, I still love you and will marry you and wait for you to get out of prison if I have to. He gives my hand a squeeze. Thank you, Beth. You have no idea how much that means to me. With a smile I tell him, I love you. Now, hurry. I love you, baby, he says, then lets my hand go and runs to go stand back on stage. But now he has a little secret, and a lot of hope. I'm shaking as I sit on the edge of the small sofa, and look at the ring he just put on my hand. Then the music comes back on the television. I look at the flat screen and cross my fingers that the test proves him innocent. We're back, Stan says as he pulls out yet another paper. Morgan and Jana have been caught in a few lies by our lie detector. And now I hold Channing's results, and will let the world know if his answers were lies or not. He walks up to Channing and looks him in the eye. First, I want to ask you this question myself. Channing Michaels, did you throw your wife overboard? No, he answers. The camera is so close to Channing's face, you can see his nostrils flare. Then it pulls back and you see Stan holding the paper up high. When our administrator asked Channing that question backstage earlier today, that is the same answer he gave him. Channing has admitted he was in a drugged state, and has no idea if he committed that act or not. And Channing, I'd like you to take a seat and feel free to call me Stan. The results are positive. You are telling the truth. Channing Michaels did not throw Jana Michaels overboard that day. Congratulations, man. Channing shakes Stan's hand, then the two hug and Channing kind of falls back into the chair. Stan claps him on the back before he walks slowly toward Jana and Morgan. Now see here. Morgan says. He was drugged. That answer may not be accurate. Stan wrinkles his nose and smiles. That's why they asked Jana a similar question. She was asked if Channing Michaels threw her overboard, and her answer was yes. The test showed she was not telling the truth. And we asked her if this whole thing was set up by herself and you. She said it was not. And that was also a lie. We asked her if she ever loved Channing Michaels. She said yes. Guess what? He looks back at Channing. That was a lie too. The audience is going crazy, as Stan throws one lie out after another. Jana is crying and Morgan looks uber pissed. I swear I was telling the truth. Jana shouts. Stan walks up to them both. Stand up. They stand and Morgan holds Jana to his side as she cries. I'm sure the tears are real this time. I'm sure she is sad this is over, and the whole world will soon know what big fat liars they both are. Stan pulls the microphone back up and says, Jana, you were asked if you loved Morgan Riley. You answered yes, and the lie detector test shows us that was true. Want to hear what happened when we asked Morgan if he loved you? Now see here, comes Morgan again. That's neither here nor there. Stan looks at Jana only. Want to know? He waits, then she nods and he continues, the lie detector test told us Morgan was lying when he said yes. She really falls apart. I did it all for you, Morgan. How could you? I hate you. You made me do all of this and you don't even love me. She starts hitting him with her thin little hands, and he flinches like it hurts him so bad. No. It's not true. Believe me, not them, sweetheart. I do love you. I do. Morgan falls on his knees and grabs her hands. Please, you're all I have, Jana. Then you have nothing. She sucks up her sobs and glares at him, then looks at Stan as she yanks her hands away. I did ask Channing to beat me. But I did it because Morgan told me to. I had to endure so much pain because Morgan said we could use it against Channing. All the lies, everything was his idea. Stan smiles. No one held a gun to your head, Jana. You did what he asked because you also wanted Channing's very hard-earned money. The judge rises and the audience goes quiet. She clears her throat as a stagehand gives her a microphone. Officer, I need you to take these two into custody for extortion. It's not punishable for nearly as long as attempted murder and the murder charges they were accusing Mr. Michaels of, but it is a crime. She looks at Channing. And you can sue them in civil court for falsely accusing you of a crime you did not commit, sir. He gives the judge a nod and says, Thank you, Judge. And thank you, Stan. Stan smiles. You are welcome, and I hope you invite us to your wedding. Jana jerks her head to look at Channing. You will never get away with this annulment thing, Channing. The cop comes and cuffs them both as sirens go off, and the judge comes up on stage to hand Channing a paper on a clipboard and a pen. If you will sign on this line, that marriage will be null and void, and I personally will file this today. You can marry in this state after 30 days, and in Las Vegas tomorrow. I take in a sharp breath as I know what he's about to say. Channing looks into the camera and smiles. Baby, get ready to leave for Vegas. He signs the paper and holds it up in the air as he gives a loud, woohoo. Woohoo indeed.
Channing.
Coming up the hallway with the soft blanket Beth said she has to have, I can hear her best friend Michelle saying, Breathe, Bethy. Just breathe. It hurts. Beth shouts. I push the door open and find her sitting up. What did the nurse tell you about that, baby? I hurry to her side and lay her back on the hospital bed, placing the blanket around her. That kidney stone is about to pass, and sitting up only makes it that much harder. Why did I have to get a kidney stone? Beth shouts, then her shout goes into a scream as her face goes red. Dear God, I think it's coming out now. Her scream continues, then it suddenly stops. She's breathing very hard and she's pale. I pick up the bag attached to her catheter and see a small rock-looking thing in the yellow urine-filled bag. I smile at her. You did it. Thank God. She lies back and closes her eyes, then opens them and looks dead into mine. If that hurt that bad, Channing, you can forget about babies. I laugh and grab her hand. Come on now, baby. Don't be like that. We've been married 6 months. Don't you think it's about time to start thinking about having our own little bundle of joy? It won't be like this rock you just pissed out. I promise. She closes her eyes again. Channing, you have no idea what it'll be like. So I am thinking about it, and I'm thinking only one word. No. Michelle kisses her on the forehead. Since you finally got that out of your system, I'm going to meet Lance for lunch. I can't thank you two enough for introducing us. Since you're going, take this to him, I say as I hand her $100 bill. What's this for? Michelle asked. He and I made a bet, and I lost. I run my thumb over Beth's knuckles as I hold her hand. She opens her eyes. What was the bet? He bet me that you'd pass that stone and tell me you were never having babies. I told him I was sure you would pass that stone, say it wasn't so bad, and beg me to impregnate you immediately. Beth laughs a little. Idiots. Then she closes her eyes and looks as if she's already falling asleep. I sit on the side of the bed after Michelle leaves, hold my wife's hand, and gaze at her as she falls asleep. Her dark hair is glued to parts of her face, as the stone had her all sweating and hot. She may be saying she doesn't want any baby yet, but soon she will come around. I know she will. A little snoring sound comes from her. She's been unable to sleep for the last couple of days with the pain of the kidney stone. Moving off the bed, I let her sleep and take out my cell phone to entertain myself while she sleeps. The local news channel has something on social media, and the name Morgan Riley is in the headline. I open it up and find my father in handcuffs, being hauled off to prison. I smile and know the jury will most likely find Jana guilty as well. Soon she'll be where she belongs. After the Stan Wilcox show, Stan told me I should see a doctor and be tested for any poisons. Though they were long gone from my system, my hair was used and they found traces of arsenic, which is found in rat poison. It seems she used a tiny bit in many of my drinks, and all of it was Morgan's idea. They wanted to kill me while she and I were still married, so she'd get my money, business, and even my beloved team. The team would have hated that. Thankfully, the investigators I hired found more than enough evidence to prove my father and Jana were moving on from poisoning me slowly to planning the attempted murder plot and hoping to extort money from me. Thanks to Stan and his wonderful staff, that didn't happen. Beth's doctor walks in. I saw her friend in the hallway, and she told me the good news. He looks at the bag and nods. And I see she's sleeping soundly. That's good to see. She needs her rest. Especially now. I know. She's been up for 2 nights. She'll most likely sleep this entire day and night away. I cross my legs and get ready to sit here forever while she sleeps. The doctor looks at me and smiles. That too, but I meant for another reason as well. What other reason? I ask as I look away from my phone and at him. When I did the sonogram to find the stone, I thought I saw something and told the lab to run one more test on her blood. He pulls the top page off his clipboard and hands it to me. I look at the top of the page and see the word pregnancy there. I look back at the doctor. No way. He nods. She's pregnant. Maybe a month or so. We'll have to check her out more and find out when her last menstruation was. Tallying up the days, since I know when it was, I look back at him. Damn, Doc. It was only 35 days ago. Wow. You picked that up quick. With a smile, he says, I just saw the uterus was a bit swollen looking and decided to add the pregnancy test to the other blood work I had going on. Good call, I say and have to smile back at him. I'm ecstatic. I don't know how she's going to take the news, as she just told me after this experience she'd not be having any babies. But I think I can get her on board. Great. I'll leave you two alone. Since you're here, I'll tell the nurses to leave her alone and let her sleep. You can buzz them if she needs anything. Congratulations, Mr. Michaels. He leaves the room, turning off the light before he does and leaving me in the dimly lit hospital room. Getting up, I stand over my wife and lean down and kiss her cheek. She has no idea she's going to be a mommy before the end of the year. Then I fall back into the chair, close my eyes, and try to picture how our baby will look. I hope it's a girl and looks just like her.
Beth.
The flash of the photographer's bright light makes little Channing close his eyes and start to fuss. Oh, I've made him mad, the young male photographer says with a laugh. But I got the picture. You can come back in a week to see which ones you like, Mrs. Michaels. I pick up my crying 6-month-old and carry him out. Thanks, Jack. And I'll go ahead and set up the appointment for his 7-month-old pictures then. Fabulous, he says as I leave. Channing wants a large picture of every single month of his first child's first year of life. Then he says after that he only needs one each year. The mansion will be filled with pictures of this little cherub by the time he's grown. God forbid we have any more kids, or we'll have to buy an old art museum to keep all their photographs in. After selling the beach house, we bought a mansion on the Florida Keys. It's gorgeous, and I love the fact Channing and I are making it into our home. He wanted the past put far behind him, and I can't say I blame him at all. We had 2 smaller homes built at the back of the property for our families. Mine visit on occasion, but their hippie lifestyle doesn't click with the wealthy way we live. Channing's mother and grandparents live in theirs, something I was very happy about. His mother and I clicked once we actually met. After calming little Channing down, I place him in his car seat in the back seat of the Beamer, which is what we use as our family car. Our little trip into town will be done after we eat lunch with his father. I drive down the highway to get to Channing's office, where I used to work. I work from home now, and am just picking him up for lunch. I have to slow down for some people who are picking up trash on the sides of the road and wearing orange jumpsuits. A few guards are around, and then I see the van they came in. A skinny blonde woman draws my attention as she pulls her hair back into a ponytail. I recognize Jana in an instant. I tap my horn and give her a little wave. She waves back but only uses one finger. Still a pain. Oh well. That made my day anyway. It's nice to see her get what she had coming to her for trying to kill my husband. The lousy good-for-nothing. I look in the rear-view mirror at our son. Our chubby little dark-haired boy with his father's blue-green eyes. I smile. How's mommy's baby doing back there, Lil Chan? He gurgles and coos and smiles back at me as he grabs his toes and tries very hard to get them to his mouth. Channing hates when I call the baby Chan. But I always tell him he shouldn't have insisted he be named after him. I'm not calling my son Junior, and there are no real nicknames for Channing. So Chan it is. I wanted to name him Dagger, but Channing said that was a bad boy name, and he wanted his son to be a good boy. I told him girls love bad boys, but he said they should love good boys. He knows nothing about the female psyche. I give Channing a call as I pull up to the building his office is in. Hey baby, I'm here. Be right down. He ends the call and I leave the driver's side, getting into the passenger's side. In minutes, he's slipping into the driver's seat and leaning over to give me a kiss. The baby laughs and we both look back at him. What are you laughing at, you little booger? Channing asks him. The baby coos and spits and Channing laughs, then takes off. Your mother is going to keep him overnight for us. Isn't that sweet of her? I ask my husband. He glances at me. Oh, why would she be doing that? I pull a card in an envelope out of my purse and flash it at him. Because someone in this car is turning 37 today. And his wife is taking him out to celebrate. He frowns as he looks straight ahead. Oh, I was trying to forget that. I know. But I'm done letting you do that. It went right by last year, and I only figured it out a week later. I'm never letting that happen again. I wave the card in front of him. Don't you want to see what I got in here? I know it's a mushy birthday card, Beth. And I know you're going to try your best to make me cry, like you did with our first anniversary card. But I told you then, when it made me cry, that was a once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing. He gives me a sideways glance and I smile. Wanna bet? I run my hand over his whiskered cheek. How much do you have to lose? I don't want to bet a thing. You can't make me cry over a sappy card again. I'm much tougher now. You had the whole giving me a baby thing in that card. He turns to me and wiggles his dark brows. And I know you don't have that kind of news in there. Not yet, anyway. Not for a while, for sure. I look up and say a little prayer under my breath. Guess who I saw picking up trash on the side of the road? Who? He asks as he pulls into the valet parking of his favorite restaurant. The evil tramp. He looks back at me and smiles. Now that is a great birthday present. The valet lets me out, and I go to the back to get our son out of his car seat. As we go inside, Channing takes the baby and holds him. Let me hold my little man. I put my arm around his waist and lean into him. His large body fits perfectly to mine. This is a thing I never knew I wanted. A perfect little family. How can one heart hold so much love?
Channing.
We can only go by boat to the place Beth is taking me for my birthday. So she and I are on our way to a little club on one of the other keys. I drive as she sits next to me. Her dark hair flies back, and her sunglasses make her look attractive as hell. I don't really want to go to a loud club. I'd rather go somewhere secluded and be intimate until dawn. But she's young and likes to cut a rug every now and then, so I'll indulge her for a little while at least. But then I have a little surprise for her. When the night is done, as my mother is keeping the baby overnight, I'm taking Beth to another one of the keys to spend the night somewhere I recently bought. It's a place she knew nothing about. Keeping something this big away from my personal assistant was no easy task. It's still daylight out, and in the distance we see a small shower of rain. I hope we don't get soaked, she says. The perils of sea life, I say with a laugh, and pull a couple of emergency ponchos and pouches out of the compartment next to me. I hand her one. Open only in case of an emergency. She laughs and points back to the sky. I don't think the rain is going to be a problem. Look, a rainbow. My heart swells a bit as I think of what all this woman has gone through with me. How she's always had my back and always will. We made it through storms which would have torn others apart. This time is our rainbow. I pull into the small marina, and already I can hear the laughing people in the small tavern-style club my wife seems to love when we get to go out, which is seldom after the arrival of the baby. I tie the boat up and she pulls me back to sit down. Taking the card she attempted to give me earlier from her purse, she hands it to me again. Open it. Looking at the card I know she's penned just to try to make me cry, I find I fear the little thing. No. She pushes it into my hand. Read it. Fine. Gosh. I take it from her hand, rip the envelope away, and look at the pretty little card in my hand. It's purple and has pink hearts all over it. A set of red lips are at the center and she says, "Those are my actual lip prints. I made them just for you, hubby." With a grin, I look at her. Just for me, huh? Wow. She smacks me on the arm. Okay, smarty pants. Read what I wrote on the inside. With terror flowing through me, I open the card and find her handwriting in it. My heart clenches, and I start to read what she wrote, of course trying my best to hold a stiff upper lip. I will not cry. She wrote, "To my husband on his birthday, I want to wish him all the best. He always says I'm the only person who has ever had his back. The only person who has ever stood by his side when things were down. The only person who has ever truly loved him, for him. Well, I am saying today, on this card, that he is the one who has had my back through thick and thin. There for me always, this man is my rock, giving me the opportunity to not only work for a great company, but to get to know the man who started it all. My husband gave me opportunity after opportunity to better myself and make my life richer than I knew possible. He was by my side as I passed a kidney stone, a pain worse than childbirth, I found out. He held my hand as I brought our first child into the world. He kept me strong through it all, and I will love him until I take my last breath. I close my eyes and try to hold back the tears, but the thought of her taking her last breath is a thing I try never to think about. If I ever lost her, I don't know what I would do. And then one tear makes it past my tightly shut eyelids, then another. Her kisses pepper my face as her hands take it between them. "Baby, don't cry," she murmurs. I run my arms around her and hug her tightly. "Why do you write these things? If I ever had to see you take your last breath, I think I'd die right along with you." Her hands move through my hair and her lips touch mine. Then she says, "And that is why I love you so entirely. You and I are like a couple of puzzle pieces that belong together in the midst of a wonderful picture." I sniffle and grab a handkerchief out of the little compartment I took the emergency ponchos out of. After blowing my nose, I take her hand and lead her out of the boat. Dancing and drinks now. And later we will do what I want to do. She looks back at me with a frown. "You don't want to do this? I thought you loved this place." Holding her hand in mine, I lead her down the dock toward the music. I love how much you love it. But I have other things I'd rather be doing with you. Like stroking your naked skin as we lie on the beach and watch the stars go by in the night sky. Well, I'm not going to lie naked on a beach. Not with people around, Channing. Don't be silly. If you really don't like this place, we can go somewhere you'd rather be. She stops and looks at me. I run my hand over her pink cheek. I want to be here with you, for now. I want to see your pretty green eyes light up when the DJ plays your favorite song. I want to dance with you to it and listen to you sing along. I love watching you have fun, baby. And afterward, I have a surprise for you. But it's your birthday, she says with a little groan. I want to do what you want to do. I smack her ass. Come on. Let's go drink and dance and party some of the night away. She frowns but comes along with me. I really thought you liked this place. I roll my eyes and pull her along. I suppose she's just not going to get what I mean when I say I like watching her have fun. 2 drinks later and she's forgotten how to frown. She's dancing away with the music as I move along with her. Her free spirit and energy are electric, and while I am having fun now, I can't wait to take her to our new place. The music slows and I pull her in close. Her body presses up against mine, and she looks up at me as she runs her arms around my neck. See, you are having fun. With a little kiss to her nose, I say, I always have fun when I'm with you. I think you and I could be in the middle of the desert with no food or water, and I'd still feel okay if you were there. Her eyes glisten. Now who's trying to make who cry? I pick her up, making her feet leave the floor. Me? I love you, baby. With a quick spin around, I place her feet back on the floor as she giggles. I'm no fool. I know we'll have our troubles in the future, but for now, everything seems calm and easy and perfect. Not sure how long that will last, but I have my fingers crossed it's forever.
Beth.
This is not the way home, Channing, I say as he leaves the marina and heads the wrong way. I know. He gives me a wink. I told you I was taking you somewhere else. It's dark and cool and he wraps one arm around me, holding me close to his side as he drives the boat to a place only he knows. Up ahead, I see some blue lights shining from one of the small keys. He slows as we near them and pulls up to a lighted dock. I can see a small bungalow not too far away from the dock. Whose house is this? The house, he asks as he helps me out of the boat. Well, it's ours. I narrow my eyes at him. Channing Michaels, what have you done, and how did you manage to do it without me knowing a thing? I have purchased our family their own island. He picks me up in his arms. And it's deserted for the night. Only you and I are on it. I made sure of that. After some help came and made sure that one bungalow was stocked with the supplies I asked for, they left. I shiver at the thought, as he takes me toward the little open house. It's adorable. I look around, but it's too dark to see anything. There are 6 more. And a large swimming pool, for when you don't feel like getting salty. But tonight, we're getting salty. The water is crystal clear, and there's a light on the pier that lights up the small lagoon. He pauses before we reach the house, setting my bare feet gently on the soft sandy shore. His hands skim my shoulders, warm and deliberate, as he eases the thin straps of my dress down. The fabric slips to the ground, pooling at my feet in the moonlight. My fingers move to his shirt, unbuttoning it slowly before pushing it off his broad shoulders. I trace the contours of his chest and abdomen, feeling the strength beneath my touch. His eyes lock on mine, a quiet intensity in his gaze, as he unhooks my bra with care, letting it fall to the sand alongside our discarded clothes. I unfasten his shorts and they drop, leaving us in only our undergarments, the ocean breeze cool against our skin. He slides my panties down with a gentle touch, his fingers brushing my skin. I laugh softly, my voice teasing. Caveman. Grinning, he pulls me into his arms, his warmth enveloping me. This deserted island does bring out my primal side, he murmurs, his breath warm against my ear. It's past midnight, no longer my birthday, but you're still the only gift I want. He lifts me effortlessly, carrying me to the water's edge and settling me on the soft sand. With a wave of his hand, a soft light blooms, casting a shimmering glow over the emerald waves. Stunning, I whisper, propping myself on my elbows to gaze at the water. He settles beside me, his fingers brushing a strand of hair from my neck as his eyes trace my face. You're the stunning one, he says, his voice low and sincere. This is some birthday present you gave yourself, I say with a giggle. Well, I wanted something lasting. Real estate always holds. Channing pushed me back, his lips grazing my neck, sending shivers through me. A warm wave lapped at our feet, the breeze cool against my skin, paradise within reach. He nipped my earlobe. Want to know what I named the island? I moaned as his fingers circled my navel. Aha! That's island. Like it? His touch slid lower, teasing my core. I love it. We can play in the water anytime, he whispered, then scooped me up and waded into the surf. Waist deep he kissed me, my hands tangling in his dark waves. The warm water swayed around us, amplifying every sensation. His hand guided my leg and I wrapped them around him. He eased into me, slow and steady, each stroke deepening our bond. My hands traced his back, mesmerized by the ripple of muscle beneath my touch. Buying an island for his family, such a bold secret move. Channing was full of surprises. He broke the kiss, biting my neck. Who do you belong to? He demanded, breathless. You. Only you. He kissed my cheek. You make me wild under the stars. Another playful smack landed. 3 hits, no safe word. Your eyes went feral. I thought you meant it, for a second. I laughed softly. So I scared you? He asks as he rolls off me, and props his head up on his hand as his elbow rests on the sand. I roll toward him and run my arm over his waist. For a second, then I knew you were playing. It got my heart racing. I kiss his lips softly, throw my leg over his and move in closer. His hand runs through my hair. I plan on chasing you all over this island, baby. Get ready. I laugh a little and my body heats with the thought. He runs one arm around me and gives my butt a little smack again. I run my hand up to his face and kiss him again. Then I pull away from him and jump up. If you can catch me before I make it to the bungalow, I'll make you very happy in the shower. Deal, he shouts as he gets up and runs after me. I go as fast as I can, and just as I get to the door, he has me by the waist and picks me up off the ground, then tosses me into the air as he laughs. Now to the happy shower. I've won. He throws me over his shoulder as he opens the door. I pound on his back. Caveman. Seems I do have a bit of that left in me. He laughs, deep and evil sounding, and fear runs through me. That's a creepy laugh, I say as he tosses me onto the bed. Is it? He does it again, then his hands are all over me, tickling the crap out of me. I laugh until I nearly wet myself, then shout, Goldfish. Goldfish. He keeps tickling me and says, that was last week. What's the new one? Damn. I shriek. Nope, that's not it either, he says as he laughs and keeps tickling me. I search my memory as I can barely think, then it comes to me. Banana nut muffins. He stops and looks down at me as he breathes heavily. Yep. I catch my breath and shake my finger at him. This island may be a bit too much for me. He laughs, grabs me up, and tosses me over his shoulder again. If you can't keep up with an old man, then I feel sorry for you, Bethy. Now off to my happy shower. I hope you have a few tricks up your sleeve. I do now. It seems my caveman has a little backdoor action coming his way. Let's see how he likes surprises.
Channing.
But Daddy doesn't like to eat cereal out of his $900 shoes, little Channing. So please never fill them with cereal and milk again. Okay, buddy. I ask our 3-year-old, who looks at me with puppy dog eyes. Okay, Daddy? I was just trying to make you breakfast. He sniffles and wipes his nose with the back of his hand. I take a paper towel off the roll and wipe his hand, then his nose. You don't have to cry, buddy. Just never do that again. That's all. I scoop him up and take him out to the beach, where his very pregnant mother is lying on a chair near the water's edge. We spend a lot of time alone on this island, just us three. It's like a little paradise, away from all things. Mommy, he screams, and I put him down so he can run to her. Watch Mommy's tummy, buddy, I shout out after him. I know. He runs until he gets to her, then he tattles on me. Mommy, Daddy yelled at me for making him breakfast. Beth sits up, turns around, and pulls her dark shades down to peer over them at me. Why on earth would you do such a thing? Yelling is a strong word for what I did. When he took me to see the breakfast he had made for me, in my Armani shoes, mind you, I very nicely and in a soft voice told him never to do that again. He poured cereal and milk into them both. She stifles a laugh by putting her hand over her mouth. He did not do that. I did. The small boy says as he nods his little round head. On account of Daddy loves those shoes, and I wanted Daddy to love his breakfast, I made him all by myself. Beth pulls him onto what's left of her lap and cuddles him. Oh, baby. Maybe if you use a bowl next time, that would be better. Maybe, he says. Maybe I could scramble some eggs in a bowl for him. Maybe tomorrow. His eyes light up and he jumps off her lap, starting to run toward the edge of the water. Then a small wave comes, and he runs away from it like it's a tsunami, shrieking in terror as he goes. What great ideas that kid of yours has, Beth. I sit in the lounge chair next to hers, take her hand and swing it between us. My kid. Boom. She lies back and looks relaxed. Today's the last day out here for a while. This evening, I'm taking you both into Miami. I've rented a place near the hospital, I tell her as I lie back and look at the clouds moving overhead. I think that's all too much, Channing. We can stay at the house on the Keys until I go into labor. She looks over at me and smiles. Always so worried. You're about to have triplets, Beth. Yeah, I'm worried. She shakes her head. Lots of women have 3 or even more babies at one time. They'll come when they're ready, and I see no need to be so close to the hospital. Well, I do. Since I've already rented it, I expect no backtalk from you about it. We're leaving tonight and that's that. I tap her hand to end my sentence, and she turns to me and pulls her shades down again. Backtalk, Channing. She pushes the sunglasses back up and looks away from me. I got your backtalk. You know you're only getting away with that because you're pregnant, right? I pull on her hand. Otherwise, I'd have you on the ground and the tickle torture would be on like Donkey Kong. In my current condition, I'd pee all over you if you tried that. She snickers to herself. Yeah, like I said, if you weren't pregnant, you sassy thing, you. And I'm not in any hurry to have pee and other bodily fluids all over me. With 3 of the little gremlins, we both will be saturated in them all too soon. The smell of baby poop, spit up, and that awful sweet-smelling pee they make is too close. I can't believe you managed to put 3 of these wiggly, kicking ninja babies into my stomach, Channing. Honestly, who does such a thing to someone they claim to love? She giggles a little. A monster, I tell her, then move to sit next to her and run my hand over her very large stomach. A monster who loves you very much, and my little ninja babies too. Little Channing runs by and shouts, and me too, Daddy. You love me too. Don't forget that. He runs back to the water and splashes a bit before running off again. And my big boy Channing too. I love him very much, I say, then look at Beth. That kid hears everything. She nods. You know that. I whispered a curse word after slamming my finger in one of the kitchen drawers yesterday, and he totally called me on it. Little profanity cop. I laugh and lean over to kiss her sweet lips. I can't wait to get these babies out so you and I can have a little mommy and daddy time. It's been a while. Yeah, whales don't mate that often, I bet. She runs her hands over her ample stomach. Don't call yourself a whale. I like to think of you as temporarily expanded. I take her hands off her stomach and run them around my neck. Hold on. Do not attempt to pick me up, Channing Michaels. If you were to drop me. Without hesitation, I stand up with her in my arms and give her a smile. See, light as a feather still, with 3 kids inside you. I place a kiss on the tip of her nose and carry her into the bungalow as she rests her head on my shoulder. I love you, Channing. I love you too, Beth.
Beth.
Hurry! I shout as I run in front of Channing. You're going too fast, Beth. Slow down. But I can't slow down. I have to get there. I have to make it before the sun sets. I have to see it, Channing. It's a tradition. The trees are thick and stop me from seeing the sky. It all started 5 years ago, when Channing and I took the trip through the water to go to a club on the Keys on his 37th birthday. Today he turned 42. The light is about to fade, and I've yet to see the thing we seem to see every single year on this day. Honey, it's not important, he says as he tries to catch up to me. It is though. I feel it's a sign or something, and if we don't see it 1 year, then this peaceful and happy life we have will end. I run even faster as fear creeps up inside me. Then his hand is on my wrist and he pulls me to a stop. He turns me around and wraps his arms around me. Baby, that's silly. He holds me tight and rocks me. Channing, please. I need to see if it's there. Let me go. We're so close to the tree line. Fine, he says, then lets me go. I run the rest of the way as he follows me, but walks. And as I break through the edge of the trees, the sky opens up and there it is. Just like it has been since that first birthday of his we celebrated together. It's here. Channing. Come see. He makes his way out to me just as the last rays are in the sky to reflect off it. There's our rainbow, baby, he says as he takes my hand. Another good year. I nearly cry with relief. He pulls me into his arms. Beth, that rainbow has nothing to do with how happy our life is. It's up to us to make it that way. Not any rainbow. It's just something that's happened every year, Channing. It's amazing. And every year we spend it on our island, and it's just magical. Like the day I first laid eyes on you. Magic surrounds us and I think it's real. As real as it gets. He picks me up and starts carrying me to our bungalow, which has expanded with the 3 daughters we had a couple of years ago. 3 little girls in their terrible 2s had us leaving the kids all behind this year. It's taking both our mothers to watch what they call our pack of kids. Channing and I try hard to get as much time as we can to ourselves, but it's not easy with 4 kids, 3 of them being little lunatics with teeth. Those girls must have been kicking and punching each other in the womb, because all we seem to do is break up little fights between them. I thought they were ninjas, but it turns out they were just trying to kill one another. As Channing carries me up the stairs to our bungalow, I point out a large crab who seems to want to join us for the evening. It brandishes its one large claw and snaps it at us. Channing laughs and gives it a little kick, sending it off the porch. It scurries away to find another place to sleep the night away. He doesn't put me down until we get to our large bed. The ceiling fan rotates overhead, and I look at it as he lies me down. His fingers move quickly, undoing the buttons of my shirt. No, I'll change into my nightgown, Channing. I try to get up, but Channing gently stops me. No, Beth. I'm not letting you hide anymore. I know you have stretch marks. They're ugly, I whisper, pulling away. But he holds me steady, his hands warm and firm as he lifts my shirt. They're beautiful, he says softly. They're a badge of honor. You carried our 3 girls in there. Be proud of those marks, Beth. He eases the shirt off, and I instinctively cover the brown lines crisscrossing my stomach. Channing, you know I hate how I look now. I'm tired of you thinking you're anything less than stunning, he says, his voice steady. You're beautiful, Beth. You've made me happy for 6 years, and I want to cherish every part of you. His hands rest gently on my waist, reassuring. I tense. Channing, I'm not the girl you married. I've changed. You're right, he says, his eyes locking with mine. You're the woman I'm married to. The woman I'll grow old with. You gave us our children, Beth. Your body tells that story, and it's gorgeous to me. Always will be. He sheds his clothes and joins me on the bed, his touch tender as he kisses my shoulder. I've always worn a nightgown and sports bra to bed since the triplets, even when we've been close. Now I feel exposed, nervous. I gained so much weight during the pregnancy, and only lost half. My body feels heavy, unfamiliar. Beth, Channing murmurs, his voice warm. I've missed you. All of you. His hand brushes my cheek, and I see a tear glisten in his eye. It slips down his cheek, and my heart aches, thinking he must be disappointed. I've missed this, he says, his voice thick. I've missed seeing you like this. This weekend, I'm going to show you how much I love you. His hand rests on my stomach, and I flinch. Channing. Don't, he says gently. Don't ask me to stop. I want to love every inch of you, until you believe you're the incredible woman I see. His kisses trail across my skin, soft and deliberate, easing my fears. Warmth spreads through me, reminding me how safe I feel with him. The shame I've carried starts to fade, replaced by the comfort of his touch. He pulls back, his eyes filled with affection. I love you, Beth. A tear escapes my eye, and he kisses it away. I love you too. He shifts, guiding me gently to face him, his hands steady on my hips. His touch is firm but loving, and I feel wanted, truly wanted. My body relaxes into his, and I wrap my arms around him, letting myself trust his words. Beth, he whispers, his breath warm against my ear. You're perfect to me. The words sink in, and something shifts inside me. I've been so afraid, so ashamed of the changes in my body. But Channing's love feels real, unwavering. My heart races as I let go of the fear, giving in to the moment. He pulls me close, and I feel the intensity of his love. You're beautiful, he says again, his voice low and earnest. I smile, hesitant but hopeful. I'm beautiful. Louder, he urges, his eyes bright. I'm beautiful. I say, my voice stronger. I pull him closer, feeling lighter. And you're amazing. He laughs softly, kissing me deeply. The connection between us reignites, and I let myself believe him. My body, scarred and changed, is still mine, and he loves it. For the first time in years, I feel whole in his arms. As we hold each other, reality hits and tears well up. Channing looks at me, concerned. What's wrong? I shake my head, wiping my eyes. It's not you. It's me. I felt so broken since the triplets. You're not broken, he says, pulling me against him. You're incredible, Beth. And I'm here to remind you of that, every day. I can't stop crying as he holds me, and I feel so safe, so wanted, and so loved. It makes no sense why I'm crying and feeling so badly about myself, but I am. Channing picks up his cell phone off the table next to the bed, and I look at him. What the hell are you doing? Making a phone call while I have a breakdown? No. Damn, Beth, chill out a minute. He opens the internet app, taps in something, and the next thing I know, a bunch of pictures pop up of women in their bras and underwear. Women in their underwear, Channing? Think that will help me? Ass, I say as I struggle to get out of his hold. Wait, Grouchy. He holds the phone up and reads out loud. These are pictures of women who have had one or more children, and how their bodies look after the first year. He flips the page and the same women are in the pictures again, in their underwear. These are the same women 2 years later. He continues to flip, and every time another year has gone by, the women look different. Their stretch marks fade and their muscles tighten back up. Some even regain flat stomachs. But what really gets to me is that all of them keep looking better and better in each picture. I run my hand up and push the phone away, then look into his eyes. Thank you, Channing. Not a problem. You're a part of me, baby. When you feel bad about something, so do I. Now, do you think you can stop being so insecure about this very temporary thing that's going on with your very beautiful body? He looks at me with so much love in his eyes, I kind of melt inside. Kind of like the way I did the first time I saw him. The first time he touched me. The first time he kissed me. With you by my side, I can do anything, Channing Michaels. And I do believe that with my whole heart and soul. With one sweet kiss, he makes my troubles go away. Life seems a lot sweeter, and I think that even if a rainbow doesn't show up on his birthday, we'll be fine anyway.
The end.
Sneak peek for Quartet. We hope you enjoyed listening to Dangerous Waters by Michelle Love. Now please listen to a sneak peek for Quartet by Michelle Love. Quartet, an alpha billionaire romance. Fire for you.
It had been his idea, his dream, and his vision. Nearing 40 and bored as hell at his own successful law firm, Tomas Mayer had woken night after night with the crushing feeling of disappointment in his own life, and the sense that somehow it was all slipping away with nothing to show for it. It was a typical midlife crisis, he tried to reason. After all, he was Harvard-educated, and only in his 20s when he'd started the entertainment law firm that had made him a billionaire before 30. He knew where it had stemmed from, this feeling of dissatisfaction. It had been his 34th birthday, and he'd gone to Boston. He'd gotten together with his 3 best friends, his buddies from Harvard, Sam Hamilton, marketing guru to the fashion industry, and Otis and Roman Ford, twin geniuses from old money, superstar surgeon and businessman respectively. It had been a riot, a night of busting each other's chops, catching up and reminiscing. It had only been later, when they'd settled into Tom's hotel lounge with heavy glasses of sour mash in their hands, that Sam had told them. Cancer. 6 months. Their hearts were broken. In the end, it was only 4 months, the cancer spreading through Sam's previously athletic body like wildfire. At the funeral, Sam's only living relative, his younger brother Dash, had pleaded with them to stay in touch. They were his only link to his family. They'd done more than that. Tomas had had the idea to start the record company, a seed that had been planted in their Harvard days, when they would commandeer one of the music rooms and jam for hours when they should have been studying. They were obsessed with music, ate, slept, and drank it every minute in which they weren't being primed for a life of law and medicine by their ambitious fathers. After Sam's funeral, Tom stayed in Boston to talk to Dash. He told him that he and the Ford brothers were starting a new venture together, a record company, and they wanted Dash to join them. He'd barely gotten the words out before Dash had said yes. Now the fledgling company was competing with the big boys. Tom's unerring eye for talent had secured him some of the best new acts around, and for the last 2 years, he'd been so busy with them that he'd pushed his scouting to the back burner. It itched at him, though, the thrill of discovery. When his assistant, Meg, had mentioned a weekend in Seattle and seeing, as she had put it, the most rocking covers band I've ever seen, he hadn't been able to resist. Now, as he filed out with rest of the audience into the cold Seattle night, his heart was pounding, his senses in overdrive. He knew without a doubt that they were the ones, the band he would personally champion to superstardom. He had found them. He had found her. Bey stood under the shower in the dressing room, letting the hot water soothe and cleanse her tired body. She massaged shampoo into her long dark hair, feeling the water glide through the wet strands. Friday nights at the 9th and Pine Club were never boring. The band's reputation in Seattle now was such that people booked well in advance to see them. Bey shook her head, smiling. She couldn't get over it. They were just a local covers band, for Christ's sakes, but their gigs every second Friday after midnight were always packed. Bey stepped out of the shower and quickly dried and dressed. A loud rapping sounded, and her best friend, Kim, the band's guitarist, stuck her head around the door. "Stu says the guy's waiting for us in the bar. I'll be 2 minutes." "Cool." Kim's head disappeared. Bey sighed. She hated anything to do with Stu Lawson, Kim's long-term English boyfriend. Oily, smarmy creep. Bey grinned to herself. Whoever this latest guy was that Stu wanted them to meet, To further the band's success, he'd put it, was bound to be another low-rent shyster looking to exploit them. Bey dried her hair quickly, pulling it into a messy bun at the nape of her neck, then smoothed her tea dress down over her curves. She glanced at the clock. It was after 2 a.m. now, and she would meet this guy, then head home. The store would have to be opened at 8. She calculated she would have about 4 hours of sleep, maximum, and the thought made her faintly nauseous. She pulled the dressing room door shut behind her, and made her way slowly to the bar. Pete, the big bear heart of their band, met her halfway, throwing a huge arm across her shoulders. He had about the same regard for Stu as she did, and they exchanged a loaded grin now as they walked into the bar. Stu was standing at the bar, his back turned as he chatted to the record company guy. Bey felt a little flip in her stomach as she realized who it was. The guy from the crowd. She'd seen him before, at their last 2 gigs. She could hardly miss him, he was so tall he towered over the rest of the crowd. Tonight, as she'd sung the final notes of the song, their eyes had met and she'd felt it, everywhere. She took a deep breath in now, as they approached the men who turned to greet them. Stu made the introductions, but she barely heard him except for the guy's name, Tomas. Tom smiled down at her, his green eyes intense and focused entirely on hers. He didn't rake his eyes up and down her body in that sleazy way Stu always did, but kept his eyes locked on hers. It was incredibly sensual, and Bey could imagine him leaning in, pressing those cool lips to hers and... "Hey Space Cadet," Kim nudged her and Bey blinked. "Let's grab a table." As they made their way to one of the booths, she heard Stu remark, "Sorry about that, it's her artistic temperament." Turning to shoot him a death stare, Bey flushed at Stu's rudeness. Tomas's eyes narrowed at Stu before he smiled down at Bey. "Nothing to apologize for. I'm always daydreaming, best way to filter out the crap some people talk." Bey snorted with laughter and Tomas grinned at her. They all sat down in one of the booths, and Bey couldn't help the little thrill passing through her, as Tomas deliberately put himself between her and Stu. Sitting so closely together, she could feel the heat of his body and his big thigh against hers in the cramped table. God, she wanted to touch it, wanted him to touch her. She'd been exhausted after the gig, but now every cell in her body was alive, sparking with excitement and arousal. Tomas began to talk about his project, and suddenly she was interested. He wanted to champion the band into a major recording deal. "The fact that your gigs are always packed has gotten a lot of buzz in the industry," he told them. "Nowadays, when the recording industry is flooded with manufactured, plasticized bands or whiny little mean girls." Bey had to laugh at that one. Pete grinned too. "What we're looking for is to develop a band that's innate talent is, well, I'm not going to say wasted, not after that incredible gig, but whose talent could be developed into something quite extraordinary and lucrative. I don't see why there can't be both music of real quality and genuine talent to go along with record sales." Bey was impressed, and she looked over to Kim and Pete, who both looked excited. "And you think we're the band to do that with?" Pete asked Tomas, who nodded. "Absolutely. If one gig can have that effect on me." He looked back at Bey now, and a smile creased his handsome face. She felt her stomach do that flippy thing again, and pressed her hand against it to quell the sensation. "What label are you with?" She felt like she was gibbering, so distracting was this man. Before he could answer, Stu cursed loudly. "Geez, Bey, do you have to be so clueless? Tom is Quartet Records." Tom narrowed his eyes at Stu. "Watch your mouth, Lawson. Remind me again what it is you do." As he came to her defense, a squirming Bey felt his hand close over hers, hidden by the table. He held it for a brief second. "I got your back," then let it go. Her skin burned where he touched her, and she smiled at him gratefully. "I'm the band's manager," Stu said in a mock-patient voice. "I brought you in, remember?" Tom's answering smile was cool. "Vividly." Bey choked on her drink, and Pete snorted with laughter. Kim grinned, then shot a look at her boyfriend's tight face and smoothed it out, but not before shooting an apologetic look at Bey. She was used to refereeing Bey and Stu's antagonistic relationship. Not for the first time, Bey wondered what she saw in the idiot. She turned back to Tom. "So, when you say development, I mean you writing original songs for the band. Have you considered that before? I understood from Stuart that you've discussed it. Bay smiled at Kim, who nodded. Life got in the way. You all have full-time jobs then? For the next few minutes, as Kim and Pete talked about their jobs, record store clerk and kindergarten teacher respectively, Bay had a chance to study Tomas Mayer. He had dark close-cropped curls, a finely angled face with an aquiline nose and a full sensual mouth. Thick dark lashes framed those intensely green eyes, and it was all she could do not brush her fingers across them. Gosh, she was casting around for the right word when he turned that gaze back to her and the word came to her. Glorious. And what about you, Bay? The way he said her name made her toes curl with desire, and she had to take a beat before she answered him. I run my uncle's motorcycle franchise. His eyebrows shot up. Well, that was unexpected. She laughed then. I say run it, I'm having to sell the business. I'm sorry. She shook her head, picking up her beer. Don't be. It's kind of a relief if I'm honest. I know nothing about bikes or anything to do with the motor industry, period. I just helped out when my uncle got too sick to run it. I'm sorry. Is he still with you? She shook her head, surprised with herself. She never talked about her family. Never. What was it about this man that made her want to tell him everything? No, he died last year. Any other family here in Seattle? She swallowed the overwhelming sadness within her. No. Not anymore. The others were talking amongst themselves, and suddenly she was aware that the conversation between her and Tomas had taken on an intimate atmosphere. He smiled at her, his gaze dropping to her mouth. So, he said gently, maybe we can work out something to fill your days. Kim tells me you're the songwriting genius in the band. I'd like to take you in the studio and see what happens. Bay's mouth jerked up in a smile. Why did that sound so dirty in her mind? Tomas must have realized what he'd said, because 2 spots of pink appeared at the top of his cheekbones. The effect was strange on such a confident man, yet it made Bay warm to him even more. Well, she said, sticking her tongue in her cheek. Wouldn't that be interesting? There was a short silence, then they both burst out laughing. It broke the tension, and Bay felt herself relaxing in his company. What are you two talking about? If it's something to do with the band. Stu's voice was whiny, and Bay felt a flash of annoyance. Tomas shot Stu a withering look. Don't worry, Lawson, nothing to do with money. We were just discussing writing some songs. Kim leaned over, looking excited. So you'll do it? She beamed, and Bay couldn't help nodding and smiling at her best friend. For you, anything, she said, and Kim squealed in delight. Pete, who hadn't missed the chemistry between Bay and Tomas, squeezed Bay's hand. About damn time, he said in his deep booming voice as he nodded to Tomas, satisfied. Bay could tell he approved, and she was glad. Pete Espinoza was rarely wrong about people, and if he could see that Tomas was the real deal, then she knew it wasn't just her hormones working. The thought made her grin. Later, at almost 4 a.m., Tomas walked Bay to her battered, much-loved Mustang. Tomas whistled through his teeth as he saw the car. Boss 302, very nice. Thought you said you knew nothing about cars. Bay grinned shyly. It was my brother's. He sold it to me when he upgraded to a Merc. I told him he had no taste. Excuse me, I have a Mercedes. He pretended to be affronted, and she grinned. Then you both have no taste. Your brother's gone. She nodded and looked away from his gaze. Tomas studied her reaction, sensing a story behind her guarded expression. He didn't want to pry, but ever since she'd walked into the bar, an undeniable tension had simmered between them. In the soft light of early morning, she looked breathtaking, her café au lait skin glowing, dark waves cascading over her shoulders, and her full lips a deep burgundy. Her eyes, though, were what captivated him most. He'd expected dark brown, but up close they were a striking violet, framed by thick black lashes. The moment he'd met her gaze, he'd been lost. He pushed the longing aside. If they were going to work together. If we're going to be working together, Bey said suddenly, her voice echoing his thoughts so closely that he startled. Her cheeks flushed and she stumbled over her words. Then, we should probably... The air between them crackled. Unable to resist, Tomas gently cupped her face, his thumbs brushing her soft skin. He leaned in and her lips met his, warm and hesitant at first, then deepening as her fingers wove into his hair. The kiss was electric, her touch sending a shiver through him. They pulled closer, the world fading until it was just them, wrapped in the quiet intimacy of the moment. Tom? Bey's voice broke through and he blinked, the vivid daydream dissolving. She stood before him fully dressed, an amused frown creasing her brow. His heart raced, his body still humming with the imagined closeness. Where'd you go? She asked, tilting her head. I was saying we'll have to postpone our studio time until I sort out the business stuff. Then I'll be unemployed and all yours. He grinned, masking the ache of longing. If only, he said lightly, nodding. Sounds good, Bey. I'll wait for your signal. No problem. You have my number, and I'll check in on you and the others periodically. I'll try and stop myself from calling you as soon as you're out of my sight. She smiled gratefully. Thanks. Listen, I have to go grab some sleep before the bike shop opens. It's really good to meet you. She held out her hand and he took it, her skin silky under his. They gazed at each for a long moment. What was a handshake had turned into just holding her hand, he realized, and reluctantly he let go. I'm really excited about this, Bey. I think the band and you could really go a long way. You do? I do. She grinned, and although he knew she was fatigued from the late night, he thought he also saw in her a deep tiredness, an ache and a sadness. He knew that if he could, he would try to erase whatever made this beautiful young woman so sad. For now, he kissed her cheek and watched as she drove off in the direction of the waterfront. He walked around the old red building that had evolved from a silent movie theater to one of Seattle's foremost venues. Under the Paramount sign now in darkness, the board read, Seattle's most popular covers band, the Ninth and Pine. Every second and fourth Friday of the month. Book early to avoid disappointment. Tomas Mayer smiled to himself as he began to walk back to his hotel. Before he was finished, the Ninth and Pine would be more than just a local covers band, they'd be the biggest band in the country. Tom told himself that this was what he had been looking for his whole career. An opportunity to nurture raw talent and build a songwriting partnership that would bring quality and resonance back into the music world. And it had nothing to do with the warm violet eyes, the pink rosebud mouth, and the soft curves that would haunt his dreams from that night onward. Nope, nothing at all. Bey told herself she was only a little disappointed when the text wasn't from Tom. Just a little. She hissed in frustration when she read the message. Stu was hounding her. Again. We need to exploit the momentum, Bey. We need to sign now. It was his fourth text of the morning. Bey moaned and turned over in bed, burying her face in the pillow. She was already late opening the shop, but she figured, what was the point anyway? She was closing the doors at the end of the week. Her loyal but sorrowful customer base simply couldn't drum up enough business for her. She was losing money by keeping it open more or less as a meeting place for her customers who would come in, take advantage of her mini fridge and coffee machine, and reminisce about the time they rode from Tacoma to Tennessee. Bey didn't mind, in fact she loved them all, the huge dudes who loved their Harleys and who had loved her uncle. Uncle Prakash had come to this country from his native India in the 70s, along with his sister Bey's mother. When she had died when Bey was 5, he'd taken her 2 kids in, Bey and her elder brother Ravi, and loved and cared for them as if they were his own. Their American-born biological father was long gone, and so the 3 of them lived and worked together. When Bey had shown true musical talent, Prakash had insisted on paying her college tuition. Bey forced herself to roll out of bed and into the shower. If only Uncle Prakash hadn't gotten sick. She'd been at the top of her class, her career as a classical pianist set. Now as she dressed, she couldn't imagine leading that life, with recitals and performances in huge quiet halls. She loved the roar of the crowd, the way they would sing along with her, and the way they moved as one, like a seething sea of limbs and bodies to the rhythm of whatever song they were doing, a rocked-out version of a pop song or vice versa. Gosh, she loved it. And now she had the chance to write songs of her own. With Tomas, she thought, a thrill sparking through her. But doubt crept in. Let someone that close again? Unlikely. The thought dimmed her excitement. As she lathered her skin in the shower, her hand drifted, lingering with a gentle touch, imagining Tomas, his lips brushing hers, his strong hands tracing her curves. A shiver coursed through her as she found release, then she shut off the water and wrapped herself in a towel. How long had it been since she'd been with someone? She paused, then shook her head, pushing the question aside. If you're obsessing over it, Tamba, she said out loud to herself, it's officially too long. You are Seattle's answer to Miss Havisham. The thought made her grin, and she was still grinning when she opened the shop later than usual. 3 of her regulars were sitting outside waiting for her, gently teasing her for being late. Hey now, leave her alone. Maybe the little missy finally saw some action last night. Jed, a massive biker with a beard as long as he was, winked at her. They giggled, flushing furiously. Now, you know you're the only man for me, Jed. Damn straight. He patted on her the back as she let them in. They listened to him talking to the other guys, Goober and Stevo, while she put the coffee pot on and raised the shades. There were only a couple of Harleys left now. If she didn't sell them, she'd have to part with them to a buyer who'd offer her way under market value for them. She was tempted to keep one of them, a beautiful vintage Harley that had been her uncle's back in the day, but she'd never even sat on a bike, so what would be the point? The rest of the store was looking decidedly barren. She'd slashed the prices to half price on spares, tools and other kit, and it had been swept up by bike enthusiasts. Where had they been when she needed to keep the business open? She sighed now. If she was honest, this was a relief. She needed to move on and get out. Her thoughts drifted back to the previous evening. She was excited in a way she hadn't been for years. A real chance at a musical career, she could barely believe it. She had thought that life lost to her, but now... Hey Missy, you want some coffee? Bay smiled at Stevo, who was brandishing the coffee pot. Sure thing, thanks. Now she went to sit with her friends. How are we going to celebrate our last week? Kim Clayton tugged her long blonde hair up into a ponytail as she waited for Stu. They were meeting her parents for lunch, and so as always, Stu was prevaricating. Kim sighed. She knew her parents and her friends, everybody really, couldn't stand Stu, and she understood why. He was vain, deceitful and manipulative. A man who couldn't quite understand that his faded pretty boy looks couldn't get him whatever he wanted anymore. Yeah, she got it. Trouble was, at night, when they were alone, he was totally different. Vulnerable and loving, and he knew exactly what to say to make her feel like the most wonderful person who'd ever lived. Kim told herself that was the real Stu, and that the other was just bluster and hyperbole, except for one thing. He frightened her. When he went off, and that was often, his aggression was always aimed at her, even if she'd done nothing. His apologies were lavish and over the top, begging her for forgiveness. What the hell are you doing with him? Kim asked herself that question often, but she knew the answer. She loved him. When he came to her crumbling with guilt for his behavior, she would cradle his head against her chest and soothe him. His arms would go around her then, and they would invariably end up in bed. Hey, we going or what? She started as Stu stood in the doorway. He looked nervous. He always did when he met her parents. Kim nodded and picked up her bag. At the restaurant, her mom stood and waved maniacally as they came through the door. Kim grinned as the other diners at first looked up in annoyance, then awe as they realized who they were looking at. Charlie Muse Clayton, a rock star for the better part of 40 years, hugged her daughter tightly. Kim's dad, Mac, tall and silent with his dark blonde hair pulled back into a long ponytail, shook Stu's hand, dropping it quickly. Charlie's dark gold eyes sparkled as she looked over her daughter, who was dressed in regulation jeans and an AC/DC t-shirt. You look gorgeous, honey. Gosh, I missed you. When are you going to bring my daughter back to Nashville, Stuart? Kim watched as Stu reddened under her mother's gaze. Very few men or women were immune to Charlie's innate magnetism. Certainly not Stu, who took a sip of his soda before answering. Anytime she wants, Charlie. We've just been busy with the band. Max snorted slightly, and Charlie flashed him a look. I bet. Hey, we drove past the Paramount on the way here. My little girl's band is up on the marquee there. I was a proud mama. Kim knew her mother meant well. It was just, she always managed to make it sound as if they were just playing at being a band. Kim kicked Stu under the table. Actually, we have some news. A record company is interested in developing us. Stu nodded. A big one too. Quartet Records. Wow. Charlie looked impressed, but Mac Clayton harumphed. What the hell is development? You write a song, you record it, it gets on the radio and people buy it. What does their developing us mean? Kim felt the choking numbness creep into her chest. The familiar humiliation that being the lesser talented daughter of two rock gods had always engendered in her. She drew in a breath, hoping Stu would defend her, but he sat there flushed with anger himself. He wouldn't stand up to her dad. He never had. It means exactly that, Dad. We're going to be writing our own songs. We? You mean Bay is? This time tears did spring up in her eyes, and she looked away and was silent. Every time. Yeah, Dad, she said, anger rippling in her voice, you don't have to remind me. Bay is the talented one. Mac drained his scotch. Did I say that? Hey Charlie, did I say that? Her mother sighed, and Kim realized how tired she looked. Let's change the subject anyway. Kim's shoulders slumped. For once, choose me. Defend me, Mom. She shifted in her seat and felt Stu's hand curl around hers. It's a pretty big deal, he said to her parents. Once they all get done writing an album's worth of songs, there'll be a showcase for the record company. Then a single, a video. Kim, surprised, smiled gratefully at her boyfriend. This was why she kept trying with him, these small moments when he was selfless, when he protected her. He knew it bugged her that Bay's talent was inherent, whereas she, Kim, had to work to be as good. Not that she blamed Bay. She loved Bay more than anyone in the world, and Bay would be horrified if she knew what Kim felt about her own ability. After lunch, she kissed her parents goodbye and almost laughed with relief as they waved them off. Stu kissed her temple. You know what? I know they're your parents, but they're kind of jerks, she finished and sighed. Yep. Stu's arms tightened around her. Let's go home. As Stu drove, she texted Bay. Just had lunch with the olds. A second later. Gosh, I'm sorry. Did you wear your hazmat suit? Kim grinned. Bay knew what her parents were like. She was the only one who could get away with calling them out to their faces when they put Kim down. Her phone buzzed again. Can you ask Stu to stop harassing me? He keeps on about the record deal. It's annoying. Kim frowned and looked at her boyfriend. Why are you texting Bay? Stu shrugged. She seems to be the one holding up this deal. As always, it's all about her. Kim sighed. Stu always rubbed Bay up the wrong way, and Kim suspected that it was because secretly Stu had a thing for her gorgeous best friend. Bay, on the other hand, thought Stu was a douchebag. She's not wrong. Kim pushed the thought away. Stu enjoyed messing with Bay's head as a punishment for not wanting him back, but lately their antagonism had been reaching mythic levels. More than once, she'd had to step between them before Stu got physical with Bay. As fiery as Bay could be, she was tiny, and Stu could hurt her if they got into it. She must have sighed because Stu looked over at her. She bugging you about me? No, it's okay. Just ease up on Bay. For me? His lips were a thin line. Tell her that. I got her a quartet meeting. That she never asked for, Kim wanted to say, but didn't. Stu hated it when she was ungrateful. She stared out of the window of the car and wondered if Bay was really excited about the deal. She could tell last night that her friend had been left flustered by Tomas Mayer's obvious attraction to her. Kim smiled to herself. She really could see, Bae and Tom together. Gosh, they would have seriously cute kids. Grinning, she texted Bae. I don't think you need to be worried about Stu. You seem to be doing just fine last night with your new champion. Tom's gorgeous. You should go for that. She waited, knowing the reply she'd get before she read it. Sure enough, a moment later. No idea what you're talking about. Ha. Kim snickered to herself. Maybe it was time her hermit-like best friend knew what it was to be in love. Kim glanced over at Stu and her good mood left her. Bae wasn't the only one who desperately needed some real love in her life. A roar of greeting went up as Pete, the Ninth and Pine's gigantic drummer, sauntered into Bae's showroom. Pete was the one who had spread the word about Bae's bike shop to his friends, in both the bike community and the gay community, and was the reason she'd been able to keep the shop open as long as she had. Bae hugged him, his larger-than-life merry presence lifting her mood as always. It was closing down day, and she'd been affected by it more than she thought she would have been. The showroom had had a revolving door of visitors all day, and now she was getting ready to close for good. Pete gave her a hug, then studied her. You okay, Bubba? She nodded, not trusting herself to speak. Her throat was tightly closed and tears constantly threatened to spill over. Pete slung a sympathetic arm around her shoulders. Come on, honey. New horizons. You get to be a rock star now. She rolled her eyes. Can you believe it? It doesn't seem real yet. Pete shrugged, helping himself to coffee. Real is real, bub. Tom been in touch? Bae grinned then. We've talked. And how, she thought. It had begun the night after she met him, with just a simple text message. Hey, how's things? Made up your mind yet? TX. She'd felt a teenager getting a text from her high school crush. She'd replied all good and yes, let's do it. She sniggered to herself at the double meaning, and flushed scarlet when the reply came back. Sounds promising. The flirtation had continued over text until last night, when suddenly Tom's name flashed up on her call screen. Her heart went into overdrive, and her breath quickened as she pressed accept. Hey gorgeous, he'd said lightly. I thought, seeing as I'm an old man and can only type one word an hour, I'd save us the trouble and call instead. How are you? His voice, though rich and warm, sent thrills through her body. Hey yourself. I'm great. Just building myself up for my last day tomorrow. He chuckled. You'll do great. It must feel strange, though. It does. Kind of like my last link to my family. You really on your own? Really. I've got Kim and Pete, of course. They're like family. And the guys at the shop. She told him about her showroom's de facto residents. They sound like good guys. She smiled down the phone, the best. Hey, where are you? I never thought to ask. Tom laughed softly. LA. She felt a pang of regret at him being so far away. Hotshot, she teased, wanting to hear his laugh again, so deep and melodic. It's just good for business. I kind of loathe having to be here. I'm a Seattle native, did you know that? She was surprised. I had no idea. And now I have a great excuse to come back. You're moving back? Yep. Seems only sensible to have a base there, if we're going to be together so much. Are you looking forward to Monday? Gosh, yes. Bae pushed the thought of him in Seattle, so close and so near all the time, to the back of her head. I am. Nervous too. Don't be. You were meant to do this. I just know it. Later in bed, she'd Googled him. Tomas Mayer, 39, Harvard Law graduate. Set up his own entertainment law label straight out of college. Briefly married in his late 20s. Known for being ruthless in the courtroom, but a stand-up guy outside. Bae squinted at the pictures of him, so handsome, so elegant. He radiated power and presence. He could easily have passed for a Roman emperor with those sculpted features. Yum? She sighed. He seemed too perfect. In her experience, that meant trouble. She closed her laptop and lay back on the bed, Great, she told herself. In 5 minutes you met, fell in love, and broke up with him. What is wrong with you? She turned on her side and stared at the photo of Ravi on the nightstand. Her brother too had been gregarious, friendly, and successful. Seemingly, he had it all. Right up to the moment he'd deliberately driven his car at top speed into a wall. Bey winced. 18 months later, the pain was still red raw. Only she knew the truth of Ravi's death, his suicide, from the one-line note he'd left for his sister. I can't do it anymore. I'm sorry. I love you. Bey shut off the lamp and turned away, a searing pain shooting through her stomach as it always did when she thought about her brother. It left her breathless and weak. Love is pain. That was the thought that kept pounding at her until finally, exhausted, she fell asleep. Now, as she was surrounded by her friends, Bey poured them all some of the champagne Pete had brought with him, courtesy of Hank, Pete's bar owner husband. It was almost 5 p.m. when the door opened, and Bey was astonished to see Tomas walk in, grinning. He was of his suit, in jeans and t-shirt. She couldn't help the smile that spread across her face. Then she noticed the t-shirt he was wearing. Tomas Mayer, is that a vintage Tamba bike shop t-shirt? She was amazed. Her uncle briefly brought out the tees in the early 80s, and now they were like gold dust. She didn't want to think about how much Tom had paid for it, but she was touched by the gesture. And boy, did he make it look good. The light blue made the green of his eyes even more intense, contrasting well with his black hair. She introduced Tom to everyone. Pat, one of her oldest customers, eyed the tall man. You gonna make our Bey a star then? Tomas grinned good-naturedly. Bey's already a star, I'm just going to help make her a successful one. If that's what you want? He smiled down at Bey, put a hand on her back, and she was lost. Tom stayed until the last person left the shop, then helped Bey clear up. Just after midnight, she locked the door for the last time, and for a moment she thought she might give in to the tears that threatened. That part of her life was finally over. You okay? His voice was soft and sympathetic. She nodded, trying to smile. Come on, let me buy you a drink and we'll say goodbye properly. She let him steer her into his Mercedes, which was very nice, despite her teasing of him the night they met. He drove them into the quiet city, and found a little bar tucked away downtown that was still serving beer. They found a little couch in the back. The bar was almost empty, with just low jazz playing in the background. Tom and Bey fell into easy conversation. After a while, Tom, draining the last of his beer, turned to her. So what the hell is Kim doing with that sleazeball? Bey grinned, relaxing. Tom was so easy to talk to. You've got me. I've never understood the attraction. Maybe it's codependency, I don't know, but they've been off and on for years. Mostly on, which is annoying. Tom's eyes were on her mouth in a way that made her feel so attractive and so wanton that she wanted to straddle him right then and there. She felt her face burn as slowly he raised his eyes to meet hers. And what about you? His voice was deep, sensual murmur now, his desire burning in his eyes unmistakably. She could barely breathe. I don't get too involved. Damn it, woman. Tom didn't seem fazed at all. Me either. But sometimes, it's just about the here and now. The moment. She couldn't look away from his eyes. I agree, she said softly. Tom smiled and leaned over, brushing his lips across hers. Bey? His voice was a soft whisper, carrying a quiet promise. Yes, she replied, her breath catching. I want to take you back to my hotel tonight. Forget we're working together. Forget everything else. Tonight it's just you and me. What do you say? Her heart raced, her body alive with anticipation. Tom kissed her again, deeper this time, his fingers weaving gently through her hair as his lips moved against hers, cool and sweet. The world seemed to fade, leaving only the warmth of his embrace. Take me home, Bey murmured, leaning into him, her voice soft but certain. Take me home with you. The elevator reached the penthouse, and Tom lifted her effortlessly, carrying her to the bedroom. He set her down on the bed with care, his hands moving to the buttons of her dress. He unfastened them slowly, his lips brushing her skin with each gentle touch, sending shivers through her. Bay trembled, her senses heightened by the tenderness of his kisses. When he eased the fabric aside and pressed his lips to her collarbone, she let out a soft sigh, her body humming with warmth. A low chuckle rumbled through him as he held her close, his hands tracing the curve of her waist. Impatiently, she tugged at his t-shirt, and he pulled it off, revealing a strong, broad chest. Bay's breath caught at the sight, her hands reaching for him, craving the closeness of his skin against hers. She slipped out of her dress, and Tom's gaze softened, filled with admiration. He kissed a trail from her shoulder to her neck, then met her lips in a hungry, lingering kiss. "Bay," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. His hands explored her gently, drawing her closer until she felt completely enveloped by his warmth. The intensity built, and Bay's heart pounded as she surrendered to the moment, her fingers tangling in his hair as she whispered his name. Tom's eyes locked on hers, his expression a mix of tenderness and awe. For once, words escaped him. Bay smiled up at him, her finger grazing his cheek, her eyes reflecting the quiet joy of their shared moment. "Wow," she murmured, and that was all they needed to say. Tom sought her lips again. "Bay, such a beautiful name." She smiled. "It's short for, are you ready for this, Bijanthi?" "That's even more beautiful." She snorted. "If you say so." "Can you imagine what roll call was like at school?" Tom smiled. "If it makes you feel better, they always spelled my name with an H." She giggled. "Yup, that's the same." He wrapped his arms around her, and for a long time, they just enjoyed the silence, comfortable with each other. "Tom," Bay's voice was suddenly uncertain, "I'm concerned?" "About?" She pulled away from so she could look into his eyes. "We said tonight. Nothing to do with anything else. But when we start to work together, with the band and everything, I think we should stay professional." Tom nodded, understanding. "I get it. I just don't want Kim and Pete to think I'm getting preferential treatment because we've, you know." He smiled at her bashfulness. "Done each other?" he teased, wiggling his eyebrows until she laughed. "My little Puritan." Gently, he pulled her atop him. "I get it. We'll keep things professional, I promise. But work doesn't start until Monday." Bay's eyes sparkled. "Exactly." She slid closer, her fingers trailing over his skin, stirring him awake again. "We have the whole weekend." Tom drew a sharp breath as her lips brushed against him, her touch soft and deliberate, teasing with slow, warm caresses. She guided him to the edge of bliss before he drew her up, pulling her close. With a whispered plea, he urged her to move with him, their rhythm building in a fervent shared dance. Monday morning, and the Seattle sky was doing its best to drown out any happiness Bay might have felt. It was gray, sullen, and dumping sheet after sheet of rain down on the city. They were on their way to the studio, having arranged to meet Kim and Pete at 10 a.m. She had spent a blissful, sensual weekend with the tall man at her side, and now she couldn't shake the feeling that today marked not only the beginning of her new career, but the end of their affair. That thought made her sad and yet weirdly free. The intimacy had been incredible. Tom was an imaginative and selfless romantic partner, and she'd climbed all over that glorious body of his, completely uninhibited. It was the stuff in between that surprised her. His easy manner, his straightforward way of talking, his friendliness. She was unused to romantic partners being friends as well. She didn't want to think about how messed up that was, but Tom made her feel so comfortable. The only thing that bothered her was his great wealth and his obvious enjoyment of it. She'd been brought up frugally and hadn't felt that she'd missed anything, but in Tom's huge hotel room, with people at his beck and call, and literally anything she wanted at her fingertips, she'd felt out of her depth. Overwhelmed. She felt him take her hand now as he drove them through the city. She smiled over at him. "So, we better get our stories straight. Your car wouldn't start, and you were on the phone to me, so I said I'd swing by and pick you up." "Got it. Nice and simple. But why were we on the phone?" "Dirty talk." She laughed. "Darn it, that's ruined that plan. How about you were getting cold feet, and called me to cancel? They'd believe that." He grinned to let her know he was joking, but she sighed. "Yep, probably." They pulled up to the recording studio, and after checking that no one was watching, Tom leaned over and kissed her. "Don't worry about it so much. It'll all be fine." It was. As soon as they were inside the recording studio, Tom switched into uber professional mode, giving them all a tour of the studio. Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, Alice in Chains, they all recorded here. The creme de la creme of Seattle's musical history. I think the Ninth and Pine could join their ranks. "You know we're just a covers band, right?" Beth said in a faint voice. The mention of Pearl Jam, her musical heroes, had sent her into panic mode. Kim grinned and Pete rolled his eyes. "Breathe, Beth. Breathe," the big man said, and Tom grinned down at Wither, with a little too much familiarity, she thought, risking a glance at her bandmates. They hadn't noticed anything she saw, too awed by the studio's history. Tom nodded. "Come this way." He led them into the tracking room, where a black Yamaha piano stood. He urged Beth to sit and play a few notes before leaning in and saying in a loud whisper, "That's where Pearl Jam recorded Black." Beth shot up from the piano. "Damn." The rest of them burst out laughing at the shock on her face. They were still laughing when the door opened and Stu walked in, already annoyed by the look on his face. His temper wasn't improved by seeing them enjoying each other's company without him. "Why wasn't I called about this meeting, Kim?" Kim looked uncomfortable. "Because we're just looking around the studio, Stu. That's all. I didn't think you'd be interested." "Nope," said Beth. "This part has nothing to do with money, Stu. Just creativity. Why would you be interested?" Stu gave her a withering look, then turned to Tom. "Contracts," he barked at him. "We need to sign before any work is undertaken." Tom sighed. "Contracts will be here after lunch. My colleague Roman is bringing them. We'll meet him at the quartet office in the city. Satisfied? Good. Now let's go see the mixing room." Roman Ford felt every one of his 41 years after dealing with Stu Lawson. The band he liked enormously, every one of them committed and bright. He waited now while Tom saw them out of the building, promising to call later. He watched the look that passed between his best friend and Beth Tamba. Oh. As soon as Tom came back into the office and dropped into the seat opposite him, Roman narrowed his eyes at him. "Please tell me you're not sleeping with the delectable Miss Tamba? Can I tell you what a mistake that would be?" Tom shrugged, unrepentant. "We'll keep it professional at work." Roman saw how relaxed and happy his friend was, and couldn't bring himself to remonstrate with him. Tom deserved happiness. He just sighed, rubbing his hands over his eyes. "Gosh, well, don't let that screw this up. I like them. Time will tell whether they have the chops to be more than a great covers band, but in that area you know better than me. You going to get Dash involved?" "Not yet. They need time to write their own songs, get comfortable in that zone, and actually lay some tracks down. You know Dash," he grinned when he thought of their much younger partner. "He'll go all out on marketing without a solid product behind them, and they'll lose confidence." Roman nodded. "I know. He has gotten better," he said, feeling he ought to defend his young friend. "Yes," Tom replied, straight-faced. "Nowadays he waits until they've stepped into a recording studio." They both laughed. Their younger colleague had launched himself into the record company at full speed, desperate to prove to his beloved older brother's best friends that he was worthy of them. Tom was studying him. "You okay?" His voice had the edge that they all had since losing Sam, that horror of the possibility of losing another one of their number. Roman half smiled. "Yup, just tired. Kinda wishing my brother would step up and put some more time into the company, but then, I'm not a world-class surgeon." His words. Tom grinned. Roman's twin, Otis, could be unbearably sniffy, and was the one who had needed to be convinced even to invest in the company, but he had a good heart. It did irk Roman. Tom knew that he, Tom, was more like a brother than his own was sometimes. Otis led a team of specialist surgeons down in Portland, and was rarely, if ever, free to discuss the music business anymore. "Remember when Otis was our mad pianist?" Tom said, picturing their college band, stuck in a grimy basement in one of their rented apartments with second-hand instruments. "Remember when you were our mad drummer?" Roman shot back and laughed. "Gosh, was that a million years ago? You had a Wake Me Up Before You Go-Go t-shirt." "That is a damned lie, Mayor. You had a tragic afro." "True story, but at least I didn't have frosted tips." The banter carried on for a little while, then Tom reluctantly got up. "Lawson wants to meet with me without the band. He's a pain in my ass already." Roman rolled his eyes. "Give him the minimum to make him feel important, then ditch him. Isn't that what we usually do with pain-in-the-ass managers?" Tom gave him a fist bump. "Word, brother." "Gosh, you're 39, Tomas." "Word?" "Word." "Oh hey." Tom stopped at the door as Roman called out. "Careful with that singer. She has heartbreak written all over her." Tom was still thinking about what Roman said when he drove back to his hotel alone. He and Bay had said weekends only, with no work talk and no strings. At least for now. He had the feeling Bay was holding back on something. When he'd said no strings, she'd looked relieved. That had stung a little, but something told him that her reticence wasn't to do with him. Their connection was something they'd both felt, electric and all-consuming. In his room, he showered and changed into sweats, ordering room service and flicking on the television set to the news. When it came, the food was good, but Tom felt restless. In this blank, admittedly luxurious hotel room so far away from his home in LA, he missed his books, his vinyl collection, hell, even his ancient drum kit. Tomas Mayer had great wealth, but the things that mattered to him really mattered to him, cost nothing but time and effort. His family, his friends, music and reading. He could take or leave LA. Seattle was in his heart. A thought came to him then, and he grabbed his cell. Dialing, he waited for the answer. "Hey you," he said warmly. "I'm not breaking our rule, but I wondered. Could you maybe help me find a house in the city?" Bay waved at him happily, as he pulled the car up to the curb and opened the door for her. She scooted in beside him and grinned. "It's Saturday." He laughed. "Yes it is." "Which means?" He took her face in the palms of his hands and kissed her so thoroughly, she had to gasp for air when they broke free. "Yeah, that's the stuff." She smiled and he drew his hand down her cheek. "Missed you this week?" "Me too, but we got a ton of stuff down on paper." "Oh no, don't look excited. It's all rough ideas, and really none of us have the first idea what we're doing, but gosh, we so enjoyed it." Her face was glowing. Her obvious excitement and joy at finally being able to do what she loved was infectious, and more than ever, Tom was convinced he had made the right decision. "Well, I was going to suggest we go look at houses, but damn it, you look so gorgeous that I'm thinking." His meaning was clear and Bay rolled her eyes, grinning. "Come on, Don Juan, let's find you somewhere to live first."
End of sneak peek for Quartet, an alpha billionaire romance. Please like and subscribe to support this channel. It helps more than you know.